Start over. I intentionally muted myself, and then I forgot to unmute it. Welcome to Making Law Simple. I'm going to cut that part out. Welcome to Making Law Simple. My name is David Howell. I'm a licensed practicing attorney in the state of Michigan, Oakland County, where this case is happening. This is day 5 of the Jennifer Crumbley manslaughter trial, not murder trial, manslaughter trial. Oh, that's a good way to start the show off. And I'm done. We're gonna end the show here now. But if you guys have been following along with this case, you know what it is? I blame the court, because as soon as I was going live, the court feed went up and distracted me. But if you've been following along, you know that we've been struggling a bit with the defense attorney and her style of defense of this case. It's not exactly the style that I would be using. Her points, she's hitting the points that she should be hitting, but it is extremely frustrating to watch at times. And at times you may have seen me yell into the camera, trying to get her attention to ask the right questions. Oh, Sandy Smith, welcome from Facebook. I haven't seen you in a little while. We got Hey Joe telling me I'm muted. Let's go, taunting me. You know what? If you really want to get my attention, let's go. You could just drop a big red super chat. That would work. But good morning, everyone else. Yes, did you tell? You have to tell your friends that I was muted. Okay. Did you tell your friend? Only 13% of you told all of your friends about this stream. But I'm happy that 57% of you actually liked it and hit the like button. Make sure to take the poll while you're at it too. That helps with the algorithm, helps get me out there on top. Yesterday we had a great stream. We had a lot of people. We also had a lot of good content in the trial itself, if that's important to you. But one of the fundamental issues, again, with this defense is, for example, yesterday we had the water cooler coworker testifying, and her testimony wasn't that damning to the defense. But cross seemed to do more damage to the defense than the direct examination. That's one of the issues. Hey, Salvador. Welcome, Salvador. Maybe I should get you a link at some point. You're working right now, I think. But so today, though, I wanted to announce early, I'm going to be ending the stream at about 3 p.m. today. Anything that we miss, we will catch tomorrow morning, because I have tickets to Wicked tonight. I'm very excited about. I have seen it, but my wife has not, and I'm excited to see it with her. So at 3 o'clock, I'll find a good breaking point. I'm not going to break in the middle of a question or something, and we'll end it for today. And then we'll be short, maybe an hour and a half of testimony. We'll just start a little earlier tomorrow morning. So that's what I think we're going to do. Yeah, for the most part, I agree with you. For the most part, the defense would have been better not asking questions. And in fact, if I go over my notes, let's see here. Who did we have yesterday? So the first witness yesterday was Nicholas E. Jack. He was the Oxford Dean of Students. He testified to all kinds of stuff. The one good thing that came out of him, though, on cross was that a lot of kids have guns. A lot of kids pose for pictures for like school dances with guns. Guns themselves, like the fact that Ethan had a gun or was talking about guns, none of that was in and of itself a cause for concern because of the rural area of the school. And that kids can be sent home for non-disciplinary reasons. So that cross, it was a little muddled. There was a lot of stuff talked about, but that cross really, those 3 points were really good. The next witness was Andrew Smith, who was the defendant's former employer. I don't even know why we would ask questions of him on cross. Friendly at work, made small talk. Hang on a second. Let's see here. Took advantage of pay time off at times to handle things that she needed to do. I don't know. That doesn't help, right? That almost kind of hurts. And then the next state's witness, and this one chopped in, so I don't remember her name, but she's the water cooler queen coworker. She was the one that would eavesdrop and talk gossip in the shop, that kind of person. Her cross-examination should have been limited to Ethan was locked out of the house, you said. Okay, do you know if it was done intentionally or like he accidentally forgot his keys? You don't know? Okay, great. And then you emphasize the fact that Jen was concerned about Ethan, and then you leave it. But what she did, it was so bad that it ended up on cross-examination coming out that Jen was not really that concerned about Ethan. And then she had to start walking back her own cross once that came out. And so that's just a sign of somebody who just asked the wrong questions and maybe doesn't know the right questions to ask. We finished up with, no, we didn't finish up. The next witness was a detective from Oakland County that introduced a sketch of the house and like 55 photographs of the interior and one, I think, of the exterior of the home. Those photographs are all in my Discord, by the way, if you're members. The only thing on cross that was really addressed there was that they have no idea where the gun was or who placed it on the bed, the gun case, rather. Again, you didn't really need to ask questions, though, because that's already been established that nobody knows how the gun case became open on the bed. At least, presumably, James might have done it, right? But he's not there to testify, so we don't know. Then the next witness was the last witness for the day. He was another Oakland County forensic laboratory person. But basically, he was used to introduce a bunch of crime scene photos and videos that we weren't allowed to see. Basically, dead kids at the school. And that was it. There was no cross on that one. So there wasn't a whole lot of need for cross at all, except for maybe the first witness. And then everything else went terrible after that. So anyways, that was my long-winded way of saying I agree with you. There was no cross that was necessary, really, yesterday. Let's see. Dave, she was going to testify at 2:37 p.m. on Thursday. 2:37 p.m. on Thursday. Okay. Oh, I heard about Dr. G's. I didn't watch it. Dr. G apparently did a body language assessment, which, by the way, if you think that you can tell anything regarding body language other than that's interesting from Dr. G or anyone else, you are fooling yourselves. You might as well be flipping tarot cards and looking into a crystal ball, which apparently is the issue in this case. They weren't able to look into a crystal ball. Let's see. Dr. G should really watch the testimony and read the opinion of the state's expert witness that was excluded from this case. Because body language and other things, drawings and whatnot, are not necessarily indications of how people will behave or what their true thoughts are in the future. Jessica says she doesn't have any friends. Well, I'll be your friend. Jamie will be your friend. Jamie will be your friend. My friends hate YouTube. You know what was interesting? So I sat through the jury voir dire in this case. By the way, we're just waiting for a live feed to come up. We're BSing for a little bit. As soon as the court goes live, I will bring that up. So the jury was asked where they might hear information about this case while the case is pending, to avoid it, kind of prepping them to avoid hearing things. And they said TV, radio. Someone said newspaper. Nobody said YouTube. One person said when prompted, social media, which I don't know if YouTube counts as social media, but nobody said YouTube. So apparently all of us watching right now and streaming, we're the abnormal ones. But I'm okay with that. Let's see. Or put plainly, counselor sucks. She's not good. I will say that. She's not good. I believe Jennifer Crumbley should be acquitted in spite of some of the follies of defense counsel. Although we haven't heard her cross, we haven't heard the whole case yet. Just a lot of her cross has been kind of bad and all over the place. And I've been watching other chats such as WXYZ and Law and Crime, and everyone seems to have the same opinion, even if they're kind of pro-defense. They're lost in her questions. They don't really understand what she's driving at. Good musical, great music. Wicked. So Wicked. If you guys haven't seen Wicked and you love The Wizard of Oz, or you just know of The Wizard of Oz, everyone's seen The Wizard of Oz. You will never watch The Wizard of Oz the same way again after Wicked. It changes the whole story in a good way. I really like it. So I'm excited for my wife to watch it tonight, and then we can watch The Wizard of Oz after. It's Taylor Swift tickets. No, she's not in town yet. She's not in town until the summer. Then I'm going to go see some Taylor Swift. Sorry, I'm way behind in the chat, but that's okay. Gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run. That's the problem with this defense counsel. She doesn't know when to stop asking questions. That's the easiest way to say it. She asks. There's a thing in law school that we talk about. It's the question unasked is usually the one that gives the ultimate answer that the jury is to decide, right? And so you don't want to ask it because you don't want the witness to answer it, opposite the way you want it to go. So you just build up, and then you leave them hanging. And then the inference is there for the jury to make. But you've already built all that up, and the leap is very easy. But if you ask that one last question, you could just knock everything down again. And that's what this attorney's doing. She's asking that one too many questions, like with the water cooler coworker. Now, you said that she was concerned, or that she was, the direct quote was, Jennifer walked in. She can be a little sarcastic at times, but she seemed concerned about Ethan. That was on direct examination. You leave that alone. You don't touch that. She could be sarcastic was a throw-off line. The important part was she seemed concerned about Ethan. So why are you crossing on that? But she does, and she gets up and starts asking questions about, well, when you say she's sarcastic, she wasn't sarcastic in that moment. And she's like, no, not in that moment. But she, she kind of, I don't know, she looked maybe like she was concerned about Ethan. Oh my God, you just destroyed, you realize that that's a setback for you on cross, right? So then the defense counsel has to spend the next 20 minutes rebuilding that, and it's lost all of its impact. So she just stepped all over herself. That's a perfect example of how this cross has been going so far. Yeah, she does. She also has been making it look like the state has a case by asking questions. So many questions. There should have been 2 questions from that water cooler witness, and that is it. And then you sit down because you just want clarification. You don't know if he was locked out on purpose or if he lost his keys or anything. You have no idea why Ethan was locked out of the house that day, right? Nope, no idea. And you said that you overheard a fight on the phone, but you have no idea what the context is, right? Nope, no idea. Okay, that's it. Sit back down. Oh, can I turn my volume? Everyone's complaining I've been too loud. Let's see here. Audio. Okay, now it's automatically adjusted. So hopefully we won't have any issues when the court goes live eventually. The court feed went up, but there is no live court just yet. Hey, folks. How many of us have had something or other out parents no doubt hoped we would grow out of, and they were right? Wait, hang on. Okay. How many of us had something or other. Oh, our parents no doubt hoped that we would grow out of. And they were right. Oh, I'm sure all of us, but I'm not sure what that something is. Oh, I forgot. Let's see here. I forgot. Wait, how do I do this? If you're watching, I don't know if he's watching right now. Happy birthday, big brother. It's my brother's birthday today. I was hoping he was going to be in court for his birthday, but I don't think he is. But happy birthday to you, sir, on your 29th birthday. 29 forever, right? You're 55 today. 55, double nickels. Congratulations, you made it. So I'll just say happy birthday to you. Good morning, wrestlers. Mom. Hello, hello. We have a new cat cam, by the way, for those of you who have also been following. The Black Cat, DOG, has made it to the stage for today. Paul, objection, compounding, confusing. This is how you ask a proper cross-examination, right? It doesn't matter the answer. It's still a good one for you. 3 p.m. Central Time. What? Yeah, she was smart enough not to ask. Yeah, and she also didn't cross-examine the teacher or the principal that testified regarding the actual shooting, school shooting, and the one, especially the one that was actually shot. Because first of all, the fact's not an issue, right? The defense is stipulated to it, and we all know it happened. So why fight it? There's no reason for a cross-examination. Oh, I'm so far behind on chat. Let's see. We will have to stay tuned to find out about the gun case until James's trial. Well, Jennifer's supposed to testify. So if Jennifer testifies and she's asked, where did you normally store the gun? That information should come out if she knows. There's been indication. We're going to hear the journal today. Most likely, because they were talking about it late yesterday. So I'm presuming the journal is coming in today. In the journal, there's a specific entry on November 27th, 28th, something like that. That Ethan's dad, James, had hidden the gun from him. So maybe Jennifer doesn't know where the gun was hidden. I would have to imagine she does. But we might know that location. And from there, we might be able to surmise she would not be allowed to testify regarding what James said under normal hearsay rules, right? But who knows? We're letting all kinds of hearsay in this trial. So I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. Let's see. I'll be able to watch her testify then as no school run. Oh, I just made up the Thursday at 2:37 p.m. that she's going to testify, just so everyone knows. It's not an actual, like, nobody has said that. I just made that up. Let's see. There are minimal things that you can define from certain limited body language, but nowhere near what experts claim. I've studied the matter before it became popular. Well, okay, but we all have that sort of innate sense, right? We're visual creatures. We're creatures that are used to coming into contact with other. We can pick up on those social cues. That's why it's so odd when someone is missing those social cues. We pick that up right away. And so you can observe that, but you don't know if you're right. I give by example, a lot of these body language experts have said, someone's sitting back like this, they're self-guarding, they're doing whatever. They're protecting their body, right? That's the language. Or if they're sitting like this, they're not paying attention. But when I'm thinking, oftentimes, or even when I'm watching these trials, you'll see me sit back like this because this is like my comfortable active thinking position. So, you can't get into the details like that. You can't still predict what's in someone's head. There's no way that you could. You could say, oh, what they're portraying or what I am picking up as, but that's all subjective to you. At the end of the day, there is no objectivity to that. It is 100% subjective. It is only in your own mind. She should never take the stand no matter what the defense said in opening. When I was sitting in on the first day of jury voir dire, my position is always you don't ever put your defendant on the stand. Now, they have made the promise. I feel like they must. If she does not take the stand, she will absolutely be convicted at this point because they said in opening that she was going to testify. And if she doesn't testify, I believe she will absolutely be convicted. Because anyone who goes back into that jury room and says, oh, she's not guilty, they didn't prove enough. The people who think that she is guilty or might be on the fence will be like, well, why didn't she testify? They said she was going to testify. What was she scared of? Why didn't she testify? I think she's going to be convicted now. So she has to, at this stage, take the stand. Well, what I was saying is during jury selection, during jury voir dire, some of the media members and myself were talking. And the way some of the answers were coming out from people that ended up not making it onto the jury, I thought for sure she would have to testify. But those were to placate the ones that were getting kicked off. But I thought just because they're the vocal ones and they're getting kicked off doesn't mean that there aren't others on the jury thinking that. So if I'm sitting there as a defense counsel, I don't want to put my client on the stand. And ultimately, it is up to the client. But she might feel like she wants to tell her story, and then you can't do anything about it. It's the client's decision, really. It's you can counsel them one way or the other, but it's ultimately their decision. Let's see. I think with the type of case that she deals with, she really wants to confuse the witnesses in the jury for reasonable doubt. Whereas in this case, she needs to do more percent. Yeah, she needs targeted strikes. You're right. Yeah, because generally you just want to. Normally the state's case is really strong, right? That's the idea. And you're just trying to muddy the waters and confuse the waters, which is a fine approach if the case is strong, but it's not. Oh, looks like we're going live. Cool. Leave. All right.
Thank you, Marquise, on behalf of people.
Good morning, Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
All right, all the jurors are here.
To compare to the courts.
It's a good start to the day. Anything?
Yes, Your Honor, I included the court on some emails last night between myself and the prosecution. I have 3 specific witnesses.
Yes, I think he would have testified.
That I've asked them to hold the subpoenas on.
Okay.
But the prosecution, I know that trial is a moving part, has lots of moving parts.
Okay.
I need to know when the defense case is going to begin because I cannot coordinate with witnesses and have them sitting here all day, every day.
Do you think it's going to be today or tomorrow?
Judge, as I indicated in the email last night, there were 9.
I read it at 4:00 this morning. Yeah.
There are 9 potential prosecution witnesses left.
Yeah.
Counsel this morning
9.
indicated that she would like Wendy and Phil Sodden here, as well as Brian Maloche. They've been subpoenaed.
All right.
Mr. and Mrs. Sodden are her client's parents. They've been contacted and told to come sit in the court unless and until the defense counsel or the prosecution chooses not to call them. So I can't predict when the trial is going to end for the prosecution.
Okay.
I can tell the court, no, we have a potential of 9 witnesses left. As the evidence comes in, we may decide to call all 9, or we may not decide, as we do in every single case.
Okay, so let's check in after lunch and about 3 or 4 o'clock.
Right? I would appreciate that. I am having a very difficult time because the prosecution is not extending professional courtesy to me to give me any information, and I'm dealing with my own witnesses. I'm in court doing this. I am a one-man show, and the very least that could happen is them telling me who's going to be called and who's not.
This happens in every trial. Yesterday, the first witness was 2 hours late, so that impacts things, right? So the weather impacted things. So I don't think that they are not obligated to tell you in what order and who is next, but I think that they have been extending a professional courtesy. I understand your difficulty, and we're gonna do our best. It's also hard to predict how long a witness will be. Some witnesses, and there were witnesses where you had no questions, which is great, right? But there are witnesses that you spent some time on. There are witnesses
too much time
they
on.
spent a long time on. So it's hard to predict. We're gonna check in several times today. I'm not going to tell you your witness isn't in the hallway, so you can't call them. I'm not going to do that.
I understand. I guess my fear is that if we get to a point where suddenly they have no witnesses and I don't have witnesses here because I had no heads up, I don't want this court to be mad at me that we're wasting time. I am trying my absolute best. That's what I want the court to know.
This is the heads up.
This is the heads up. I am aware. I have sat where you are sitting and had to coordinate witnesses, and I know how difficult it is. I am aware. So
The defense counsel represented Larry Nasser and got lots of hate.
don't
Yes.
worry about that. We will check in several
Yes, I
times
understand.
today
But thank you for
and see
the
what's going on. And
tuning.
things happen.
Thank you for the
Things happen.
tuning.
Witnesses are quicker than we thought, or take longer than we thought. So I obviously am very interested in keeping the trial moving, which is what we're going to do right now.
That's great, Judge.
Okay,
And
that's
we
pretty good.
indicated let's just have
And with
defense
the
counsel's
$5
witnesses
Canadian
ready to go,
super chat
as
from
we
Tara
have,
again.
and
Right,
we're gonna go
when? That's all I want to know. Like what day?
I don't
Even a
think
day.
they don't
That's-
know. They
Okay.
don't know. It doesn't sound like it's going to be today.
Well, that was
If
my
they
big
have 9
concern.
witnesses.
Last night I was emailing them because I didn't know if they would get through today.
Okay, sometimes the witness is 10 minutes long.
I
It
understand.
might be today. It
It's
might
not
be.
your first rodeo, Miss Smith.
Which is why I've
Yeah.
seen this unfold before. And when
Okay.
they said our case will be done by the end of the week, that's far, far sooner than we've ever expected, which is fine and great news.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to plan.
I understand. I've been there many, many, many times.
Listen,
So
Miss
let's do it.
Smith,
Thanks, Jeff.
this is part of your job. It is extremely frustrating. Yes, we understand. It's extremely frustrating, but it's still part of your job. That's what you deal with as a trial attorney. You don't know. You need to be prepared. It's part of what makes trial fun to some extent. I love trial. I absolutely love trial. And it's all of this stuff that makes it fun and exciting. But she needs to tell her side and not from her lawyer or the whole DA. Either of them, they have been concocting what they want her to have thought. Yeah, so that's the concern, right? If the jury is thinking this, if the jury is thinking, well, I want to hear it from her. We've heard it from the attorneys. We've heard it from the other witnesses. I want to hear it from her. That's why she's going to need to take the stand. But at the end of the day, she needs to take the stand because the defense promised. Oh my God, quit pitching, suck it up. Also turn up volume. How's my volume compared to the court, by the way, guys? Is it comparable? Prosecutors are jerks here. Yeah, but we do the same thing, just litigators in general. Like, we don't necessarily... Trial is a very fluid thing. Depending on how the prior witness went, depending on how the testimony from the prior witness went, you might want to call a different witness as your next witness. So it's trial strategy, and no one can dictate that to you.
And then would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Sam Marsban, first name is S-A-M, last name M-A-R-Z-B-A-N.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jury what your occupation is and how long you've been doing that?
I'm a detective lieutenant at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. It'll be 20 years in July.
And as a lieutenant in your capacity right now, what are your duties?
I'm the commander of the City of Pontiac Detective Bureau.
And what does the City of Pontiac Detective Bureau do? What sort of investigation?
We do investigations, everything from minor property offenses all the way up to homicide.
All right, and in your over 20 years of experience, how many homicide investigations have you taken part in?
Well over 100.
Okay. I want to take you to November 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
All right. at some point were you informed?
Probably a
that
fair
there
statement,
was
Tara.
a school shooting at Oxford High School?
Yes, I was in the Pontiac substation. I was informed there was an active shooter at Oxford High School.
And what did you do?
I grabbed my radio, went down to my car, and there were other detectives gearing up, loading up in unmarked cars, and we went lights and sirens to Oxford High School.
Thank you, Tara, for the
And when you
$2
arrived, can you describe
the Toonie super
what
chat.
you observed when you pulled into the complex?
So we pulled in, there was a heavy presence on the north side of the building. So we moved around, we put our vehicles on the east side of the building, so there was some coverage there. And then we put our vests on, grabbed our rifles and went in through the east side of the building.
And if you know, do you know what time that was?
It was probably shortly after.
Lee
1
Becky
p.m.
with $10 super chat.
Okay,
So I
at
don't
that
forget and don't
When
have
you entered the
anything
building,
witty to say. Well, I
and you
appreciate
said
the
you grabbed your
$10
gear.
super
What
chat.
Can you describe what that means?
Out of the
ballistic
Becky.
vest, rifle, handgun, and police radio.
Okay. What information did you have when you entered the building?
As we were pulling in, we could see ambulances were leaving. There were still ambulances on scene. We knew that there had been several casualties, both fatal and non-fatal. As we were getting ready to go in, we learned that there was one suspect in custody. Everything was there's so much information coming in. It wasn't clear yet at that point if there was another person involved or not.
So it wasn't clear whether there was one shooter or more than one shooter.
That information was evolving as we're basically getting ready to go in.
Okay. When you entered the building, did you ever make contact with Lieutenant Willis, who's sitting next to you?
Yes, after we were searching the building and we evacuated some students, I did make contact with Lieutenant Willis.
Okay, so backing up, what was the first thing you did when you entered the building?
The first thing we did is I had a team of probably 3 other detectives that were with me, and we conducted a systematic search, making sure there was no other victims, no other shooters inside. There were still students locked in classrooms, and once we made those areas safe where we could safely evacuate them, we brought those students out. So they
You're talking about Larry Nasser?
taken to
The
other
defense
locations
counsel represented Larry
of that
Nasser,
family. Once that was all done, we did that primary search of the entire
liked
school.
little girls at
That's when I
Michigan
went to the
State
front
gymnastics
office and I
team.
met with,
USA
Lieutenant Willis and the other
gymnastics.
investigators.
Can you describe to the jury what that experience of coming across a classroom where there?
I'll be there
How
later.
did you evacuate that
At
classroom
some point this
safely?
evening.
And what were the difficulties in getting into the door?
Well, the doors have been locked and barricaded, so we had to identify ourselves. I was not one of the people communicating. I was more in a supervisory role, trying to coordinate with the radio and other teams that were searching the schools. But we wanted to make sure that there was a safe path, that we weren't going to bring them out into harm's way. So we made sure that whatever route out of the building that they had, there was police presence there.
Were there any other concerns evacuating kids other than their safety going through the hallways? Were you concerned about anything else?
Yes, obviously we didn't want them to be exposed to areas of the school that were a crime scene. The area that I had searched initially upon entry, there was no victims in the hallways.
Okay. What is it you do if you're trying to evacuate a classroom in a hallway where there are victims there? How did you shield those kids from that?
Basically, you would set up a screen that would be
No idea.
bring a law enforcement personnel.
No clue how this is
shielding
relevant
their
to
view
Jennifer's
from seeing
case.
what occurred.
Okay. About how long did it take you to direct these primary and secondary searches?
I was only involved in the primary search. I would say it was probably about an hour.
Okay. And you said at some point you went and met up with Lieutenant Willis or the command?
Yes, I met with Lieutenant Willis and other investigators from the Special Investigations Unit.
And I think sometimes we get lost about, we assume people know things. Talk to me about the ranking system at the sheriff's office. Lieutenant's a pretty high rank, is that right?
Yes, it'd be command officer,
Objection,
Right.
relevancy.
So who's above a lieutenant?
a captain.
Okay. And did you have any captains in the building that day?
I believe Captain Hill was there.
Okay.
I could hear his voice on the radio.
All right. Other than that, were there other lieutenants?
Lieutenant Willis, I think there've been some promotions since. I can't recall anyone
Okay,
else.
so what did you do when you were done with that?
No, because that's not really what the prosecution's trying to do. I think that's a lie. What the state or what the defense did say in the opening statement, which I think is true, is they want to put the blame on the parents and to try to combat this as a political attack, basically on firearms, because they don't like this and they're really trying to put a Band-Aid on a bullet wound rather than treating the wound itself. So I think the opening was actually really good. I have a clip of it in my review of day 1 and day 2, but I think it was really, really well crafted, the position that they put themselves in, that the defense did. I just don't like that they said the defendant was going to testify.
What was your responsibility?
I had,
What were you assigned to, or what did you choose to do?
I was requested to identify 2 of the deceased victims that were in the hallway.
Okay. And you said you've been involved in a lot of homicide investigations.
Yes.
Did this feel different to you?
Yes, it was kind of surreal with it being in a school, a place where kids are supposed to be safe. Most of them are, in houses that I've been involved in, or streets or businesses, so it was different.
Okay. Can you describe what
What,
you did?
Baker?
I met up with a school.
You're not
resource
showing up on my
outside
feed.
school,
Just wanted to make you happy because YouTube as a whole.
Counselor, I believe, was Pamela Fine, and then
Really?
Jim Rourke, who was
So
a
dumb.
retired police officer and also school.
Tell your
security.
friends, everyone.
And we were tasked to identify 2 of the deceased victims.
And how did you do that, Lieutenant?
I went down to the south hallway where they were located.
Was that the 200 hallway?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
The first victim had a coat on her. They were covering basically her upper torso and her head. There was a backpack next to her. It wasn't on her. Deputy Freiberg was with me as well, and he looked through the backpack. found
Giant
the
featherless
school
bird.
documents,
And at some point, were you able to determine who that girl was on the floor?
Yes.
And who was it?
Hannah St. Juliana.
Okay. And what did you do?
This is
We
this is
looked at
nonsense.
the
This isn't relevant
mobile
to
phone
Jennifer's
that
case.
Jim Rourke had, and were able to identify her based on her school picture.
Okay. And what was the purpose of doing this?
So we can notify next.
Yes, this is Liv, Jung. This is Liv.
And what did you do next?
I went further east down that hallway. There was another female victim lying on the ground, again with a coat over her head.
Thank you,
and she was
Christine.
wearing a backpack.
She was still wearing it?
She was still wearing a backpack.
Do you know could you see where her
Seems
injury was?
cumulative.
Gunshot
It seems
wound to
not relevant.
And
It
what did you do?
seems overly
I
prejudicial.
went into that backpack. I found a wallet. I found a driver's license in that wallet with the name Madison Baldwin.
Hey, it's a dog's life. We've got a picture of a cat up, but that's okay.
She had
Dogs and cats love each other. But
blood
welcome.
and hair covering her face, so I ended up moving her hair out of her face to identify her from her driver's license.
Was anyone with you at the time?
Deputy Freiberg was with me. I believe Pam Fine was with me, and Jim Rourke, and there was other law enforcement personnel in the hallway.
Thank you. What did you do next?
I went back to the front office after we identified the 2. And then
I
was
thought she
requested
did,
to
KPM.
prepare a
I
search
thought she
warrant,
did limit it to just that
for
last
the
witness
shooter's residence.
and those photographs and be like, all right, this is it.
At that point, what did you have anything that was obtained from the shooter?
There should be no cross-examination, God willing.
Basically, so I can put the facts in.
I'll be right back.
Granted that court order.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant, I just want to back up. I need to ask that question first, which I think you knew. What was the purpose of the search warrants of the home?
To look for any more evidence related to the homicide investigation.
Okay. And is that something you normally do?
Yes.
All right. And I'm sorry, I interrupted you. What did you, as a matter of protocol, did you look at anything that was obtained from the shooter?
I did.
What was that?
There was a couple things I looked at. I'm sorry, was your question specifically what was obtained from the shooter?
Yes, and why did you need to obtain those things?
I looked at the shooter's cell phone. It was a locked screen. However, on the phone, when you could see that the messages had been received, so I could see what messages. I couldn't go into the phone, obviously, but there were messages displayed on the screen, and I could see what those text messages were and where they're from.
Were you the first person to look at that phone?
No.
Okay. Were you the first person to press the button so the screen would appear, if you know?
I don't even think I pressed any button. I don't know.
It's
If
okay.
you move the phone, sometimes when I pick up my personal phone, if I move it, the screen will light up and the lock screen will appear. So I can't recall if I pressed any buttons or not.
Okay. Where were you when you had the phone and it lit up?
I was in the front of the school by the administrative offices.
Okay. Is there anyone with you?
Yes.
Who was that?
Detective Anchor from the computer crime.
Okay. I'm going to put on the screen People's 343. I don't believe there's an objection, but I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, you said 3:40.
Oh, my Kinley's awake. Isn't it like 4 a.m. your time?
What's the shooter's phone?
It's the screen capture of the shooter's phone.
We have no objection. Thank you.
Oh, did we have a cougher again? What is this?
All right, Lieutenant, is that your hand?
Yes.
Okay. And what are we looking at?
This was the cell phone that was recovered from the shooter.
Okay. And we're going to try to magnify for a minute. The first message there, can you read what it says and who it's from?
The message is from Mom. It was sent 1 hour prior. It says, Ethan, don't do it. The second,
Hold on one moment. 1 hour prior to what exactly?
1 hour prior to whatever real time was, so 1 hour prior to 3:03 p.m. approximately.
Okay. Do you know when the shooting began?
12:51, I believe.
Okay. And how long?
We're trying to say that this
was
is a
Ethan's
prediction,
jump
that
to
she was able to foresee
um,
this.
After the shooting began,
She
how
sent
long
that
was
after
the time span between the shooting began and that text?
the
came
shooting
in?
began.
The exact time's not displayed on there. It's just the approximate of 1 hour, but I would say at least an hour after the shooting.
Okay, we have that in another exhibit, but, okay, and the next text, who's that from and what does it say?
Says, Dad, Ethan, call me now.
All right, and then the next text,
It's from a phone number that is not listed as a contact. And it says, did you get shot?
okay. Is it, I don't want to ask a leading question.
Who is that phone number? Who is this last phone number saying, did you get shot? I want to know. This is probably another school kid, right? And so the school kid is probably looking around and not seeing Ethan because he's in custody and wondering if he got shot, not thinking no one suspected that he was the shooter, right?
Were you able to tell from that screenshot what order those are in? Is the top one the most recent text? Or is
Yeah,
the
I'm going to
bottom
back
one?
that up just a touch.
It's from a phone number that is not listed as a contact. And it says, did you get shot?
Okay,
Just wanted to
Is it-
screen grab it.
I don't want to ask a leading question. Were you
Yeah,
able to tell
go.
from that screenshot what order those are in? Is the top one the most recent text or is the bottom one the most recent text?
The top, or I'm sorry, the bottom would be the most recent.
Okay. And at that moment, it says, what is it, 47 minutes?
No,
ago?
he's not in an adult prison.
Yes.
Okay. All right. What, if anything, did you perceive when you looked at that phone? Did it cause any concern for you?
With the other information that I had, provided knowledge that the senders of those text messages.
Objection, Your Honor, is to speculation of what Mrs. Crumbley's knowledge was. That would be speculation.
So, I don't think he got a chance to say, but
Okay, can you repeat the question?
yeah, but I just asked him to finish the answer because I don't think he's talking about her knowledge. Talk to me about what, you said you did a search warrant for the electronics included, correct?
Yes, I was referring to my knowledge.
Yes, I know that, Mr. Reagan,
Okay.
let you finish, but go ahead.
So it provided me with information that the sender of these text messages were aware of. the
Your
service.
Honor, this is, again, the
Yeah, this
sender
is
of the text
speculation.
messages was aware. He cannot testify to what the sender of text messages was aware of. If that's speculation.
Your Honor, I'll move on.
I guess it is.
This is information that he is receiving in real time, to.
It's not
perform his
present
duties of
sense
investigation.
impression. It's
He
not,
doesn't, he,
it's not present
we're
sense
simply
impression.
trying to,
Okay, if it is present sense impression, it's still hearsay, and you just say, as a result of what you saw, what did you do next?
establish
Check down the
why
listener.
and what he did next.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I think the jury gets it.
And Your Honor, when I object, I would ask that the court consider the objection prior to Ms. McDonald's.
Sustained.
Thank you.
one moment. I have a right to respond to an objection because that's.
Okay,
the
Sit
court rules
down,
of the court.
Karen.
I'm not gonna ask the question before the court rules, but I do, before the court rules on the objection,
Okay, but when she objected, you didn't respond to the objection.
I was trying to respond. I really was. I'm trying to explain to the court that this is what we're doing. So
Okay, all right, well, it's.
I'm not
objection
gonna
is-
start asking questions without a rule.
Okay,
Lieutenant, what concerned you about this and what did you do next?
It concerned me, there was relevant information on electronic devices related to the shooting that had occurred. With that, I viewed the surveillance video from the school, and I also observed the firearm that was used in the shooting in preparation for the search warrant. So it helped me basically collect information that what we might be looking for in the home that we were seeking the search warrant for.
Okay, and do you know Special Agent Brandon from the ATF?
I did.
Okay, he testified early in these proceedings. Was he
Already
present
need the
with you at
stress
school and assisted in any way?
I do remember seeing him in school.
Okay. What did you do? Well, can you tell the jury what you requested in your affidavit for a search warrant and why?
What I requested was any and all evidence related to,
Karen was a judge in 2012. She was reelected. Oh no, 2016. She was reelected in 2018, and then she only served a year before she voluntarily stepped down and ran for prosecutor in 2020.
homicide investigation, which included firearms, ammunition, firearms accessories like holsters or magazines, notes, receipts, electronic devices to include tablets, computers, cell phones, because we know that in these types of investigations, messages could be sent to other individuals.
Does he
that
look
might
like
be
Owen
witnesses
Wilson's
or,
brother? This
be a
witness.
part of that investigation in addition to plans. So I guess that's just it.
At that point, were you informed or did you observe anything in the shooter's backpack that was found in one of the bathrooms?
I did not look through his backpack.
Okay, so what did you do next?
Hey,
I
welcome
did have
to
my
the
laptop. I left,
layman community.
Quickly, I had to have my laptop brought to me to the school, and I sat there, I typed out a search warrant and swore to that search warrant from the school, and then once it was authorized, I let my detectives that had secured that residence, that the judge had signed the court order, and they could begin searching.
Did you speak to any of the students in the school that day?
I did.
Who did you speak to?
I believe his name was Keegan.
And can you tell the court why you spoke to Keegan and where?
Sorry, I wanted to wait a second. Welcome to the membership. If you guys are a new member, make sure you click the member tab, take the link to my Discord, where I have all the documents associated with this case that I have anyways, motions, orders, photographs, things like that, and enjoy.
he was during the shooting?
I spoke to him very briefly.
Morning, atheist.
He was, when I talked to him, he was in one of the counselor's offices. And in my role, I was in a supervisory role over the detective bureau, so I was trying to assist Lieutenant Willis, and I was directing my detectives basically to handle the interviews. And then I learned that Keegan had witnessed a homicide in the bathroom, and he was obviously very shaken up, and he was sitting in the counselor's office. Partly, I didn't want him to be alone, so I directed Detective Stevens to stay with him and gather information from him.
And do you know that victim's name? You're talking about Justin Schilling, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
Probably did.
did you speak to Keegan because he had information that you needed about the shooter?
Yes, he did have information about the shooter as well.
Okay. Was that bathroom the site of the last student that was murdered?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you direct or ask anybody to go to the house after you wrote the search warrant or while you were writing it?
While I was writing it, I
Yeah.
asked them to go to the house.
Do you remember who you asked?
Monica, it was
And
very
then I-
political at the beginning,
Um,
and I think she's now
several
stuck with
different
it.
Detectives there at that time. Lieutenant Hicks before he was promoted, he was Sergeant Hicks, so he was my partner in the detective bureau. So I told him we need to get a team to go secure that house. I believe it was him, Detective Stoyak, and Detective Steele.
And what?
I did a stream. So there was a committee hearing in Lansing regarding some new stupid gun laws in Michigan, which are all unconstitutional, are getting challenged right now. But Karen testified during that hearing, and I did a stream with it all, but then I didn't realize that I didn't have the volume up, so I scrapped the whole stream because you couldn't hear anything that was being said. But Karen testified, Karen the prosecutor, and a bunch of people. This is very political, the first year or so.
What can you tell the jury what that means?
They used to push all kinds of legislation.
Basically, it's a protected suite. So your purpose isn't to search for evidence yet while you're waiting for that search warrant to be signed, but you want to make sure there is no one in that structure destroying any evidence before you can get that search warrant, because obviously it does take time to draft the document and get the judge to authorize it. So it was basically preventative from allowing stuff to be destroyed or taken out of the house.
Prior to drafting the search warrant, did you watch any surveillance video?
I did.
Can you tell the jury what you viewed?
I watched the surveillance video of that south hallway. I believe the 200 hallway shows the shooter going into the bathroom, coming out moments later, and then immediately the shooter began firing at students as he walked east down that hallway.
Were you able to determine what weapon was used?
Yes.
How did you determine that?
The weapon, by the time I saw that weapon, it was already brought to the front of the school.
Objection, cumulative,
crime
relevant.
specialist,
Well, it's
Dr.
relevant,
Rachel
but it's
Grace
cumulative.
Had it in her possession.
Unduly
It was collected
prejudicial.
in an evidence box.
It's repetitive.
Say 9mm handgun.
Same stuff we've heard already from other
Okay,
witnesses.
how
We're
long
trying
did
to
it
put
take
the
the
jury
search-
to sleep.
For the search warrants to be signed and authorized by a judge?
Probably it was under an hour, I would say.
Okay, and what did you do once you obtained the search warrant?
I called, I can't remember which detective I called, but one of the detectives on the scene, I told them that it had been authorized.
When you say on scene, you mean,
I'm sorry, on scene, at the house.
all right, and when you say the house, you're talking about 112 East Street in Oxford, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and just for the record,
Well,
did you
thank you.
determine who lives there
I did.
and who lives there?
The shooter lived there, James and Jennifer Crumbley lived there as well.
Had you met any of those three people before that day?
No,
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to meet Jennifer Crumbley?
yes,
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do. She's sitting at the defense table with glasses and a gray jacket on.
All right, may the record reflect he's properly identified the defendant.
No, it may not reflect.
Do you remember about what time that you arrived on scene at the house?
I would say it was about 6:30 p.m.
Okay, what did you do?
The detectives there were already searching the residence. I checked on them, making sure that,
Okay, I want to back up because we can't assume. How did they know that the search warrant was authorized?
I called and told one of them.
Okay, and once you make that call, then you instruct them to start the search?
Yes.
Okay. How long do you think that they had been searching by the time you got there?
Maybe an hour.
Okay. What did you observe when you arrived? Was there anything going on outside, or was everybody inside?
Everybody was inside. I think there was uniformed cars outside as security.
Okay, did you just have
Pull this up.
individuals from the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, or were there other law enforcement agencies?
Brett Brandon from the ATF was there as well.
Okay, Special Agent Brandon.
Oh, I misspelled
Yes.
it. Hang on.
Um,
Damn it. Let me start over.
Did you have an opportunity to interact with Jennifer Crumbley?
I did.
Can you tell the jury how that came to be?
They were not there when I first arrived. They ended up showing up, I would say probably about 15 minutes later. Then by they, I mean James and Jennifer.
Did someone ask them to return to the home?
I believe so.
And do you know who that was?
There we
I'm
go.
not 100% sure.
Did you ask that they return to the home?
I did not. I did not have contact.
Now the
with
new
them prior.
pull is up.
Okay. Did you want them to return to the home?
Yes.
Why?
They had cell phones in their possession.
Okay. In a typical homicide case, do you seize the parents' phones?
If I determine that there's relevant information to the
Thanks, Sue.
homicide investigation, yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury why you thought, I assume, were their phones, did you think they were relevant to the investigation?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury why?
Based on the information I learned at the school, I learned that a parent had been there earlier in the day with the shooter regarding drawings that were made on an assignment that were disturbing. Also, I had observed the shooter's phone that had messages that were related to the shooting.
And was there a particular message on that screenshot that made you want to search the phone?
Yes.
What was it?
And don't do it.
And who said
Golden
that?
mirror. That's exactly what I
Mom,
think.
Jennifer Crumbley.
All right. Can you explain what happened when Jennifer and James Crumbley returned to the home?
The search was still ongoing by detectives, so I had them sit in the front living room when they came in.
Is he creepier than the
I
ATF
explained to
guy?
them the process.
Who's creepier, the witness or this
James
ATF
asked
guy?
for an itemized list of the items that were taken out of the home. And
Yeah, don't do
explained
that
to them
on television.
We have a copy of the search warrant, the court order authorizing what we were taking, and then we leave tabulations, basically a receipt, just documenting what items that we had taken. I instructed them that I did need both of their cell phones.
And then how did Jennifer react to that?
She was not happy about that.
Okay, when you say she wasn't happy, what do you mean? Describe what that means.
She did not want to give me her phone. She seemed irritated about it initially. She was not turning it over promptly.
Did she say, I'm not giving it to you, or I don't want to give it to you, or did she say anything?
I don't remember the exact language, but I believe it was that she did not want to give it to me.
Okay, then what happened?
I explained to her that, it's part of the court order, part of the search warrant, and it was necessary that we collect the cell phone. That's when James interrupted and basically explained to her he's going to get that cell phone one way or another, might as well just turn it over to him. And then she did turn it over.
And when you say she turned it over, what does that mean? She gave it to you?
She handed it to me.
Okay. And what did you do next?
She was concerned about having phone numbers for family members. I allowed her to, took a sheet of paper and I allowed her to write down necessary phone numbers out of her phone. And then,
I want to back up a bit. How did you get into the phone? Was
she
there a
gave me the
passcode?
password.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm going to make a clear record. Was it password protected?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay, and how did you get the password?
She provided the password to me.
And can you tell the jury what that exchange was like?
Again, she did not want to give the password, we have the capabilities, obviously, with our computer crimes.
No, you
unit.
don't.
We have a search warrant, we can bypass. the
No, you
security.
can't. Well,
Um,
not if it's an iPhone,
Did you explain that to her?
I believe I did.
unless you're in
Okay.
Israel.
And did you tell her that that's what you were going to do if she didn't give the password?
Yes.
Okay, so did she finally give it to you?
He lied to you,
All
Jen.
right. And then you said you allowed her to write down some things. What did she write down?
She wrote down some phone numbers from contacts out of her phone.
All right, and did you instruct the defense?
She has a right to not provide him with that phone number or with the passcode. That is her Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. Why is there not an objection to this saying, Judge, she has the right to say no and not incriminate herself. So therefore, there should be no questioning about this to give the inference that she was doing anything improper or not cooperating with law enforcement when it was her right that she was exercising under the Fifth Amendment. Why was there no objection to this? Sorry, I'm
to
taking
do
notes.
anything,
I'm not looking at the chat,
after
but
you
that was just
seized
my
their
thought.
phones?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that was?
I told them they needed to contact them. They needed to get, she was concerned about being able to call people, so I instructed her she could go get a replacement, basically a prepaid phone from a local store, and that it was important that we had that number, that she was to contact either myself or Sergeant Joe Bryan.
Did you ask them, ask her?
We
to
are
do that in a
in
timely
Sixth
way,
Circuit.
Or did you not mention when?
I don't think they could
like that?
compel in Michigan.
I don't recall specific language, but I believe it was important that we had that number that night. I don't remember what my wording was, but I would say timely, yes.
Okay, are you aware if they did provide those new phone numbers?
They did not provide it to me. I don't know if they
I
provided.
just want to know a little secret. Okay. So you have your phone. This is for an iPhone only. Okay. And so you can access with your fingerprint or your face or whatever like that. But you hold the power button and the volume up for 4 seconds, and now it's locked. And now the only way you're getting into this is typing in the physical passcode. It won't work with fingerprint. It won't work with face. It won't work with anything except for the actual passcode. 4 seconds, the power up button and the volume up button and the power button, and now it's locked. The only way you're getting into it is with the passcode. And you do not have to provide that passcode.
I didn't do Sergeant Bryan or not.
Okay. What is the protocol when you seize a phone and there's a search warrant to search the information on a phone?
First thing I do is I put it into airplane mode. That way it cannot be remotely wiped. So once we put it in airplane mode, it's basically, again, a preservation to prevent the destruction of the information on that phone.
Okay. The exchange about the seizing of the phones, what did you say in response to that resistance, if anything?
I believe I just explained it wasn't an option not to take the phone. It was a court order.
Jared with the
I'm trying to be
$2
professional.
super chat. He told them to get the phones, but made a big deal. Yeah, it sounds like it. They're trying to paint her as guilty because she didn't want to turn over the phones. Who wants to turn over their phone? Raise your hand in chat if you're like, yeah, cool. Let's just have anybody have access to our phone. No big deal. Even the police, no problem. Let's let them have access to the phone. If you're cool with that, raise your hand.
Well, I would say we're going to take the phone, and I didn't want her to try and resist us taking the phone.
Was there any discussion about?
Yes, you can
the
still do that
students
even if the police have a search
who
warrant.
were injured or killed
You have
in
to
high
hand over the
school
phone,
by
not the information.
defendant?
Not by the defendant, no.
Did you see anything about that?
Yes.
What did you say?
I could tell she was kind of frustrated about the situation, the phone, things like that, and I explained to her.
Your objection to hearsay as to what this officer said.
His statements are, what is the objection?
About what she said to
my
your client,
objection-
what she said to your client?
About what he said to my client. My client's statements are clearly not hearsay. I'm objecting to what he said to my client as hearsay.
That's an appropriate objection. I've been arguing that for years, and nobody understands that even the witnesses out of court statements can't be offered for the truth of the matter asserted. They are hearsay because they're out of court statements. Anyways, who is the sausage guy next to Karen? He is the lead investigator. He's the lead guy. Whatever. He hasn't testified, I don't think, yet.
He's the declarant. It's not an out of court statement. He's the actual person testifying.
Read the rules.
and
Read the
additionally,
hearsay
this
rules.
is
It
giving
doesn't make an
context to
exception
the
for the
exchange
declarant.
at the house with the defendant.
Your Honor, there is no I said it exception to hearsay, so even
Exactly.
though he's the declarant,
She's
there's
arguing
no I
this.
said it exception where he can still testify to hearsay.
That's true.
Your Honor,
That's true. Oh my God. Okay. I have a whole rant. I pulled it down because I thought it was stupid. I have a whole rant, a stream that I did like a year ago or 2 years ago now, after I got out of a hearing about the hearsay, this very issue. Ooh, I'm
I
excited.
believe that his statements about what he did during the
Vindicated.
investigation, which I've elicited several times while he's been on the stand, are relevant to show what he did and why he did it.
Just because there have been things that I have not objected to doesn't mean that I couldn't have objected
Okay.
to. But I'm objecting at this point. It's not legally correct.
Okay, so I guess one question is whether they're being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
If they are, can I respond to that?
Yeah, well, let me back up a little bit. Mrs. Crumbley did not ask you a question about that, about what
No,
happened if there are fatalities at the school.
correct.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
His statement to Mrs. Crumbley about what happened at the school is not being offered to prove what happened
Probably,
at the school. We've proven that 100 different ways, unfortunately. It's being offered to show what he did and the response of the defendant.
Yeah, I'm gonna allow it. It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, right?
Thank you.
Well, we still
What-
understand that it is hearsay, right? Oh my God. So many times people have tried to admit their text messages, not for my client's responses, but for to say, look, I told my client or I told the other side this. Look, see, it's here in this text. It's hearsay. It's hearsay. You can't. And you could cross-examine my client. Oh, I had a whole rant about this. I'm glad to be vindicated.
You say to the defendant.
I told her that there were several dead kids and kids that were shot in the school, and this was significant incidents and was already on the national news, and even the president had addressed it.
How did you know that?
From seeing the news cameras outside and speaking to other people
Okay.
on scene.
Was
Yeah, I know. They still
Jennifer
allowed it in.
Crumbley
Okay,
crying?
No,
I'll put it back up.
Was Jennifer Crumbley, what were her mannerisms or gestures at that point?
she seemed irritated and frustrated. I remember taking notes down, and she made a statement to me saying that lives were lost today and he's going to have to suffer. And I found that odd, the way she said it.
Why?
Because she was referring to a person that was her son. I've been involved in multiple homicide investigations where I've talked to relatives and parents that their children had taken lives, and normally it was.
Your Honor, I'm
Objection.
objecting to the relevance of what other people have said. Obviously, her statement is allowed. The detective testified to what she said.
Jury can
But
make
drawing
the
conclusions about what she was thinking as she said it is speculation.
Response?
He's not drawing conclusions about what she was thinking. He's drawing conclusions about what he was thinking. He said he found it odd, and I'm asking him why. And I think in the course of this investigation, an officer's perceptions about the defendant's statements and they're being odd compared to what he sees in over 100 different homicide investigations are absolutely relevant. In addition, we are proving our burden, as the court instructed the jury, is to prove gross negligence and what a person using ordinary care would have to do to prevent injury or death to somebody else. And her statements and how they compare to any person, reasonable, ordinary person, are definitely relevant.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I have to continue, I have to argue based on this argument. This detective who is very experienced
It's so
has
bad. I'll
never
just pull it up.
investigated
Here's a link
a
for it all, you
mass
guys.
shooting at a school. So he does not have awareness of how parents of mass shooters typically respond, because this is a first.
I don't think he said that. I think he has interviewed or had contact with parents whose children have killed people before. So to the extent that you're speculating about, you hadn't met her before this, right?
Correct, Judge.
So, okay, so you can't speculate about what she's thinking, how she's feeling, how she would normally respond. Okay, there's some people that, when someone falls, they laugh, which might seem inappropriate, but that's how that person is, right? But you can testify about your experience, why you thought it was odd based on your experience in interacting with other parents who had children who had killed people.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Can you continue with why you thought it was odd? Can you tell a jury?
Yes, the language of suffer struck me as odd. Most of my experience as well, even
I want to stop you. What do you mean suffer? Explain to me what you mean the language of suffer.
said he's going to have to suffer.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm glad you're
Most of
here.
my experience as well, there's going to be consequences, or we understand the severity of the situation. That the choice of words "suffer" was odd to me.
My son just unalived 4 people. He's going to have to suffer the consequences. Was that the statement? He's going to have to suffer the consequences. I got so excited on the stupid hearsay rule that I lost the quote. Was it that he's going to have to suffer the consequences? I feel like suffering the consequences is a generic term. It's something that people use. Yeah, the jury is present right now during all of this. He's going to have to pay. He's going to have to suffer the consequences. That's a generic term.
Nothing further.
He's going to suffer. Oh, okay.
Thank you. Detective, when you testified about the giving Mrs. Crumbley the search warrant for the phone, it's fair to say, at least to your knowledge, Mrs. Crumbley has never had a search warrant to take her phone away from her, correct?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
And when she was expressing concerns to you about not having her cell phone, one of those concerns was that she would not have phone numbers to people on her contact list. Is that true?
Yes, that's why I allowed her to copy her contact list.
She also expressed concern that if she didn't have her phone, she would have no way to call people. I guess what I'm saying is that was the only phone of Mrs. Crumbley that you were taking with the search warrant, correct?
I'm sorry, but you said that was the only phone?
You took one phone for Mrs. Crumbley.
Yes,
There
You don't
Ask a
believe
pointed
she
question.
had other cell phones at that time.
I did. I would not know if she did or not.
So when you were taking that cell phone, if that was her only phone, it would be fair to say she wouldn't have a phone to use after that.
Yes, that's why I suggested she go purchase another phone from a store that was open.
You suggested she go and purchase what some people refer to as burner phones or track phones.
A prepaid phone, yes.
So you can go to a store, buy a prepaid phone, and it'll have a different phone number, correct?
Yes,
And you advised the Crumbleys, in order to have phones, go ahead and buy these phones.
I suggested, yes, she should buy another phone and provide that number to us.
You did allow Mrs. Crumbley to sit down and write.
I like that because a lot of this has been made about the fact that they had, quote, burner phones, right? So this officer suggested that is good. That's good for so far.
Contact
Press
numbers
is good.
out so that she could put them in whatever phone she bought.
Yes,
And you're aware that by that night, the Crumbleys did purchase track phones? And if you're not aware, just let me know.
I learned later in the investigation, but I wasn't involved in
Exactly,
that
just
part of
Jen.
Okay, fair enough. Again, very quickly, you had never met with or had any dealings with Mrs. Crumbley.
That's correct.
You have never seen her react to anything in life, a pet dying, a person dying, bad news about a job, anything like that.
My only encounter with her was at that house.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
Cool. Nice. Short, sweet, to the point.
You can step down. Who's the next witness?
David Hendrick.
You're the next
David
witness.
Hendrick. I like the first name.
He's in the hallway.
I like that first name. Oh, I'm just so excited. Okay, so I tweeted out my I made my hearsay video public. It's in my office. It's really bad. I'm just kind of rambling. I'm just really frustrated. But I tweeted out my hearsay video that I did. I'm just happy to be vindicated on that.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please be seated. And you
I'll
state
accept
your
that
name for record
compliment.
and spell your first and last name.
David Hendrick, DAvidHendrick.
Go ahead, prosecutor.
Thank you. Sir, are you currently a member with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
I am not.
Okay. And were you at one point?
I was
How long did you work with the Sheriff's Office?
34 years.
Okay. You recently retired?
I did.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I would like to direct your attention to the days around November the 30th, 2021. When you retired, what was your rank?
Detective Sergeant,
In what unit were you assigned to?
the Fugitive Apprehension Team.
If you could, sir, please tell the jury what is the
Here we
Fugitive
go.
Apprehension Team?
It is a
They were
team
run-ins.
made up of a
They were
handful of
run-ins
sheriff
hard.
detectives that go out and look for people wanted for felony warrants. We either felony warrants that are issued by the Sheriff's Department or Sheriff's Department cases or other law enforcement agencies in the county that have requested our assistance.
Okay. And as of November of 2021, how long have you been assigned to the Fugitive Apprehension Team?
4 years, I believe.
Okay. And did you retire out of that unit?
I did.
So all told, how long did you spend as Detective Sergeant in the Fugitive Apprehension Team?
A little over 6.
6 years? Okay. Now, what roles did you have with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office before you were in the Fugitive Team?
Prior to that, I was assigned to our Special Investigations Unit for approximately 10 years.
And that's the unit that Lieutenant Willis heads up right now?
That is correct.
Okay. And what about before that?
Prior to that, I was assigned to our auto theft unit for a period of time. All those as sergeants. I was also assigned
Taking,
to our auto theft unit as a deputy prior to getting promoted to sergeant. And as a patrol investigator, which is a substation detective prior to that
Okay.
for a few years.
And then prior to that, were you on the road as a patrol deputy?
I was.
In your 6 years working with the Fugitive Apprehension Team, could you put a number on how many fugitives you saw?
Hundreds.
Okay.
Several hundred.
And that's probably a conservative number.
Yes.
Now, are you trained to locate someone who does not want to be found?
Yes.
Now, what are some things that a person might do if they don't
I
want to
don't
be
know.
located?
Leave their residence. They often will stop communicating with family, friends, things of that nature.
Okay. What about funds?
Yes, a lot of times they will try to rely on cash.
Why is that?
I think it's harder to track any type of financial transaction if you're using cash.
Okay. Now, as a detective sergeant in the Fugitive Apprehension Team, would it be fair to say that one of the first places you look for someone is at a home of a friend or family?
Yes,
Okay. So then would it be wise to not go somewhere where everybody knows who you are?
sure.
Now, specifically to the days after well, first of all, do you recall the Oxford High School shooting on November the 30th of 2021?
I do.
Okay. And were you working at that point?
I was not working that day.
Okay. So you didn't respond to the shooting scene itself, would that be right?
That is correct.
But you were with the Fugitive Apprehension Team then?
I don't have to. They choose to, McKinley.
Now, in the days the day or days after the shooting, were you asked to locate James and Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes,
And do you recall who tasked you with that assignment?
I believe Lieutenant Willis.
Okay. Tim Willis right here at the table?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when you were given that assignment?
I believe, not 100% positive, I believe it was like 2nd of December.
Okay. So the shooting was Tuesday the 30th, Wednesday the 1st would be the following day, then Thursday the 2nd. You think around that day?
I believe it was that day.
Okay. Now, what information did you have at your disposal when you were tasked with this assignment?
We had their basic information and their address, things like that, vehicles that they drove. Things of that nature.
Okay. So were you aware that their personal cell phones have been seized?
I believe we were, yes.
Okay. Were you aware that they had obtained track phones?
I don't recall if I was aware of that initially.
So just to be clear, they were not charged. Jennifer's not charged with like eluding police or fleeing police or anything like that. They're using it as a consciousness of guilt exercise. They're trying to say that because they ran and fled, they knew that they were guilty, which is a weak argument to begin with. I don't even know why this is allowed, because it's not like they pulled the trigger. This isn't a murder case or an intentional case. This is a negligent case, gross negligence, and they're not even the ones who actually did the unaliving. So to me, there's no connection. It's very disjointed, this argument that they went on the run because they knew that they were guilty. But they're not charged with that. She's only charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. That is it. There's no lesser included. There's no additional charges. It's just 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. But they weren't on the run. As Salvador said, that they weren't necessarily getting death threats, but they were getting nasty messages. There were people outside their homes. They couldn't go home for a while because it was being searched by the police. They were constantly getting phone calls, and they just sort of like disappeared from society. Or if you listen to the horse lady's testimony yesterday, the horse lady, who is Jen's friend, didn't want her around because of the chaos that it would cause. Nobody wanted them around. So they just like, all right, well, we'll just hang tight. They were in hotels for a bit. The news media showed up at the hotel. Then they went to a friend's place. What's important, this guy just testified to that they stopped communicating with friends and family. That's one of the things. They never stopped communicating with anybody. So it would be really good to see some good solid cross on this.
Yeah, I believe we were, yes.
Okay, that's fair. So what's the first thing you
I
did
have
when you-
no idea. I
what was
don't
the
know.
first thing you did when you were tasked
I don't
with
know the
this
pretrial motions on this.
Assigned the different members of my team to go out and check addresses, start looking for vehicles, start checking local hotels, things of that.
I will. I gave
So
her
when you
props
say
for
check
spotting
addresses,
that. She
what
did
sort of
good.
addresses?
Family addresses, friends,
Okay.
the home address.
Now, did you or a member of your team, were you able to uncover information that they stayed at a hotel November the 30th, 2021?
I believe so, but the specifics of what hotel I don't recall.
Okay, that's fair. You said you had the James and Jennifer's vehicles identified at that point.
Correct.
Okay, were you made aware that a vehicle was located?
Yes.
Tell me about that, please.
That vehicle was located in the city of Auburn Hills
Where at the city of Auburn Hills?
at an extended stay hotel,
Okay. And do you recall which day it was located?
December 2nd.
And what did you,
I misspoke, December 3rd.
okay, December
Located in
3rd.
the afternoon, December 3rd.
Okay. So when you received that information, what did you do?
I had everybody respond to that area to set up surveillance on that vehicle, check the hotel to see if they were still registered guests there.
Okay, and did you come to find out that they had been registered guests, they left that morning?
Yes, I'm not sure the exact date they left, but it very well could have been.
Okay. It's fair to say that they left and they left that vehicle there. Is that correct? Okay. So did you have a team member sitting on that vehicle conducting surveillance?
Yes.
Right. Did they ever return to retrieve that vehicle?
No.
And do you recall the type of vehicle that was?
I do not.
If I said Kia, does that sound right to you?
That does sound right.
Okay. At that point in time, well, by that point in time, were you aware that they had obtained the track phones?
Yes,
Okay. Did you learn at that point in time that they had obtained another set of phones as well?
I don't believe I knew that.
Okay. So that would be new information to you.
Yes,
Now, at the time the Kia was found, you said it was the afternoon of December the 3rd. That would have been a Friday. You had detectives conducting surveillance?
correct.
Okay. And tell us what happened next, please.
Well, that was, we sat and watched the vehicle all afternoon and all evening,
Of Friday the 3rd?
Friday the 3rd.
Okay.
And it was later in the evening of Friday the 3rd that I was made aware that their other vehicle had been located
And where was that located?
in the city of Detroit.
Now, prior to discovering that their other vehicle was located in the city of Detroit, were you aware that James and Jennifer Crumbley had been formally charged at noon on Friday the 3rd?
I was.
And what did you do with that information?
At that point, myself and one of the other detectives went to what we learned is their attorney's office and attempted to locate the vehicle that we had not found yet. And I spoke to their attorney.
Okay.
I heard the crackling of the chair, and I was like, "Somebody's here."
Yeah.
Welcome, Nicholas. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. So, has the defense attorney had a chance to screw this up yet?
No,
Okay.
not this one yet. The cross on the last witness was pretty good. Like sharp little points. That's all she needs. She just needs the little pokes, the little jabs. Don't go so broad. I think she's watching us. She's definitely watching my streams after the fact and picking up on some things that I've been laying down. So that's good.
Yeah.
This is going to be a critical witness because this is the one that's going to try to say that they were on the run, right? Consciousness of guilt kind of thing, and just like shame them into looking bad. So I'm really hoping the cross does well on this.
Yeah. I mean, if the facts are as I've heard, they were never on the run.
Yeah. I mean, I don't believe they were ever on the run. And I'm only basing that off of what the defense has argued and presented during the bond hearings, which was that we were in constant communication with our clients. We were in constant communication with the prosecutor's office. We were out of town. We were trying to get back. We said we'd walk them in Saturday morning. That would have been December 4th. Nobody from the prosecutor's office responded to us. And instead they did this all points bulletin, go find these people, track them down. They were never on the run. They were never stopped communicating. They weren't living at home because their home was sealed up for a while and searched by police. And then people were harassing them. And the last witness, one of the points that was made on cross is that the last witness was the one that took Jennifer's cell phone and told her to go get a burner phone. So it's not like she was getting a burner phone to go on the run. The police officer actually testified that he told her to go get a burner phone because I was taking your phone.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, this is not unusual that, okay, we need cops, investigators, whatever, say, we need your phone. Okay. How are you supposed to go on with your daily life? You need to do banking. You need to do this. You need to do that, the insurance and stuff like that. How do you do that? Phone. So you go get a new phone. I mean, yeah. Oh, and Mr. Jingles says hi. Or, yeah.
that cat's sleeping, not bugging me at all.
All
right.
This one here, yeah.
Yeah, people need phones.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I wanted to make sure that she was aware that a warrant had been issued and introduce myself as the person that was looking for them and try to broker a safe, event-free surrender.
Okay. And were you able to do that?
I was not.
Plus, I find it fascinating how quickly they charged these
Did the
parents.
defendant?
The shooting was on November 30th. 3 days later, they charged the parents.
Okay. And that was Friday, December the 3rd. Do you recall approximately what time you went there?
Midday, noonish, around shortly after noon.
And how long was that meeting at Jennifer Crumbley's attorney's office?
10 minutes. We weren't there very long.
Yeah, that'll be
What
a
happened
good
next?
question on cross.
We continue to do surveillance in the area in the event that they did show up back at the office. And then once the car was located, we responded to the first car being located.
Okay. So I take it the fugitive apprehension team doesn't just sit and wait when somebody doesn't show up at their attorney's office. So were other steps being taken?
Yes.
Tell me about that, please.
I had several other members of the team checking different addresses, checking hotels, all the things that we would normally do, continually looking.
And were you working with other law enforcement agencies at this point in time?
There were other law enforcement agencies that were offering their help, and they were actively looking in their areas as well.
Okay, and what agencies were those?
I believe
There's a
the
bunch of acronyms here.
U.S. Marshals, Border Patrol. I received calls from the ATF. I know I believe the state police were looking, the Detroit police were looking. Everybody in that general area was looking for the vehicle that was still unaccounted for.
USM.
Okay, and is that something that typically happens in a fugitive situation?
Depends on the case. One of this magnitude, yes, that information would have been put out as a, be on the lookout for that vehicle.
Okay. So as the detective sergeant in the fugitive team, you were the one fielding these offers for assistance?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, Rachel. The first witness wasn't that interesting, although on cross-examination, he was the one that told James and Jennifer to go get burner phones after he took their original phones. And now this
sir,
witness
this
is talking about how they did an APB looking out for them after the arrest warrant was issued. So they're trying to say like they were on the run. But the first cross-examination kind of pushed that back a little bit. And I'm hoping the cross-examination of this witness will also help.
Point in time, you have been tasked with this assignment by Lieutenant Willis. Is that correct?
Correct.
So who do you apprise of progress in a fugitive situation?
In this particular case, I was apprising Lieutenant
Cross
Willis,
went well this morning.
and
McKinley.
also Under Sheriff McCabe.
Okay.
He was calling me for regular updates.
And that's wholly a law enforcement function. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay, as in the sheriff's office, or if the Border Patrol or FBI or ATF were working with you?
Yes.
Now, after you had the detective sitting in Auburn Hills, and after you had been conducting surveillance at Jennifer Crumbley's
Yes.
attorney's office, do you recall
All of the
else?
agencies.
Bloomfield Township, I believe.
Okay. What you said you were notified of the vehicle being found in Detroit.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the approximate time that occurred?
I think it was close to 11 p.m., maybe shortly before 11 p.m.
Okay. And if I told you that the charges were formally read on noon on Friday the 3rd, would that sound correct?
Yes.
So tell me what happened when you received that information that another vehicle, the Crumleys, was located in Detroit.
At that point, I instructed one of my detectives to maintain contact with the vehicle that we had found earlier in the day. And then I pulled everybody else and we headed toward the address in Detroit.
Okay.
They're not talking about how they got the tip. They got the tip because they contacted mainstream media and put out an all points bulletin, and somebody saw the news article and was like, "Oh, I know that vehicle."
When you say everybody else, were people doing different things in different locations?
Yes, so several of the guys were right there on the car because that was the one thing that we knew we had. So they were sitting there. So yes, I pulled everybody off of that location and any other tasks that they were doing to head to Detroit.
Okay. What other tasks were other detectives doing if they weren't conducting surveillance?
Just searching records, looking for anything they could find that might lead us somewhere else.
Okay. How many members, if you can tell us approximately, are in the fugitive apprehension team?
At that time, I believe we had 7.
Okay. And were all 7 detectives assigned to this task?
Yes.
All right. Did you learn the address of the building where that second vehicle was found?
I did.
I said 1111 Bellevue Street in Detroit. Does that sound right to you?
That sounds correct.
Now give us an idea of where that is in the city of Detroit.
It would be, I guess, on the east side of Detroit near Belle Isle. just a couple blocks in from Jefferson there, which is the main drag that runs along there.
Okay, so close, so we're oriented near the Detroit River?
Yes,
Okay. And what's at that location?
that is an industrial building that it was multiple floors and had multiple different suites or rooms in it.
Okay. Tell me your observation when you arrived at that location.
When we first arrived, the Detroit Police Department was there. They had the vehicle blocked off so nobody could get in or out of the parking lot. It was the only vehicle I recall being in the parking lot. And there were several Detroit officers on scene at that point.
And we see several officers. Are we talking about 5 or 6, or we're talking about more of that?
What's that?
Sorry, Dave. I keep forgetting
Give us
that
an
I can write in your name.
Oh. There we go. They haven't even left the state. Yeah. I mean, they're not leaving the state. They're not even leaving the general area. They stayed at a hotel until the media showed up there, and then they stayed at another friend's place, right? Like you said, they usually stay at a friend's location. Okay, but they also stopped communicating with friends and family. They were constantly communicating.
How many officers were on scene?
Yeah.
That
And if
particular
we haven't heard that
night,
part yet.
There was
Yeah,
probably
Okay, but if you take their phone, of course there will be a break in communication.
Well, but the prior witness said when we took their phone, we told them to go get burner phones. They'll have new numbers and everything like that. And so, and the attorneys stated during the bond stuff that they were in constant communication with their client, and the defense attorneys were in constant communication with law enforcement in the prosecutor's office. So, I'm assuming this is all going to come up in cross.
20.
Okay. And did additional law enforcement personnel arrive as the night wore on?
They did.
Okay. And all told, could you give us an idea of how many police or federal agents were there on scene?
I'm guessing by the end of the night, there were probably around 100, I'm
Okay.
guessing.
And we say the end of the night. Did the night end with the apprehension of the defendant?
It did as far as my team was concerned.
Okay. So by that point in time, there were over 100 law enforcement personnel on scene.
I would estimate.
So you said you recall being notified that the second vehicle.
Testimony from one of the officers was that they confiscated their cell phones, and then they got 2 new cell phones. Those were confiscated by police at some point later, and then they got 2 more cell phones, and those were taken when they were finally arrested. That was a testimony that we had earlier in this case. Not that they had 4 phones on them when they were arrested. So we'll see if the state's witnesses contradict each other.
Vehicle was located in Detroit around 11 p.m. on Friday the 3rd.
I believe shortly before 11, but around 11.
Okay. Do you recall about what time you arrived there?
We got down there pretty quick that hour of night, probably 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. And so we're talking about 11:10, 11:15-ish, and I don't want to guess, so just tell me if that sounds right.
Or a little bit earlier.
Or a little bit early, okay. And there were already about 15 or so, at least, officers on scene?
Yes.
So, once you arrived on scene, did you coordinate with other officers?
Yes, I talked to whoever was in charge, the sergeant or the lieutenant, I'm not sure what his rank was.
Okay.
Detroit Police Department up there.
And then was a plan formed to search that industrial building?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
As more officers arrived, we were able to gain access to the building, and we kind of formulated a plan that several of us would search the second and I believe 3rd floor of the building, and the Detroit Police Department was going to search, their SWAT team was going to search the 1st floor.
Okay. And sir, you've been a part of searches for fugitives in buildings in the past, I take it?
Yes.
Okay, give us an idea of what that looks like.
It's a very slow, methodical process.
James, I believe James was a contractor, but he was out of work and doing DoorDash, and Jennifer was a marketing director for a real estate agent group.
Slowly approach every door. You do your best to make sure that obviously no one gets hurt inside or outside. You make entry in, and then you search every place inside of the room you're in that could possibly hold an individual.
Okay. Is this a quiet endeavor or is noise made?
It can be quite noisy.
Okay. And it's quite noisy the night of December the 3rd, 2021?
Yes, it was very noisy.
So you had I think you said 7 detectives at your disposal in your particular team?
Yes,
Okay. And there were other teams conducting searches at the same time?
yes,
So each team was searching different areas of the building, would that be right?
yes, we searched, each team kind of was responsible for a certain floor of the building.
Okay. And were there police vehicles on the perimeter of this building?
Yes,
Okay. Can you give us an idea of how many police vehicles you saw?
dozens.
Now, sir, did you subsequently learn that an acquaintance of the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley, had a studio in that industrial building?
I learned that at some point, yes.
Okay. So you weren't involved in the actual apprehension of the defendant or her husband, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And tell us, if you know, how the apprehension occurred.
I believe that when the Detroit.
But he wasn't there.
Team searched that room.
Isn't this
they were
hearsay?
located inside of that room.
This is
Well,
clear
I guess you're not
hearsay.
really saying what they said.
Do you recall the time that occurred where they were found?
Approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, I would think.
Okay, so
somewhere
that'd
in
be Friday,
I
I'm sorry,
would
Saturday,
think.
December the 4th.
How is this allowed?
What's that?
He said, I would think.
Yeah, I know. Call us for speculation, objection, hearsay.
Yeah.
He has no personal knowledge. I don't think it's being contested as to how they were picked up. I think the reason why they were picked up there is the issue. So they're probably just going to let it go.
Mm.
Hey, Mo.
Hey, Mo.
My headphones are all kinds of screwed up
Were
again.
they turned over to you?
Yes.
Okay, and then what happened?
Myself, and 2 other officers transported them directly back to the sheriff's office. They were in each of their vehicles and I was following.
Okay, and just so the record is clear, do you see Jennifer Crumbley in court today?
I do.
Can you please point her, describe something she's wearing today?
Great. Blazer.
Would the record reflect identification of the defendant?
Record will reflect the correct identification of the defendant.
I have nothing further.
Thank you.
You pull up. Is this this witness a better
Yeah,
cop
morning,
or Santa?
afternoon. Good morning. You have obviously a lot of experience with law enforcement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In addition to your position where you're tasked with tracking down fugitives, you also have additional experience as a police officer who has arrested people in the past, correct?
Yeah.
And there are different ways that a person accused of a crime can come into custody of the sheriff's department. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, so if you see a crime take place, you can immediately go and arrest that person upon seeing a crime take place.
Yes.
You have the ability to go to the court, present facts, and ask the court to sign an arrest warrant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if an arrest warrant is issued and outstanding, if a police officer were to pull someone over for a traffic stop that had a warrant, they could be taken into custody at that point.
Yes.
And that has happened before, where during a routine traffic stop, you see, oh my gosh, this person has a warrant, yes?
Yes.
It's also possible when warrants are issued that there are arrangements, and you're not a part of this. The defense attorney and the prosecutor can make arrangements.
This is exactly where she should
For
go.
the defendant to turn themselves in to the court.
I can't speak to arrangements that would be made.
But you are aware of them, sir.
Possibly, yes.
There are people who, when they have an outstanding arrest warrant, show up to the court to get what's called arraigned.
Just
on the
ask
warrant.
if he's aware of them.
Now, you testified, and I think at one point you said you were sort of watching the vehicle, the Kia, on December 2nd. Was that incorrect, or was it December 3rd?
It was December 3rd.
Okay, so on December 3rd, you began watching the Kia that was in the hotel parking lot at what time?
Midday. I don't recall the exact time.
So you began watching the vehicle, the Kia, midday, and you never saw either of the Crumbleys return to that Kia, correct?
I do too. I noticed my
It
chair
was
squeaking.
midday on the 3rd that the prosecutor's office announced there was a warrant out for Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley.
Correct.
And on that day, you did not speak with Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley. They did not make any statements to you, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you stopped by an attorney's office. It's fair to say that was my office.
That's correct.
And we met very briefly, actually in the hallway of my office.
Correct.
And during that meeting, I told you, I am trying to make arrangements for my client with the prosecutor.
Judge, I have to object. Counsel can't be a lawyer and a witness.
She's not
The court
making
has
herself
talked
a
about this
witness.
since March of 2022.
Correct.
We have a
I'll
waiver.
withdraw, I'm sorry.
She's
I'll withdraw
not
the
making
question.
herself a witness. Don't withdraw.
If
Oh
there
my
were
God.
any arrangements
Well, it got out
being
there.
made between a lawyer and the prosecutor, you're not aware of those arrangements, correct?
Correct.
Do you pay attention if the lawyer files an appearance with the court, letting the court know Mrs. Crumbley has a lawyer?
Not typically, no.
So you would not be aware if Mrs. Crumbley had officially hired a lawyer and they filed an appearance saying, I'm representing Mrs. Crumbley.
Normally, no.
So that night, you testified that ultimately you ended up over in Detroit where the other vehicle of Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley was found.
Correct.
Now, when the other vehicle of Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley was found, you have no idea how that vehicle got to Detroit.
Correct.
You have no idea if Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley rode in the car together or if one of them drove that vehicle there.
Correct.
You also have no idea why they may have left a vehicle at the hotel in Auburn Hills, correct?
Correct.
And knowing that they stayed at a hotel in Auburn Hills, we can agree that Auburn Hills is close to this courthouse.
Correct.
Auburn Hills is located in between essentially this courthouse and Oxford. Is that a fair statement? And I don't know the geography real well, even though I live there.
You can say that.
Okay, so we know that one of their vehicles is local in Auburn Hills, correct?
Correct.
And the location in Detroit is less than an hour from here.
Correct.
Now, when you went to that building where Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley were ultimately found, that building you described as an industrial building, correct?
Yes.
You testified that there are multiple suites within the building.
Yes.
And it's fair to say there are several businesses that operate out of that building.
Yes.
It is not an abandoned building.
No.
It is not an abandoned warehouse.
No.
So if there were ever comments made that Mrs. Crumbley was found in an abandoned warehouse, that was simply incorrect.
It was not an abandoned warehouse.
Correct. Your testimony was that at approximately 1:00 a.m. on the 4th, so later that night, that was specifically when Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley were located in that building, correct?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, they were found in an art studio where a business had an operating art studio.
I'm not sure what actually was in the studio. I never actually.
Nicholas, you want to know something fun?
Okay.
I don't know this exact location. I don't know what art studio they're talking about. I have a suspicion, though, that this abandoned warehouse, this old warehouse that's been converted to a bunch of office suites, is exactly where I ordered our Jody Arias tumblers from. I have a suspicion that this is part of the. So it's a big campus. It's an old warehouse, and it's converted to all these shops. And the local shop that I'm ordering these through, I believe, works out of that warehouse. I believe. I don't know the exact location, but I think that'd be a fun little tie-in for us.
But but it's not abandoned. It's a warehouse.
It's not
So
abandoned.
yeah.
It's an old automotive warehouse that's been converted into office suites, and there's a bunch of art studios there. There's a bunch of art things. We've actually been down there a few times for like little events and things that are going on. It's a cool place, and that's where they were. I believe. I don't know the exact location. Could be a strategy to show that the prosecutor's a dick? It could
No.
be, but it's just bad. It's not a good strategy. You don't back down. You want to push forward on your
Yeah.
lawful question.
Yeah. I mean, you see this in politics a lot. You never see a politician apologize because it shows weakness. Even
Yeah.
if we all say they should and we will move on, yes, but that still shows weakness. And that's natural to us. It comes natural. Okay. And in this case, she didn't need to. She could say anything, but okay, I will withdraw that. No, let the judge make that decision.
Yeah, exactly. It's a cool little vibe and scene down there. I like it a lot. I'll try to find some pictures.
Entered the studio.
And if you want me to move my chair, I will ask Jodi Aris if she has any pointers for me.
Abandoned,
She'll lube it up.
barred up area of the building that was vacant.
Correct.
So there was a business or something going on in that studio. I just want to make it clear that it wasn't something that was abandoned.
Okay, you need to move on now.
Where no one was going or using over time prior to that day.
I don't know what took place in that studio. I never entered that studio, but I do not believe it was an abandoned studio.
So they were ultimately apprehended around 1 o'clock in the morning.
Correct.
And do you have knowledge, and if you're not the right witness, please let me know, of what Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley were doing when they were apprehended at 1 o'clock in the morning?
I have no idea. I was
Thank
not
you.
in the room.
Okay, thank you.
Find the fugitive, would that be right?
That's
happened?
correct.
Okay. And this is a law enforcement function,
Yes.
okay? You were given your directives by Lieutenant Tim Willis of the Special.
What happened there? We were behind and all of a sudden it jumped. That was weird. Hang on a second,
Clear
folks.
that it wasn't something that was abandoned, where no one was going or using. And correct?
Correct.
You
Sorry, folks.
testified that you
Yeah.
stopped by an attorney's office. It's fair to say that was my. I told
Okay,
you.
we got this.
No idea.
Based on
That
the
was
little,
weird.
Yeah. Based on that little question I heard from the prosecution saying the word fugitive, she should have hammered that in that. No, they were. Were you aware of this between me and the prosecution? No.
Yeah.
But then you at least he would object. It would be sustained, but she at least get it there.
She did. She got it out there, and then they objected, like, "Oh, you can't be a witness." It's bull. She wasn't making
I
herself
don't
a
know
witness.
what took
No.
place in that studio. I never entered that studio, but I do not believe it was an abandoned studio.
Okay, thank you.
Find the
It just
fugitive.
jumps. That's weird.
That's correct.
I
Okay.
don't know what's up.
And this is a law.
Yeah, in court, you
enforcement
should have allowed my cameras in.
Okay, you were given your directives by Lieutenant Tim Willis of the Special Investigative Unit.
Yes, sir.
He's the officer in charge of this investigation.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the rooms that you cleared, they weren't homes, apartments, or lofts, correct?
No.
Okay. No. Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, you may step down when you're-
Okay, we're done with that witness. That was just a weird jump.
Sure. Okay.
What is going on? Okay, something as weird is going on. Let's see if we can find a different feed. But Nicholas, thoughts so far?
She seems very mellow in her approach to almost every question. I've seen that before, but I've never seen it actually work, at least not for me. Going in as a defense attorney being almost apologetic in your tone.
Yeah, you don't want to get the sympathy card. You want to get the jury on your side, because not because you're sympathetic and you don't know what you're doing, because you know what you're doing and your positions are valid. Right?
Yeah.
They gave Sal the controls. That's exactly what happened. I'm trying to find pictures of this this area that I believe it is, and the camera feed keeps screwing up. This is bad. Wait, who said it? This is bad if this is their best. Can we use your feed? Oh, that's right. Yeah, I know exactly. That's too bad if this is their best.
Yeah. This could have been a much more confrontative cross-examination.
Yeah. Well, while we're just hanging out, Nicholas, what do you got going on over your channel? By the way, you guys, if someone can put a link to Nicholas's channel in the chat, that would be great.
Well, I keep covering the Young Thug trial, which is amazingly stupid. It's, yeah. For instance, the last thing that happened yesterday was the prosecution arguing they want to have testimony and evidence about a traffic stop. The traffic stop is the cop pulled Mr. Young Thug and friend over, and simultaneously, half a minute later, also a car that was behind them. In the car behind them, they found drugs, guns, and money. So they let Mr. Young Thug out with a speeding ticket while they took care of the car behind. That's it.
Mr. Young Thug?
Yeah, Mr. Williams.
Okay. Well, this is a BS RICO charge out of Georgia, which I believe they're using it as like a test run for the Donald Trump stuff.
Well, Fannie Willis, the soon-to-be disgraced district attorney, she's done RICO trials for well over 10 years. So if this is, I don't think it's much of a trial run or a test run. It's more like the what do you call it? The final repetition before the actual show.
Yeah.
To see what can we get away with in form of absolute crap evidence in front of a judge.
So I can't really show all the pictures because they have, kids and stuff in them. But this is like the area. So this is under a railroad track that goes into the old warehouse. And so the old warehouse has been done up, like I said, with the art studios, but they have all this artwork and stuff around it and painted up underneath. It's a cool area around there. Let me see if I can find another picture.
Yeah, dress rehearsal. But it's not more... This case is too big, too expensive, and has gone on for too long for being a trial run. I believe...
Like this is the area, and then that building you see, there's a bunch of shops and stuff in there. And then there's another building off to the left, or to the right rather, with a patio area, and then there's another building with more shops and stuff. I don't have a ton of pictures that I don't have like my kids in and things like that, so I can't show all of them. But this is the area. It's kind of cool.
Do I think the judge is biased in the Young Thug trial? Yes. You can hear it in the objections, where Tuesday last week, the prosecution objected for asked and answered. The defense says, I haven't asked this question before, so it cannot have been answered. It was still sustained, and the judge said, I will sustain it on another ground. So the defense was not valid. The objection wasn't valid, but the judge said, I will sustain for other grounds. And I mean, but in my personal opinion, the judge can only rule on what the prosecution actually says, not help the prosecution with, well, I know what you're trying to do, and I will sustain it. No. And sometimes the judge even argues for the prosecution regarding evidence. And then the defense politely says, okay, but the prosecution hasn't brought that argument to you. And then it turns to the prosecution. I guess that is what you were going to argue. And they just, yes.
Brandon Lesko says he loves how the judge shows up late.
Yep.
And then DGAF, I don't know what that is.
I don't know either. But here's the thing: he has been yelling at the defense and calling them unprofessional in front of the jury, saying you're wasting the court's time. At the same time, he has not one trial day so far. He hasn't been late to. He takes 2-hour lunches.
Back to this trial for a minute. I had this question I wanted to pull it up. So the defense counsel in this case represented Larry Nassar. Larry Nassar was the doctor that inappropriately touched the entire U.S. Gymnastics team and went away for a while. And the question is do you think that this attorney's way of asking witnesses questions is impacted by the way she was attacked for the way she asked Larry Nassar's victims questions? We are all creatures of our own experiences at the end of the day. So I could imagine a scenario in which the way she questions people was influenced by that. Absolutely. Here's the question for you. 1 month member chat for you, Nicholas.
Oh,
Do you think the Young Thug trial is a setup on how the judge sides with this? How the judge sides?
For me, I did a rough calculation, and I can. So far, there is in 22 trial days, there are 69 sidebars. The prosecution has won about 9 out of 10 of those sidebars. When it comes, and on this Monday, they wanted to bring in new DNA evidence during trial with a completely new evidence they want to understand in the beginning of February, which is next week. And that's completely new to the defense. So now the defense has a week to find an expert to refute it, have him do all that. I mean, how do you even allow that in?
Yeah, there's a lot of shenanigans going on with that case, and it's just they're grasping at straws, really.
Yeah.
Dave and Nick know how. I know how to buy. Yeah, back to this shit show.
Maybe approach briefly just about this.
Oh yes, let's approach.
Yeah. I kind of, if the next number we are looking for is 420, and I think we will get to 420 sidebars before the end of the Young Thug trial.
Let's see.
Or 138, which is a double 69.
KPM, not to my knowledge, they were never offered a plea deal. That stuff is usually placed on the record at all the pre-trials. Do we have a plea offer? What is it? Was it accepted or rejected? That's usually placed on the record. I have not heard of a single one. Now, I haven't watched all the pre-trials, but I haven't heard of one. All right, who's this next witness? This will be witness number 17 for the state. They expected around 20 to 25 total. They said they had 9 more, and we've gone through 2 of them. So we should have 7 more witnesses. But we're not likely to get through it today. It sounds like the state might rest tomorrow.
The Young Thug trial just started today. They were supposed to start 9:30.
And no, I didn't paint my cat. This is the other cat. This is DOG. PP has gone missing. We don't know where she's at. She's somewhere in the house.
Good morning.
She might be locked in a closet.
Could you raise your right hand? You swear or affirm
is
your
this
testimony
guy?
about to give you truth so help you God.
Yes.
Where you can be seated. And then would you state your name and spell your first and last name?
Sure. His name is Luke Kirtley, Lukekirtley.
You want to place on,
Is it Kirtley?
Kirtley.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to place on the record that Mr. Kirtley doesn't mean any disrespect. He has a sensitivity to his eyes, so he's been given permission to have to wear his hat.
Yeah, that's fine.
So the jury doesn't think he's being disrespectful. Okay.
I was going to wonder about that.
May I call you Luke?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Can you tell the jury what your occupation is? What do you do for a living?
Sure. I own a company called Coffee House in Detroit, and so we manufacture and roast coffee and supply coffee to
Oh, this is the
restaurants,
friend.
hotels, and own a couple of cafes as well.
All right. And when did you start that business?
So I registered the business in about 2017, moved into Bellevue, I would say about 2 years after that. In our current spot, we were there since 2020.
Okay. Just briefly, what do you need space for in your business? What are you doing in your actual brick and mortar?
Sure. So as of current, we have 2 spaces in the building. One space is on the first floor, which is where we manufacture the coffee. So we import it, we bring it in on trucks. We do all the roasting there, and packaging, everything like that. And our offices are down there as well. And then on the third floor, we just have storage.
All right. And the address of that building is what?
1111 Bellevue Street.
All right. How long have you been a tenant there?
So I've been in the current space since 2020. Maybe a year before that, I was in another space on the third floor.
All right. Are there any conditions in your lease about what you can do with that building in terms of what you can use it for?
Definitely. Yeah, I think there's general terms and conditions that you define within the lease. To my knowledge, what I've seen.
Can you have a business that has people residing there overnight?
No. At least in my specific lease, you're not.
It's not the
allowed.
same area I was thinking, but it's close by.
All right. Can you describe to the jury, aside from the address, about where that building is in Detroit?
Sure. So it's generally when people ask me where my office is, I tell them it's right across from Belle Isle. Island in Detroit. We're about 2 blocks off of Jefferson, which is a pretty fairly main road, Jefferson and East Grand Boulevard. Specifically, this is Bellevue between Lafayette and St. Paul.
Okay. And about how many other tenants, if you know approximately, are in that building?
I would say in terms of leaseholders, maybe 10.
Okay. Is there anything else significant about that building with regard to storage? Is there parking?
So in general, where maybe employees and tenants of the building are on the street, which is just free open parking, and then there's 2 parking lots. There's I don't know, north or south or east or west, but on one side of the building there's a parking lot which is gated. You have like a little clicker to get in, and then on the other side there's a strip of guest parking that they identify, and then the same thing, kind of like a remote sliding gate.
And so who has the fob or the remote to get into the parking lot?
Tenants.
Okay. Is there any indoor parking or garage?
So there are indoor garages. There's a couple different spots. There's one side of the building if we're looking at the front of the building on the left, there's essentially like an empty part of the building that hasn't been developed yet, that they store like a truck when they spread salt and whatnot. That sits in there. And then there's a main garage door, which tenants use actively to go in and out of.
You pull up.
loading.
Did this witness give J&J permission
and
to
then
sleep
on the-
there?
On the first floor, there's an elevator that you can drive a car onto and go up and down through the floors.
Okay. And what would be the reason you need a car elevator?
So the building was for like car manufacturing in the 20s.
Okay.
It was there. It's the original elevator from when the building was built. But tenants like myself and a woodworking company on the second floor will use it to move cars up and down, load, unload generally.
All right. So in addition to your coffee roasting business, you have another hobby, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what is it? Tell the jury what it is.
Yeah, so I like to drive cars. So I cycle through, sell, buy cars just to enjoy. And so presumably where you're getting at is on the third floor. I put cars up there every now and then. We have one of the storage units as a garage door ourselves, so we can pull a car in there.
So at any given time, how many cars do you have personally?
2 or 3.
Okay. I want to take you back to November 30th of 2021. How many cars did you own at that time, if you can remember?
I believe 2. It might have been 3, but as far as I know, it wasn't that many.
All right. And did you have a reason, that was a Tuesday, did you work that day during the day?
Yes.
And about what time did you leave?
Not sure exactly. Being a business owner, I work really random hours. So sometimes late, sometimes early, but generally speaking, I get off around 6-ish.
Okay. Talk to me about activity. Have you been there at night past 10 o'clock before?
Yeah.
What's the building occupied around that time? Do you have people that are still in the building working?
Very rarely. So there's one tenant to my left.
Did I miss anything? I had to take a
Pretty
phone
rare
call.
plants, to my knowledge.
Nothing
They
important.
are intermittently there late. It's not a pattern, I would say, if anything. So they're just kind of there. And then there's a vinyl sign company as well. The owner's often there late, but not. I wouldn't say he makes like a particular habit of being there at a certain time. But generally speaking, when I go there to like switch cars around or anything, it's empty.
Okay, let's back up. The switching car things. Explain to
Yeah,
the jury
okay.
what you mean.
So I, at the time, I lived down the street, more or less, less than a mile away. And where I would park my car, I found it as a liability to park one of the cars there because it was like a nicer, lower mile car. Because my other one had its mirror taken off on the street that I park on. So when I have what people refer to as like a daily driver, that's what I let sit at the building while I, went and enjoyed my other car.
Mhm.
And then
I mean,
when
I
it was
can't
time-
personally relate to that, but I understand.
when it was time to put it away, I went and got my worst car generally, and went to go park down the street. And so I
A
took the car.
beater, you have a beater.
Yes,
I
a
don't-
beater.
A
Exactly
beater?
right. You should have seen the oil that came out of that thing. Anyways, so yeah, I had a beater, you could say. And then the other one was a little nicer, and I had plans to sell it, so I put it at the office to avoid, something like that.
Okay, so you decided to go take that car and basically switch cars.
That's correct.
And you did that at what time, if you remember?
Around 10 p.m., I would say.
Okay. Did you live with anybody at the time?
My girlfriend.
Okay.
So now fiance, she's nice, but she's always like,
She's
"Oh,
nice,
just totally
but
just leave it, it's fine." But I'm just always like obsessed. So I'm like, "Oh yeah, no, I'm just gonna switch it really quick."
Because you didn't want anything to happen to it.
Correct.
Okay. So when you went to the building around 10 o'clock that night,
Mhm.
what, if anything, did you
what
know
if anything?
about Jennifer Crumbley?
So obviously I was relatively in tune with what had happened at the school. So I knew of that news. And I had heard through
That's
Facebook, I
not
saw, I don't know what or who posted it, but it was some type of like poster, that was like, hey, this is like the car, this is like the situation, everything like that.
What was on the poster?
The car and the license plate and presumably any photos or anything like that.
Okay, so I need you to kind of be specific when you
Yes.
say the car and photos. Were there any people pictured in the photos?
I believe so.
And do you know who that was?
Well, it was the two parents.
Okay, the Crumbleys.
Mhm.
All right. And then there's a picture, there were
Well, this
pictures
is the
of
guy
cars.
that saw
There was a
the
picture of it was like a stock photo of a Kia, and it was a newer Kia that I'd never seen before. So I kind of remember that, and then there was a license plate as well.
Okay. What did the poster say along, were there any words?
Yeah, I mean, I assume it, years ago at the time, but I assume it would have said wanted, and then additional information about the whereabouts, anything like that. But
Okay.
just really, to my knowledge, all I really remember is the car
The
and the
key.
license plate.
All right, so tell the jury what happened as you approached the building. What's the first thing you did? You have to use the clicker?
Yeah, so I used the clicker, and I don't know how far you want me to go, but I used the clicker, pulled my car into the parking lot where I normally park my car. And then at the time, I noticed a car was parked in the back corner of the lot, tucked away, but I didn't really pay any mind to it. We have cars, many tenants in the building with different cars and employees.
20 to
cars every now and
25,
then.
Jeff.
But I feel like I'm pretty in tune with who keeps their cars there and just generally observant. And so I saw the car, didn't really think much of it, went inside to my office. And then when I walked back out of the door, that's kind of
Should
when
have
I was
6 more
in line
after
of
this
sight
one.
of the front of the car, and that's when
Okay, so the
Yeah.
car wasn't, the car was in, was backed in or was it parked front first?
No, so it was backed into the, the furthest corner of the lot.
Okay.
Uh,
Were there any other cars in the lot?
there may have been one car in there that wasn't my own, but I wasn't sure. I'm not sure if that's it, but I do know there's one car that generally sits there.
Was it the closest spot to the building or the furthest away?
It was so if you're standing in the front of the building, it was the furthest spot you could park possible.
And I'm sorry, I said November 30th, and I apologize. It wasn't November 30th. I was asking, did you know what happened on November 30th?
Yes.
Okay. What was the day though that you went to the at 10 o'clock to switch the cars?
This is
I'm
the
not sure
the
off
witness
top
is
of
a
my head
younger
whatever
version
day.
of Nick,
Was
for
it
sure.
was it a Friday?
I'm not.
Okay,
100% positive.
if I told you it was December 3rd, do you have reason to believe that was incorrect?
Not particularly.
Okay.
I remember it being very cold out.
Okay.
So,
Okay, thank you, Mr. Houston.
It kind of looks like Valhalla.
So you came back out and you saw, did you say you saw the car again?
Where's Valhalla
yeah,
been?
so when I opened the side door of the building and walked out, I was met more in the line of sight with the front of the car since it was backed into the spot.
And what did you think, if anything?
Really, I just thought it looked a little familiar and it rung a bell. It was the car that I saw.
Sneezed right into the microphone.
How
please. That's
soon in
better.
time to the wanted poster, as you describe it?
It's
did
way
you
too
see that
comfortable.
It was the same day.
Okay, all right, so.
Rock and
what
roll
did you do
tobacco?
next?
So I saw the car, but obviously it was back in, so I didn't see the plate, which I thought was peculiar, just because it was a newer car and I hadn't seen it before. So I pulled up on my phone the poster I found it,
Hold on.
and
I think you're hearing people next door.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
And
I was gonna say, I thought I
Hold up
heard
the
of the other
poster on
court.
your phone.
so I found the poster, and I was doing this as I was walking to the car. And by the time I had the poster up, I turned my flashlight on and walked around the back of the car on the driver's side to the back, and then obviously put two and two together that was the plate that was on the poster.
So the license plate, did the license plate
Wait,
match
that's the
what's
wrong
on the
one.
poster?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then
I doubt it.
so I looked over
Whoops.
and saw somebody sitting next to the car on a curb. So there's like a general curb. Saw somebody sitting there
On the driver's side?
on
or
the passenger side, rear passenger side. There's like an elevated curb that you can sit on. It's probably 2 feet tall.
Okay,
And somebody was sitting there, put up in like a blue plaid hoodie. And I wasn't like,
did you say anything?
I didn't say anything.
As you approach the car and it's facing you, correct?
Apparently he has light sensitivity issues.
Did you see any figure on the passenger side wheel? Okay.
No. It was
Um,
also dark.
okay. Was there a line of sight? For instance, when you turned around and you, from the back of the passenger, could you see in front of you, or was there something obstructing that?
No, it was pretty clear, straight shot. As to whether or not we would have been able to make eye contact in theory, I'm not 100% positive,
Okay.
just based off of like the angle
Light
where the door on the
sensitivity is
car
a known side
is.
effect of
But
Would it be, if you
Real
were standing
current
where that person was sitting, would you have been
rock
able
and roll
to see
tobacco
somebody approaching
use.
the car?
if
That's
I
what I
was
was
just
thinking.
standing, then yes. If I was sitting, I'm not 100% positive.
Okay, so did that figure in the hoodie move?
No,
Did that individual turn around and respond to your flashlight?
no,
I started blasting.
Did,
Bang!
did that individual say anything?
no,
Did you notice anything else? Do you know what the individual was doing?
no.
Okay. What did you do next?
Turned my flashlight off and very calmly walked back into the building as if I didn't see anybody.
Why did you do that?
Because I assumed after connecting.
This is a Lifetime movie plot. Yeah, it really is.
That it was somebody related to the incident.
Okay.
Does he claim
And
he
how are you
have
feeling
no
now?
idea who the Crumbleys are?
Yes, I remember specifically.
He says he knows who the Crumbleys are, and he sees a black hooded figure in the night. And before he started,
I started blasting.
he went out
Yeah.
and confirmed the vehicle, I think, and then called the cops.
Yeah, but I assumed he knew them before this, but no. Or?
Mm-hmm. He said he knew of the story and he knew that they were on the run and he thought, oh, that vehicle looks familiar.
Yeah, but I was under the impression that he knows them since before all this.
No, I thought this was
Okay.
going to be the friend. This is the guy who spotted the car.
Okay, okay,
Yeah, I thought this was going to be the friend that let him stay there, but no, I was wrong.
okay.
Putting the plate 2 and 2 together, it's like that's a feeling you've never felt before.
Okay.
But so then I walked back into my office. And I locked all the doors, and then.
Were you afraid?
I would say so. Yeah, I wasn't aware. I mean, it was a lot of emotions were going on at the time.
Okay.
He saw Batman.
Is the building equipped with a CCTV?
As far as I know, they have cameras, and they've used them before. In other, there was a theft in that building.
Okay, so are you aware where the cameras are
It
placed?
might have been the right one. It was a
Okay.
Freudian
There's
slip.
one in the parking lot that we're talking about right now, and then there's a few in I would consider like the main promenade of the building inside.
Okay, have you had an opportunity to view that footage in the night? At
Uh,
night?
No, I have not.
Okay. Your Honor, it is People's 344.
Their phone.
Did he drop his bong?
I think he dropped something. He's not reaching for it. He doesn't want to pick it up.
Defense stipulates to the admission of 344.
Thank you. All right, you can see on your monitor there, what are we looking at?
Okay, so this is a camera from the rear of the building. I actually didn't know that we had a camera here.
Okay.
There's another camera, which in this there's that trash like kind of receptacle back there in the top right corner.
Okay,
There's another camera there.
all right, so what's up on the right corner, top of the page? What is that?
That's like a dumpster.
Okay,
So it's like a removable dumpster.
and where in relation to this photo would the entrance or exit be?
Right to the left of it. So if you are looking generally that is the gate that you pull into.
Okay, so this is looking at the building.
This is on the building. The
Okay.
camera itself looking away from the building.
So that's where, what we just pointed to is where you would enter the parking lot,
Correct.
where the clicker.
Yes.
Okay,
And then the actual door is to the right here. Yeah, right over there.
okay. Okay, for the record, Your Honor, the timestamp is 22 minutes off. It seems to be a running theme with all surveillance. So that would be, what time would, one more, Your Honor.
This is going to show them not hiding. This is going to show them wandering around the outside of the unit. I believe I've got a preview of this,
It's not 10:56.
but I can't remember where.
The stamp on the screen is 22 minutes fast than actual time.
Okay, we're gonna establish the time of the 911 call, which might help put this in better perspective. At some
I
point,
think
you
it's
called 911,
cobwebs,
correct?
not broken
Yes.
glass.
Was it, how long of a time period was it from seeing the individual and recognizing it was the same car to calling 911?
Maybe a minute or two.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
so your call to 911 was around 10:43.
If something comes crawling there,
Okay.
that's a jump scare.
So, you just, a few minutes
Chad
before
is
that, is that
awesome.
correct?
Definitely. Yeah,
Okay.
I went right into my office and called them immediately.
Okay, and something.
Jamie, but what do you really think?
Okay, so I believe that's around 10:34 that this footage is from, but we can clear that up, and we're gonna play that.
Yeah, they're smoking. They're outside smoking cigarettes. That's what we're watching. I believe that's what we're going to see. No, the state's going to end today, or not today, this week, and they said they have 9 witnesses left. We've already gone through 2. We're on the 3rd one, so there'll be 6 more after this. Probably
Who's that?
tomorrow.
No.
The state will rest.
One of them presumably.
Wait, you're just speculating.
Yeah, objection.
Or it could have
speculation.
been none of them. It could have
Yeah.
been neither one of them. Some random hobo,
Yeah.
presumably.
objection, speculation.
That is the stupidest
It's not
fucking
clear
thing
who
I've
that
ever
is.
heard.
Ah,
Is that your car at the top?
I believe so. That would make sense.
All right, well, we'll wait till
Yeah,
you're.
we'll wait until I pull it in and I'll definitely be able to know.
speculation.
Giant spider leg on the bottom left. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Jamie should be allowed in trials just to stand up and yell about how stupid
Yeah,
things
so
are.
that's the BMW that I have.
Okay,
That's a fairly distinct car. I feel like he should
and
be able to
your
identify.
spot, that parking spot, is that, how close to the entrance of the building is it?
I'm parked right next to the door.
Okay,
Okay, so that
And
person
place where you
walked
saw this
across
Kia
there
and-
in a white sweater.
Yeah.
And he just testified, I saw a person in a dark hoodie. What is it?
Yeah, maybe that was inside. I thought that was inside. Maybe that's inside the building.
No, that he said somebody sat on the curb
Oh,
beside the car.
yeah, that was definitely not a dark hoodie, right?
Yeah.
we saw an
call.
individual walking towards the
catch.
left. Where would that car?
Oh,
I
hi,
can't see it,
Peachen.
but where would it be parked in relation to this screen?
So where is their car?
Yes.
In the.
Yeah, is this proving that she's a
Okay.
bad mom?
So at the top, do you see can you tell the jury what
It's
you're
like
doing?
she's abandoning her
Going
child. He's
into the building
in
with
jail.
Okay,
You can see me look over at the car too, right there for the first time. Also, just for the record, I don't know if this is my BMW or the Volkswagen, but I know I had those two at the time.
My theory is that they were mulling over whether
They
to
both
plea or
were
turn
correct.
themselves in. They were in communication with their attorney at the time. And I believe Jennifer testifying is going to largely dispel a lot of the rumors that John Gary is out there spreading regarding these wonderful parents.
when you enter the building, then do you have to go into another door to get to your unit?
Yeah, I have to go through just my main office door.
Okay, so can you tell the jury what you're doing right there?
So this is where I'm walking over to check that.
Yeah, right? She should have been at the jail.
And what do you have in your hand?
My phone.
She's taking video? Oh, he's checking.
Too.
He's checking the. Wait, did he just say he's never seen this?
I've never seen this too.
Stupid.
I have never heard
He's never
someone say
seen this.
so many wrong things, one after the other, consecutively in a row.
I mean, if he has never seen this, how is he the witness to introduce
Can you
this
tell the jury
evidence?
what you're doing now?
Yeah, it's pretty
Playing it
bad.
cool, as they would say.
Okay, playing it.
I'm sorry.
He said he was playing it cool. And what do you see there?
So this obviously I didn't know of or see at the time, but the person that I saw going into the building looks like
You
Almost
never
right
said
after.
that
directly after.
before seeing
see
the
that
video.
person?
Or you,
When
I mean-
I must have been in my unit at the time because I. Did
I
not
must
know
have
anybody
been.
Came into the building.
What's going on here?
Okay. Did you know until now that happened?
Now he's
I did
assuming
know,
based on things he sees.
That
Yeah.
at the
Yeah, he's okay.
This-
So when you're admitting a video or a photograph, you don't have to be the one that actually took it or provided it. You can testify to what you see if the video represents what was going on at the time as you perceived it. But he's clearly hasn't seen this video before. So how is he able to testify that this video is accurately portraying the events that I perceive them in real
Mhm.
time? He can't. That's part of the problem.
Mm.
But I don't think the defense is this is immaterial. Like if you object to all this stuff, you're just causing attention to it, and I'm fine with them not objecting. It's just rules of evidence should probably be followed. You know, they're there for a reason.
I put it together that they got into the building somehow.
Okay. Okay, so
Yeah, where's
there's
the
a car
foundation
at the top
again?
entering the parking lot.
If it's not, if it's
Um,
at the end of the day you don't care, then why
How
draw
long did
attention
you
to if I
stay
object?
in your unit?
Until they
Yeah,
arrived,
true.
and then I came out of the front of the building,
Okay,
which my door, the front door to my entrance is
I'll be right
right
back.
where they are, basically. Because this whole wall on the right side, all of those are, that's my whole unit. From
Okay,
basically, I would say the end of the other unit, you know, the artist's unit, all the way down to the corner of the building.
okay, it might be a good time to talk about that. Do you know a person whose last name is Sikora?
Yes.
All right, how do you know him?
I know he's a tenant in the building.
Have you ever spent time talking to him? Are you friends?
No, I've, you know, we've waved to each other before,
Okay,
but more than that, nothing. I didn't know anything about him, and yeah, that was the extent of our relationship.
okay, and did you ever, around this time, was there anything significant about the hallway on the first floor? Was there anything left there?
Well, so tenants will leave things every now and then. At the time, there was in the central promenade, which is like generally where people pull in the elevator and whatnot. There was a mattress sitting.
Can you describe the mattress?
It was a white mattress. I think it had like an orange stripe on it. Not positive, but I think it was a Tempur-Pedic as well.
Okay, was that normal to have a mattress just hanging out in the promenade? Okay. How long was it there?
A few days, maybe a week. Could have been there longer. I know it was there long enough for somebody to put a note on it and to ask if it was like being thrown out, and if they could buy it or use it or something. But somebody put a note on it at
Okay.
some point.
All right.
How do
And the
you only saw a
You
note
walked
but
back
had
into
no
the
idea what
building
was on it?
at night, at some point, did you notice that that mattress was no longer in that promenade area?
I probably didn't pay any particular mind to it, but it wasn't there.
The next day?
Yeah.
Did you notice that, or that night, or?
Well, I assume I could have noticed at the time, but I don't recall if I particularly remember if the mattress was there. Obviously, my mind was on something else at this point.
Right, okay.
Anything
All
special
right,
I missed?
I'm gonna play for you, at some point, you
There
call
was a mattress
911,
Yeah.
okay.
near the
I'm going to
building
play
for a
you
week,
the 911
and he
call.
saw a
You have
note
listened to
on
that
it
before.
Yes.
that might have been, can I buy
These
this
are the
mattress? What is it
345?
doing here? Or can we throw it
I'm not
away?
sure if there's an objection to it.
We only saw a
Sorry,
note,
we stipulate
and then he
to the condition
speculated
of
what was on it.
345.
Thank you,
Before you cancel it.
thank you. Okay, we're gonna play.
Call on Friday, December 3rd, 2021, 10:43 and 14 seconds PM.
District 911, what is the address of the emergency?
1111 Bellevue Street.
Repeat the address of your station.
1111
That's the
Bellevue
address
Street.
they didn't want in.
What's the front cross street?
No, they got it in already.
Lafayette and Bellevue.
Tell me exactly what happened.
The people the parents of the shooter that are running away, they're here.
They're running
Yeah, I'm
away.
not sure
That's
what
how the
you're
media
referring
reported it.
to. You have to be more specific. Tell me exactly what happened at the location, what's going on now.
Okay, so the Oakland shooter, the kid, has the two parents that are on the run right now, and it says, Oakland County said, call if you see anything. And I just went to go park my car and switch it around at my office, and there was a Kia that looked like their car, and I walked around and checked their license plate, and it's their car, and the woman is here, next to the car,
The woman is where?
sitting next to her car in the parking lot.
She's staying next to her vehicle on the ground or in another vehicle?
On the ground.
Okay, and what kind of vehicle is this, sir?
It's a 2021 Kia, the black Kia SUV in the parking lot.
Was anyone inside of the vehicle?
I don't know.
You said you walked around the vehicle and looked inside. You didn't.
I walked back to look at the license plate because I saw online that car was back.
They have the plate number?
He's very proud. He'd be the president of the HOA.
It's DQG 5203.
Repeat that plate for me.
DQG 5203.
Okay. And the vehicle was parked in a parking lot and the mother is home.
Yeah. I have it next to my car in the parking lot. I'm inside my office now.
And the mother is sitting on the ground. What is she wearing?
Yeah. She's wearing a hoodie, but I don't know what kind.
What color is that?
I don't know. I think it was plaid, but I saw her for the and I like ran inside because I like my.
So you're not sure what color the hoodie was, but you seen her sitting there?
Yeah,
We need a close up of his feet, Dre.
Luke.
Okay, well, we're seeing this in that area, thank you.
Okay, yeah, I can't believe it. They're here.
Can't believe it. He's so excited.
Okay. Do you want me to stay on or am I?
No, sir, you're fine.
Okay, all right, yeah, they're here. It's crazy, but that's who the people are looking for.
Okay, so they'll be there, sure, sir, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Yeah, the media was broadcasting.
Okay,
Be on the
so-
lookout for.
That is the 911 call, you
Yeah.
made, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. And where were you when you made that call?
So I was sitting in the corner of my office, which at the time was a great spot because it was kind of hidden away. It was
So you
kind
were
of
hiding?
more or less. I just I really didn't know what was going to go on, so I sat in the back corner where we kind of like inventory all of our green coffee, unroasted coffee, which shares a wall with the unit next door.
He's smiling. He is
so-
very
The art
happy.
studio?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very
Okay.
pleased
At
with
the
himself.
time,
Yeah, oh yeah,
that
because
was the most
he
secure
might
spot
get a
of
payday.
Okay.
I'm gonna come.
All right. Are there windows on your unit that look out to the parking lot on the first
Yeah,
floor?
many.
All right.
I wonder
Are
if
there
he
windows
will
in the
discreetly
art
pick up
studio
whatever
that look out to the
thumped
parking
on
lot?
the floor.
Okay. How soon after you made that call did you hear sounds of law enforcement?
Well, I
Missed
saw the
recommendation
lights,
for an epic
through
song.
the window, and that's when I came out. 5-ish minutes.
All right. How many cars approached?
It wasn't many. It was like 1 or 2.
All right. And what did you do?
I met them out there and basically gave them the lowdown. Said the car in the corner is the one, and then I let them into the building, and they went because you can only access. I didn't have my fob, obviously, that was sitting.
Yeah,
in the
wicked
garage
psych.
over
I
there.
guess they could have done
was sitting in
that.
the car. So opened the door for them. Then they went out the side door, verified the plate, and then a lot more people showed up.
Okay. Talk to me. Tell a jury about that.
So maybe 5 minutes after they personally identified that was the car that they were looking for. I mean, it must have been 20 or 30 officers at that time.
Lights and sirens?
Oh yeah, don't know if the sirens were on particularly, but lights were on for sure. I mean, people came like locked and loaded. There were a lot of guns.
All right. Locked and loaded. What does that mean to you? Can you describe that to me?
Every the officers who were inside
Wanna be glowy?
The building had full on rifles, walking through the space.
Vests?
Yep.
Okay.
Definitely.
Do you remember what it said on their vest?
No, but I know U.S. Marshals were there
Okay.
at some time
And how do you know that?
because they told me.
All right. The people you spoke to, what law enforcement agency, the first 2 or 3 cars that are.
I assume they were.
Okay. At some point, did you go back into your unit?
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
When, that night? When was it?
Sometime between now and there was a time where an officer took me to like a central command center area that they set up a couple blocks away. But they told me to hang out in the office sometimes. I sat there for a little bit. I stepped outside for a little bit. Generally, kind of like floating between outside and.
Okay. When you were in your unit, could you hear any sounds?
Yeah, generally I can hear quite a bit. It's just the windows. Half of the walls are just windows,
Okay.
and then all the walls. It's just 2 pieces of drywall, no insulation.
Okay, but remember
So
where they
generally,
are.
You can hear.
They're in
people
Detroit, and not in a good
All right,
area of
and
Detroit.
That.
So if you hear
um,
police going on and on and on about, it could be any number of things. It could be busting the drug house down the street. You don't necessarily go out
did you see
chasing
any
down
searches
after
conducted?
that, right?
Yes.
All right. And was there one officer or more than one? How many were in the building, if you know?
10.
Okay.
Yes, there's a good
And
area.
Were they silent or were
Lots
they
of good
talking?
areas.
No,
Detroit's
they were
awesome.
talking.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
This isn't.
So they were making.
This
a lot
is an
of
area
noise.
where where they're talking about Belle Isle is. I used to be a member. I had my boat on Belle Isle. When you come off of the island, and they're really that's right there. When you come off the island, and you hit Detroit. So there used to be a CVS there. I would stop at in the mornings sometimes, and there was a woman who had no teeth, very skinny, and she asked me for a cigarette, and I gave her one. I'm in my car, and she just like knocks on the window, and she like took it like this. So I'm holding it out, and she's just like does this, and she's like, "Thank you, dear." That's the area that we're in. Okay, it's not. It's creepy. There's creepy people around.
Yeah.
Okay, and you, at that time, did you have any idea where this individual was by the car?
No, so they asked me. I didn't think they were at all involved in entering the building or not. I would have thought that they, because they just asked me what I think, and I was like,
Speculation.
So they had, essentially a perimeter. I was standing with an officer, and he was like, "Oh yeah, like we're scouting out the surroundings and whatnot." So at the time, if you would ask,
I don't give cigarettes to strangers anymore. After that was gross.
But you didn't see them go anywhere.
Nope.
You just thought they would be running.
Yeah, I didn't think there was a situation where they would have been able to access the building without thought.
I see. At some point,
Squats in the Crumbley's house.
the Crumbleys were apprehended. Were you there?
I was at the command center thing that I described earlier at the time.
Okay, so did you observe searches just in the house, or were you aware that there was searching going on in the area?
No, I was just aware that there were searches going on in the office building.
Okay, and did you return to your office that night?
Well, I had to get my car. I don't know if I entered my office afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah, Solomon could have saved
I
her.
did walk into the office because I was walking with officers.
All right, do you know if that was before or after they were apprehended?
That was after. I was not there during the apprehension. One of the officers, when we were sitting at the command center, was like, "Here they go," and then took me to the office.
And did you recognize anything about either one of the individuals?
I never saw the individuals.
Okay.
I only saw a car leave.
Okay, I appreciate that. Do you remember what time that was, or when you arrived home that night?
Late, maybe 2 or 3 a.m.
In the morning?
It was a couple hours, yes.
Okay.
Did he have socks and sandals? Yeah, he is showing off his feet, isn't he?
Did that mattress reappear?
Yes. So afterwards, I don't know if it was the same day or the following day.
So this witness is the one that called 911 when he spotted the defendant's vehicle and the defendant outside of a commercial unit space in Detroit. And he's testifying as to what was all going on. He apparently has a coffee house and they roast their beans there. There's a bunch of other art studios and other places around in that building. But he saw the car and he called the police.
But the mattress was back into the hallway, and there was a bit of a tangle as to what happened with it after. Somebody had placed it in front of
He took it home.
The artist's door at a time.
He took the mattress home.
Back to the center and kind of went back and forth because I don't know whose it was, but I assumed they didn't want it after what had happened. So I don't know where it is now, but it was generally floating around the office.
Thank you very much for the gifted memberships. I know you guys do it just to make me read the names. But 5 gifted memberships. They went to KJ on the grounds. Oh, on the grounds. You just got a membership. Cowpoke, Steffi, and Rachel K. We're all gifted memberships. If you guys are new, make sure you click the member tab. Take the link to my Discord. Let Jungmin, Jamie, or myself know what your YouTube name is when you get in there, and then we'll let you into the rest because it's a landing page that you go to. But I have a bunch of stuff about this case as well as the other cases that I've covered. And enjoy. And thank you very much for the gifted membership.
Building for a couple days afterwards.
Okay. Thank you, Luke.
Yep.
Just judging his body language.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Shannon. I'm going to ask you some questions. If I can.
This is not unusual. You think it will be fireworks and
I
excellent
just want to know that
lawyering
you're a tenant in the building.
in high-profile
your
cases,
business
and
is
so
in that building, is that
most
correct?
of the time you will get disappointed. That's
Yep.
where you have us commentary to actually help you through it and make it more fun.
That's the idea behind it, anyways.
That's correct.
And there are other businesses in that building.
Yes,
It is not in any way, shape, or form an abandoned building.
that's correct.
Now, you were testifying about how you have cars that you store in the building. Is that correct?
Imagine that. So the news media puts out we're on the lookout for these 2 fleeing suspects, blah, 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 blah. And then when they get arrested, it was in an abandoned building they were hiding out in Detroit. I wonder if the news media could get any more wrong ever.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, the judge is making, the court.
I'm
has
going to
to
visit the
record
coffee
a
house
record
for
of yes
sure.
or no, so they can't record mhm. But I knew it. Okay, so
And who told the
you
news
have
media
cars
these facts?
that you don't want people to see,
Yeah.
that occasionally you have over at your place of business, correct?
That's
Oh.
correct.
So at
That
night,
would have
if you have a
been-
nice car, you actually put it into the building so that people out in the parking lot can't just see it out and about.
Raz.
Yes, though I
For the
would say
memberships.
I'm very particular about my cars. I would say that generally people don't think like that.
Okay, but if you're thinking like that and you want to make sure people don't see your cars,
Mhm.
you know if you put them in the building,
Yeah, the aquarium's open.
they're
No bill
safer.
out.
That's correct. It's in my my unit specifically, so I have a garage unit that I pull the car into because technically it's still
Yeah,
in
so the
public
Crumbley's
view,
car was
by
out
other
in the
tenants
open.
If I were to just park it.
Yeah, it was just in the parking lot.
Not on the run. It was in the parking lot.
Car. And we aren't
Not trying
allowed
to
to
hide.
park our car in this space.
Wonder if the
generally.
friend is going to be a defense witness.
I only use it for my specific unit.
Okay, I see. And on that date, it's fair to say, no one asked you, hey, can somebody put their car in your private space in the building, correct?
Correct.
Now, you testified that when you saw the person out in the parking lot, they were sitting outside of their car. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you even walked over with your flashlight,
Mhm.
that person didn't get up and run away, anything like that, correct?
Correct.
Could you tell what that person was doing?
No.
If
Just sitting.
If I told you they were smoking cigarettes, do you recall seeing that?
No.
So they stayed sitting even when they saw you with the flashlight out there.
That's correct.
And after they saw you with the flashlight, we saw in the video, you went back in playing it cool, correct?
Yes.
And that person appears to have walked back into the building as well.
Yes.
You weren't aware that they walked back in the building, but we can see now on the tape that that's what happened.
Correct.
And you testified that when you could see the person out by the car, they could also see you, correct?
Not particularly. If they were sitting behind the car, like I mentioned, there's a chance they couldn't have met direct eye contact with me coming out of the building.
So they may have seen you or may not have.
Correct.
Now, you testified too that when this was all unfolding, you put yourself in the most secure spot in your space, in your tenant space, correct?
Yes.
You went into your office and felt like you needed to hide
Really
out
shouldn't be
in the
here.
most safe place you could find.
I wanted to be as far away from my doors as possible, given the instance somebody perhaps would enter or hear me or anything.
And from what you knew about this case, there is this statewide manhunt for Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley.
That's correct.
And from what you knew, it appeared that law enforcement, the marshals,
Don't like
the
this.
Border Patrol, Sheriff's Department, law enforcement around the state are looking for the
I don't like
Crumbleys,
this.
correct?
I would say my extent of who was looking for them was only to the actual poster that I saw. I
Okay,
wasn't particularly familiar with
She
the
should have
graphics.
just said no
you
questions
were
and let
familiar
him
that
go.
it was important.
No,
though, because
I
you-
like some
when
of it. I mean, I like the fact that, you know, when you went out there with the flashlight, this person didn't go running, didn't look like they were hiding, you know. I like that part of it. Okay. I don't like this whole where you're reinforcing the fact that they were on the run, right?
Mm.
I know what she's trying to do, I think, is establish that that was his mindset, but that that the media was portraying them as being on the run. But I don't like the way she's getting there. I think that's what I hope that's what she's going to wrap around to.
saw them, you obviously knew, I need to call 911 and
That's
make
correct.
sure to report this.
Yes.
And if anything, you were shocked that you ended up seeing their vehicle at your place of business.
Yes.
Your Honor, I object!
Now, when you saw people coming, you testified that a lot of law enforcement came in with lots of guns. Is that correct?
After identifying the car,
After identifying the car,
firstly, just an officer or two showed up.
okay, so an officer or two showed up. Did they have guns?
No,
Okay, when
I mean,
when were there lots of
I
guns?
assume they did have a handgun,
Yeah.
as officers do. Though I wouldn't see the arrival of people with any rifles or anything like that until after that was confirmed.
Okay, so after law enforcement got there is when you see law enforcement coming in with rifles, guns, vests, things like that.
Yes.
Now, the cameras you testified about on the outside of the building, there was one camera that you said, oh, I didn't even know we had a camera there. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes.
There are many other cameras on
She
the
just
outside
left
of the
that
building
whole-
that are visible.
They were on the run
to
thing
anyone in the
hanging.
parking lot, correct?
Yes, I would say they're not out there like you would be like, oh, look at those cameras. But there are cameras there. If you look around, you'll find them.
So if you're in the parking lot and you look at the building, you can see that there's different cameras on the building.
Yes.
And there's a number of cameras on the building.
There are, so including this one, there are two on that side of the parking
Well,
lot.
now he
and
knows
two
where all the
small white
cameras are.
Yeah,
And
isn't
then,
that weird?
Perhaps one on the front.
I didn't really
don't
notice
know if
them,
there
but
are
yes,
any
they are all
outside
over the
of
place.
building, to my
I didn't know
knowledge.
this existed. I've never seen these before, but I know where they
You
all are now.
testified that there was no way you could imagine you were pretty much 100% sure to yourself that Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley, while they may have been there, were not in the building, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified you would have thought they would have taken off and run, correct?
Correct.
If they
I
were
hope the
smarter
jury's seeing
criminals,
through
they
this
would have taken
Yamaha.
off and run.
Your Honor, I'm not sure she wants an answer to that, but it's not an appropriate question. He
Oh,
doesn't know how smart of
Right.
Excuse me,
criminals they
I'm
are.
going to just withdraw.
When the prosecutor stands up and says, first of all, it's an inappropriate question, but I'm not sure she wants this witness to answer that. You've asked a bad question. You've asked a
Yeah,
bad
when
question. I want to
even
know
the
what that
pro-
question was. I was like half paying attention.
When even the prosecution tells the defense, oh, you need to slow down.
In
Yeah.
front of the jury, the prosecutor says, I don't think the defense counsel wants the answer to that question. Where's my stress ball? Give me my stress ball. All right, let's hear this question.
You would have thought they would have taken off and run, correct?
Correct.
If they were smarter criminals, they would have taken off and run.
Oh my God. No.
Your Honor,
Don't
I'm not sure how
identify.
she wants to answer that, but I
Don't
Oh.
identify your client as a criminal. Your client is innocent. She's not a criminal.
Oh,
it's not an appropriate question. He
I'm
doesn't know how
gonna-
smart of
Excuse
criminals
me,
they
I'm
are.
going to just withdraw the question.
Okay, well,
Yes, please withdraw the question.
no.
So obviously you reported all of that. That's the
Just call her
extent
client a
of
dumb
your
criminal.
involvement in
Yes,
the
you
case,
did.
the 911 tape, correct?
Yes.
And then you've worked with the prosecutor to prepare for your testimony today.
More or less.
I have no
Want
other
another
further
lawyer,
questions.
please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Briefly,
And
we
this
met one time
lawyer
at the
is
office, is that correct?
retained.
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
and I asked you what happened?
Yes.
Okay. Were you, when you were hiding in your office, but in that corner,
Mhm.
were you hiding from,
One of the first rules
enforcement?
is don't
No.
ask
Who are you
questions
hiding from?
you don't know the answer to.
Well, so I sat in that corner specifically because I thought it was the most far away from the windows. In the instance somebody would hear something out there, or if something really
Yeah,
bad were
yeah.
to happen, if somebody was armed or something.
She is cross-examining the
shot through a
witnesses to get
But
her
when you
client
saw law
convicted.
enforcement,
I was already outside right when law enforcement arrived.
right,
He's the guy who called 911 after seeing Jennifer and James's vehicle outside of the commercial unit.
so you weren't afraid of the law enforcement?
No.
Okay,
Uh,
thank you. Can you be
Oh my
excused,
God.
Ryan?
Yes, you can.
So many
Yes, that's why the
stupid
defense.
questions.
Yeah,
Corporal David Shaw.
Prosecutor Karen has labeled them as criminals through the charges. That's why you, as a defense lawyer, try to refute that.
That is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
It is so dumb. By the way, if you guys are late getting here, I am ending the stream at 3 p.m. I do not believe the trial will be done at 3 p.m.
Thank you, camera guy. That was a good close-up of the defense attorneys behind.
I have tickets to Wicked tonight, so I'm going to end, and I'll start the stream early tomorrow, so we'll get caught up, and then we'll be live again. So we won't be behind.
Yeah. I'll be out in about half an hour. I have some errands I need to run.
Okay.
And then did you state your name for the reference code, first and last name?
My name is David Shaw, S-H-A-W. First name is David.
Uniform on, fresh from the barber.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to speak really as loud as you can, okay? Okay. How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Detroit Police Department.
Okay, and what do you do there?
I'm assigned to the Special Response Team, which is the city's SWAT team.
It would be so fun. Oh no, I work at
How long have you been a
the
police
closest
officer?
dress-up store.
You know, okay, so they're going to all of this part, right? Okay, so the order of the witnesses have thus been, let's establish the shooting. Then let's establish James and Jennifer's response to all of it and everything kind of leading up to it, right? They go back to March of 2021 all the way through. They go through the text messages. Then yesterday we saw a lot of how they're responding afterwards. And what I thought that we were going to get into is Ethan's journal, because Ethan's journal is kind of bad. He talks a lot about the things that he wants to do. And I thought the state was going to dive into that today and establish that they should have known. But now we're going into this whole they were on the run sort of thing. I don't know if they're going to move to introduce the journal.
Final witness.
No,
they are going to slam dunk on a final witness, I assume.
Well, maybe. I got the wrong banner up right now. But maybe they are maybe final witness, maybe, or maybe they're not going to introduce it at all. But I don't know. I'm just very weird. It's just very weird.
And what's your rank right now?
Corporal.
Corporal. Okay, so I'm not familiar with Detroit Police and their ranking structure. Tell me what that means.
So corporal is essentially would be a field training officer or a trainer of other police officers. Essentially.
Okay. And how long have you been assigned to the City of Detroit Special Response Team?
For approximately 10 years.
10 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where did you work prior to that?
I worked on the Eastern District, which is
I believe they are innocent, but she's making her client
Okay,
guilty.
so
well,
would
she
that
just
be,
called her a dumb
patrol
criminal.
officer?
Correct.
Okay. So
Shoot,
tell me
where'd that
very
go?
please, what are some of the responsibilities of a member of the Detroit Police Special Response Team?
The Special Response Team serves high-risk search warrants, usually for homicide suspects or dangerous people, and then we also do barricaded gunmen, so get domestic violence and someone barricaded in the house. They don't want to come out. Police officers will.
I'm so excited for my wife to see Wicked. She's never seen it.
So you've had specific training when it comes to executing search warrants and arrest warrants?
Correct.
Okay. So how many, we would call this a raid. Would that be right? Fair?
That's fair.
Okay. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Yep.
Okay. So how many times have you executed either
They've
a
all
search
been going
warrant or
through
an
my head
arrest warrant?
today. I want to play them so bad, but I'll get struck.
I don't know the number off the top of my head. I mean,
Give us the ballpark if you can.
probably hundreds. I know I have 173 barricaded gunmen instances I've dealt with.
173 barricaded gunmen alone?
Correct.
Okay.
So, and then on top
Well,
of the search warrants, I don't keep track of that off the top of my head, but
it is
I
Detroit.
would say
Right?
more than 200.
Okay. So you've been doing this for about a decade? And is this the routine practice of the Detroit Police Special Response Team?
Okay.
Now, I want to direct your attention to Friday, December the 3rd, 2021, approximately 11:30 p.m.
Okay.
Do you recall that date and time?
I do.
Okay. And did you have occasion to be recalled to 1111 Bellevue in the city of Detroit?
Yep. Got recalled for a search for a wanted fugitive. That was the recall we got. So that was the only information I got prior to getting there.
Okay. Now, when I say recall, what does that mean?
So our commander will call our lieutenant, who then texts our sergeants, and they send out a text message to our whole team that says, come back to the base or respond to this particular address. In this case, it was response to this area. Once I got there, it was given more information at that time.
Okay, so I take it 11:30 at night. On
No, it's
Friday
too soon
night,
to
you
tell,
were
but-
in the office itself.
I mean, the whole argument of ineffective assistance of counsel is a potential argument. There's been cases where people have slept through trials and it's not ineffective assistance of counsel. This case, I mean, calling your client a dumb criminal in front of the jury and doing stuff like that, it might rise to that level. Seriously, it's really bad defense work.
Yeah, I need to jump off. Somebody threw a grenade at the Israel embassy in Stockholm, and I have friends working in that area, so I need to check on them.
All right. Take care, Nicholas. Thanks for joining. Guys, everyone go subscribe to Nick. I put a link to his channel in the description. He's Swedish, but he does good stuff still.
Yeah. Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you recalled, you're always on call, but you're called to duty?
Correct.
Okay. So as a member of the special response team, is it fair to say that you're always on call?
Always on call.
Always on call, okay. So approximately what time did you arrive at that location?
I'm usually pretty quick. That's roughly 20 minutes from my house, with maybe 25 minutes before I got to that stage.
Okay, so if you got the message about 11:30, would it be fair to say you arrived before midnight?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Now, what type of building is at that location?
It's not the
There's a
Swedes.
large.
Most likely it would be the Muslim immigrants.
If I showed you some pictures, would that help?
In Sweden.
So we have people's 348, 349, and 351 for this witness.
348 through 351.
349 and 351.
We have no objection to those.
Right, 348. So 348, 349,
And 351.
351, not 350.
Correct. That's who this witness. Sir, on the screen in front of you, can you see the People's Admitted Exhibit 348?
I do.
Okay. And what am I looking at in this photograph here?
It looks like an industrial building to me.
Okay, so
An
is
industrial
the address
building,
1111
not
Bellevue in the city of Detroit?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And this is,
Have you testified before, officer?
oh, I'm sorry. This is People's Admitted 349. This is the same building?
It looks to be, yes, sir.
Okay. And this is People's 351. Again, photograph of 1111 Bellevue.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you arrived, sir, tell me what you saw, your initial observations.
There's a ton of police cars initially. With this particular incident, there wasn't anywhere to set up on like a barricade gunman would be, so I kind of waited until we had more officers show up to the scene prior to making entry into the building.
Okay. So let me stop you right there. You said a ton of officers are already in scene. Was that your team members or were other officers?
There's other people. So there's, I couldn't tell you what agencies or what units were there, but it was more than just SRT.
Okay, so it's more than Detroit Police Special Response. Was it also, excuse me, more than just Detroit police officers as well?
To be honest, I couldn't tell you. I didn't see any other city cars, but there was a lot of Detroit police cars. And as we started showing up, this was prior to making entry. Once we were in the building, there was multiple agencies.
You can see the prior witness's vehicle sitting down at the end.
At least one other tactical team that we ended up running into.
There's garbage sitting out by the
Okay.
dumpster.
So, sir, tell me,
So what?
you arrived a little before midnight, you said, and at that point, were your team members already there?
Nope, I was the first one there. I talked with I believe it was the commander or lieutenant that was on the scene already. He kind of gave me a rundown of what was going on. And we kind of formed a plan and waited for other guys to get there before we made entry.
Okay.
To this building.
So you
defense
were
counsel was
recalled from
between
your home, you said?
Correct.
Okay.
Working
Were you wearing the
program.
uniform you're wearing today?
No, sir.
Tell me what you were wearing.
It's essentially an unmarked uniform, but it's a black tactical shirt, which allows me to apply patches to each shoulder, so I'm able to identify myself as a Detroit police officer. Then I have a heavy vest on that says police across the chest.
Heavy vest is what?
It's a bulletproof ballistic vest.
Okay.
With heavy plates on the inside for protection from firearms. Helmet, usually a mask. At this time it gets pretty cold, so I usually do wear a face covering. Also have my badge on, my rig that I use for my gun belt, and that's essentially, everything's all black though, except for the police and white lettering across.
Okay, and that's the standard uniform of the Detroit Police Special Response Team?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So once you met with the other team members and a plan was organized, what happened next?
We actually made entry into this building where there was a ton of officers there already.
Give us an idea of how many.
On the main floor, when we first went through the front door, there was, say, roughly 20 people in there, just in the initial spot.
Just in the main entryway?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there were officers that were dressed kind of plain clothes. Some guys that maybe they're dressed like DFAT, which would be like jeans and a shirt, but a vest that identifies them as police.
What's DFAT?
The Detroit's Fugitive Apprehension Team.
Okay.
And there was other, like I said, other officers there that looked to be like a tactical team.
Okay. So you weren't the only special response team on the scene?
I wouldn't say no.
All right. And we've already heard testimony that this building had 3 floors to it. Is that accurate?
Yep.
Okay. So tell us, sir, what is the first thing that the Detroit Police Department Special Response Team did?
So after making entry, we started searching the main floor kind of slowly. I know we did breach 1 or 2 doors on the initial entry. There's a room right to our right when we went into the door. We had to breach a double door. We breached that.
Did they try calling
Let's stop right
them?
there. Breach. What is
Did
that?
they try calling them
Usually,
first? Say, hey, we're outside. You want to come out?
And a manual breach is you're breaking the door when you're defeating the locking mechanism.
Okay.
And that's what we did.
So that was
You
on
broke the
the
door
first
down.
Floor
You
of this
say you
building?
broke the
Yes.
door down.
Okay. So who used the ram? Was it you or another
It
member?
was another member.
Okay. So describe to us what happens when you use the breach to defeat a locking mechanism.
You're essentially banging a 35-pound metal ram against the door until it opens.
Until it opens? Okay.
Yeah.
And were you able to breach that door in this particular instance?
Yes.
Okay. And what was found in that room? If you recall?
Nothing. It actually ended up wrapping around to another door. We ended up going out that door and back into the hallway that we were in, but we had cleared that room and the conjoining room before we went back out to the hallway.
Okay. Now, at some point, was Detroit Police Department's Special Response Team coordinating with other tactical units on scene?
I believe
The warrant was issued on December 3rd at noon. The phone call came in around 10 o'clock that evening or so, 10:30 that evening. I don't remember exactly what time it was, but they were there at like 11 o'clock. So it was within 12 hours. Within 12 hours. And the police had already gone by the defense attorney's office and spoke with them.
my commander was, or my sergeant. I was not personally.
That's fair.
But I couldn't. I would assume they were.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like
So
the
just
no
walk
knock
us through
thing.
then where your particular team went that evening.
That should be
We started on the
outlawed.
main floor, and we were given information that the 2 wanted fugitives went up to the second floor and never returned back downstairs. So that kind of forced our
I
way.
believe they were sleeping.
That kind of pushed us to the second floor.
Were other officers on the second floor already?
Correct. And yes, and that's when we ran into that second tactical team who said they had cleared the second floor. They cleared all the open doors.
I would take this case, Mads.
So we ended up clearing
Nobody called
the
me.
closed doors as much as we could. At some point, somebody gained access to a ring of keys, and we were opening the closed door, locked doors with the keys.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, when the tactical units were inside the building, were there other police officers on the exterior of the building?
There was police everywhere. I would assume, I'd be guessing at this point, but I would bet there was police on the perimeter of the building.
Okay. You said police everywhere?
Yeah,
Were there emergency lights activated in vehicles?
I'm not 100% sure of that.
That's okay. Was it just the tactical units then inside the building at this point?
There was a canine officer as well.
K9 as well?
We utilized canine officers a canine officer on the second floor who checked each door prior to us opening it with the dog, and we never obviously got any hits from the dog on the second floor.
Okay. And to your knowledge, were there other teams on the third floor at this point in time as well?
I'm not 100% sure.
That's fair. Where did you go after the second floor was cleared?
If I'm not mistaken, I think we went up to the third floor before returning back down to the main floor.
Okay. So at some point in time, you and your team returned back to the first floor.
Correct.
Okay, and why did you do that?
At some point, one of my supervisors was given information that the room these the wanted fugitives were supposed to be in was on the first floor. At some point, someone asked if it had already been cleared, and which they said no. So okay, so we went back down directly to that room.
Okay, and you were given a set of keys for that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you recall who gave you the keys?
I never got the keys. Somebody opened the door for me. I was just number one into that room.
Okay, so tell me, that suite in particular, if I told you it was suite 130, would that sound right to you?
Sorry, I hate stupid telemarketing calls that sound somewhat legitimate, like they're actually clients. How was Smith get on this case? I have no idea. I have no idea how she got on this case. I will say that her and her partner at the time both agreed to take on both James and Jennifer's at the time. Became a conflict issue, so they separated their firms, but they're still representing them.
Okay. That suite in particular, what's the proximity from that location to the location where you used the 35-pound ram to kick in the door?
It's on the same floor, on the same side of the building. Probably guess maybe 10 or 15 feet away.
Okay.
Like that.
All right. Now, at this point in time, were the Detroit Police Department Special Response Team equipped with body-worn cameras?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was yours activated that night?
Yes, sir.
Now, how long would you say that your particular team was on this location from the time you arrived to the time that you entered suite 130?
I guess maybe an hour, hour and a half.
Okay.
2 hours tops, but I'd be guessing at this point.
That's okay. Just an estimate. That's all we're asking. And during that hour, hour and a half, up to 2 hours, were other tactical teams also clearing other rooms?
Yes, sir.
Now, your body-worn camera would have a
going on
timestamp on it.
based off of Becky's chat.
This is going to be equals 347. I don't believe there's an objection.
No, there's not. We stipulate to the admission.
347 is admitted.
It took them 2 hours to make entry. It was a long time.
Let me just stop it for a second to confirm. This is December the 4th, 2021 at 1:33 in the morning.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is camera from your body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell us quickly, where is that camera affixed on your uniform?
I have it affixed to the right side of my chest, just underneath my magazine carriers.
Okay.
I have a lot of stuff here, but it's just a space pretty much right underneath my right arm.
We see a lot of stuff here. We're talking about the tactical vest you described?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Let me see what's hand. Let me see what's spoken. One person at a time. Let me see what's hands. Yep. Let me see hands. Keep those hands where they're at. One hand, I'm gonna go hands. Turn around. On your stomach. Get on your fucking stomach. Hands behind your head. Good. Stand up. What's your name? James. James what? Crumbley. I was young, can I move? What is that? This. These are mine. Those are mine. Put the glasses on. Look at it.
New poll, was this type of police force necessary?
Hold on, take me back. No, you know, double check. Everyone out. Stop here, everyone out. This is still arrest, out. We are double check for weapons, so. We're not, this is still.
And sir, we overheard an officer say with the double check for weapons, it's not the special response team's function to actually search for evidentiary items just for weapons?
Correct. At this point, it's more of a safety search. Before we let anybody into this room, we're gonna make sure we know where weapons are and make sure they're secure before anybody else coming from the public or not from our team is in that room.
Okay, and there were no weapons located in this search?
I did not find anyone.
Okay, but an actual search of this location will be conducted by members of the crime scene unit, would that be right?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Listen.
Sir, I stopped at 1:37 and, 1:37 a.m., 41 seconds, where my cursor is. This is a window?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, and those are the windows we saw in the photographs earlier admitted that face the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you even know the identities of the individuals, if you recall?
I believe after, before we made entry, we were given information that we were looking for these particular people.
Okay. So it's James and Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fair to say it wasn't a Detroit Police Department law enforcement investigation? Okay, so you were given the information that the fugitives could have been there?
Yes, sir.
Once James and Jennifer Crumbley were taken from this location, were they turned over to members of Oakland County?
Turned over to, I believe, our DFAT unit right at the door to this room.
Okay.
And that was that's when we as a team released custody to those.
All right, but that wouldn't have been your function, what happened with them after?
Right now.
Okay. Now, from the video, it depicts that they were found on a mattress on the floor of this suite. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have testified that you used a ram to breach a door about 10 or 15 feet away from the entry door to this suite?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was before that you made entry into this particular room?
That was initially when we first made entry into this building, maybe an hour prior to that.
Okay. And then this arrest occurred after teams, other tactical units, had already searched floors 2 and 3, as well as other rooms in floor 1?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is after all of those officers were on scene?
Yes, sir.
Now, in your experience in 10 years with special response, you said you
They had, yes, charges had been issued and a warrant had been issued for their arrest. So charges were already pending at noon that day, or noon the day before, because this is now like 1 a.m.
You've executed, if you could even ballpark, hundreds of arrest warrants. Was that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your experience, have you caught anyone asleep before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what was your impression if James and Jennifer Crumbley were asleep or not when you entered the room?
Your Honor, I would object. This calls for speculation. The video speaks for itself, and really the appropriate person to ask is Mrs. Crumbley if she was asleep.
Okay.
So I think the foundation's been laid, that he's been on hundreds of these executions.
That's a good
He hasn't seen
objection.
Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley sleep 100 times.
Okay, well, I think he can describe exactly what he saw.
The video shows what he saw.
Right now, I don't know if you know if I'm asleep or not. I mean, I probably am, but.
Go ahead, sir.
But you don't know if someone's asleep just because their eyes are closed.
I'm just asking his impression.
Are his eyes closed? Were their eyes closed? Were they moving or not moving? Like, you can ask those types of questions.
Give us paint the picture for us, what you perceived.
As I made entry, I see two people laying on a mattress. If I'm not mistaken, they were facing each other, not moving, not making a sound.
Okay, and that's after your entire team entered the suite.
Correct.
Okay, and after the door was breached 15 feet away.
Yes, sir.
All right, I have nothing.
Cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In the video, after you guys find the people on the mattress, there's a person that's making yelling noises. Are you aware of who is yelling?
It would be Mr. James Crumbley.
And did you see or observe Mrs. Crumbley making any noises?
I did not.
There's a little bit of conversation we hear on the video about eyeglasses.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was Mrs. Crumbley asking if she could please have her eyeglasses.
Okay.
Is that fair?
To be honest, looking back at it, watching the video, I thought it was Mr. Crumbley saying that was his glasses on the mattress. I just watched the video, so I may be mistaken.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Nothing.
You can step down and.
That was good. The glasses on the mattress would seem to indicate she was sleeping. It was short, sweet, and to the point. I mean, what else you got to cross on?
I'm sorry, Judge, the jurors' lunches are here?
Yeah, if you had a super short witness, we take it now. If not, can you tell me who the witness next
No,
is?
but we could rest today, Judge, so.
Okay.
They could rest today.
Meet the remaining witnesses we have, we'll decide.
Are they even putting the journal in?
So counsel has requested to know.
You're going to make the defense put the journal in?
Begin her case today, if she chooses to present one.
Your Honor, I am going to present one, but I am not prepared as I have
Okay.
no court a
Okay,
million
you could be
times.
prepared to present your case, if any, tomorrow morning. If the prosecution
Jen, you did
rests,
call it, I think.
I want to reiterate that the defense doesn't have to do anything. Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Crumbley can sit here and play chess if they'd like, all right? They don't have to do anything, but if they choose to do so, you can do it tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Pardon me, Your Honor, he left his phone.
Oh, okay, all
Uh-oh.
right.
Was that the pothead that left his
Okay,
phone?
so,
Just a
I'm
good
gonna
old
have
boy?
you Come back at 1:45. Okay, your lunches are here. Please don't discuss the case with anyone, with each other. Don't Google anything.
McKinley, you've been in the chat all day. I sent you a message on X if you want to jump on.
Don't look at any TV about the case, all right?
All rise for the jury.
We talked about this a little bit. Sounds like we're going to have a break. Confiscate it. Yeah. See if there's any. You talking about the defendant? The defendant's hair is pretty today.
All right, you may be seated. I have a question for you.
That's a good question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I got a response from the people about the assertion of privilege in the Fifth Amendment. I feel like we've mostly covered that, but since the defense filed something, I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond, which you did, but in your response, you say there's a separate non-public response.
Yes, Judge, because the information is covered by the protective order, we wanted to make sure not to put anything in the public domain.
Sure.
So if that has not been sent probably to the court, I'll confirm with her.
Oh, okay, that was my question. Of course, we don't want it to be made public, but your response references another response that we don't have yet. It might be there by now.
Your Honor,
Okay.
I have not, and it might be in my email right now.
It probably is.
Was that filed today?
Just today.
Within like an hour ago.
Okay, so I need to review their response in whatever private document they submitted. I want to make sure the court received, there was a private document I submitted as
I have
well
that.
as a public one.
I
Okay,
have that.
thank you.
In fact, I would be happy to give you my copy. I've circled some things.
If you would be so kind, I
The
don't
state
have-
is going to rest today, they
Actually,
say.
we'll print you- we'll
Thank
print
you,
one.
thank you,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, so I'll.
If
see
you guys
if
are on the guilty
there's
side,
one.
I'm wondering what,
If.
there's
if
nothing
in
wrong with
fact
that. I'm just wondering what
rests
evidence really
today, then
convinces
would,
you that we've seen so far.
If you plan to present evidence, it would be tomorrow morning. But based on your motion and the response, I don't know if I need to
Okay.
make any further rulings with
Not
regard to the
really.
privilege issue and Fifth Amendment issue.
I'll go over it in a minute.
So that's kind of what I was waiting to see.
I need to take a look at their response in order to evaluate that.
I understand. I do too. But
Okay.
I may or may not I have some ideas about what to do about that, but I wanted to see the prosecutor's response first, and of course you can see that. as
Okay,
well.
that's understandable, thank
All
you.
right. We'll put that for you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right.
Why do you say that, Justin? Why do you think she's going to be found guilty? Just because of the guns are bad sort of thing? From a technical standpoint, like what evidence is there that she knew of a dangerous condition? So she knew her son suffered from a mental health condition and was a danger to others, and that she failed to exercise reasonable care in response to that knowledge. What evidence is there? We don't know where the gun was stored, except James's testimony or James's statement during the police investigation.
That's, I don't have the other document yet. I haven't been emailed yet.
What's going on with this feed? Okay. Except that James's statements to the police was that the gun was stored away in a closet, the bullets were stored separately. I wonder if the reason why the prosecution hasn't introduced the journals yet is because in that journal, Ethan specifically says he needs to find where his father hid the gun. So we also haven't really established, in my mind, that he's suffering from any sort of mental health issue or forget the mental health issue, that he's a danger to others, right? So say we believe he's seeing demons. Say we believe he's hallucinating. Say we believe those things from March of 2021. Where is the evidence that means that he's a danger to others? It doesn't get there. Now let's say that the math worksheet is a clear indicator that he's a danger to others. They learned about that an hour and a half before the shooting. It was clear the day before that the school wasn't concerned about anything with that friendly voicemail that they left. And it was clear that day that everyone agreed to keep him in school because the issue was self-deletion and that he can't be alone. So you're not alone in school. You obviously, ideally, you wouldn't have the means to self-delete in school, especially with the counselor checking up on you every hour like he was going to and things like that. So where do we have the liability? Like what evidence points to their guilt that has been presented thus far? This is one of those cases where I'd be like, don't even put on a case because they haven't reached that level. But I think they have to. They have to call witnesses. They have to establish some sort of evidence. Did she know about the herding animals? Nope. And it's not allowed in. And because Jennifer had no knowledge of it. That's the idea. You have to go to Jennifer's knowledge. Did Jennifer know? She has to have known. So there was no evidence that she knew. And that might be why the journal is kept out, because there was no evidence that she knew. The journal's not good. So if the state's not admitting it, as a defense counsel, would I? And you're always weighing those. Is it more beneficial than prejudicial, the journal? And I think it's probably more prejudicial. And so you probably shouldn't enter it in. But there was discussions about it yesterday with the court about redactions. So someone's letting it in. Someone's bringing it up. Let's see. Is the state implying that EC's mom texting him and said, "Don't do it, Ethan," before the shooting happened? Yes. Well, I don't know if they're implying that it happened before. It's clear that it didn't happen before the shooting, and it's clear that it happened afterwards. So the shooting started at 12:51 around, and it was done with by the time the email went out to all the parents that there had been an active shooter in the school. It was already done at that point. So that's when mom gets the message. That's when they freak out, and that's when she sends the text. So it was already after it was already done. Also, she just went back to work thinking that her son was potentially suicidal, not homicidal. Wait, what's going on now? It's backing up. It's going in reverse. What is this camera work, people? Everything is going in reverse. How is this? I'm not qualified to have my cameras in the courtroom, apparently, but the beautiful work that WXYZ is doing here. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Let's see. I feel bad for the parents, especially after the state's case. Yeah, I do too. State will have rebuttal. State will have an opportunity to call rebuttal witnesses. We'll see where that goes. Megan Amirowitz is still supposed to testify, unless that was just a whole thing to keep her out of the courtroom, which shame on the prosecution if that was the idea. So Megan Amirowitz is a 19-year-old girl who was charged and convicted of unaliving her father, but it was a very accidental way. They're saying that she threw lye on him while he was drunk on the couch, which caused burns, which then a year later ended up causing his death. The judge felt bad for her. She was found guilty, and the judge sentenced her to time served. But while she was in Oakland County Jail, she apparently made friends with Jennifer Crumbley. And I have had Megan on my show to interview her about her case, but also talk to her a little bit about Jennifer Crumbley. I saw her in court last Tuesday when I was there for jury selection. And we said hi and whatever and just chit-chat a little bit. Well, apparently she was there for the first day of trial too. And there's a sequestration order. She's on the state's witness list. And the state said that they intend to call her, so she must be removed from the courtroom so she doesn't hear the testimony. And so apparently she's friend-ish with Jennifer. So if she's not called, I'm going to be kind of pissed at the state for not allowing Jennifer to have a friend in the courtroom supporting her the whole time. So that's the issue with Megan. And after all this is done, if Megan wants to come on, we'll have another interview with her. Let's see. Journal being introduced by the defense makes it sound like the mom is throwing her own son under the bus. Yeah, I don't like the idea of the defense introducing the journal. If the journal is introduced and you have to deal with it, then you point to the date in the journal, which is only a couple of days before. You establish that you have no knowledge if she knew about this journal existing, and you acknowledge the portion where it says, "Dad hid my gun." And then you move on. That's the 3 points you hit on cross if it's introduced by the state. But why introduce it? Because right now, there's no evidence of him at all intending to do this except the math worksheet, right? So I don't introduce it as a defense counsel, not at all. By the way, if you guys do have questions, throw up the red question marks. It's easier for me to spot them. And I see a super chat coming up as I make my way down the chat. And welcome everybody new. I don't know. Did I get a redirect from something? Maybe because I don't have my live chat. If you guys are redirected from somewhere, let me know because I always like to give them a shout out. Andrew asks, if the police had all the information the parents did, would they have been able to charge Ethan with terrorism? Absolutely not. I agree, because he hadn't made an overt act towards it. That's when we don't thought police, although the state's certainly trying to, but under the law, you have to have some sort of overt act towards the committing of the bad thoughts that you have. And up until the shooting, you didn't have any overt acts towards it. Jennifer will take the stand according to her attorney and opening statements. She made that promise. It's a bad thing to say in opening statements, but you've said it now, so she has to. If she doesn't, I have a feeling she'll be convicted. You made that promise, and the jury is going to be expecting, especially something as big as that, right? You can make other promises in opening statement. The state will not be able to prove their case, blah, 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 whatever. But when you say the defendant in this type of case is going to take the stand, the jury's got to remember that. So she has to take the stand. Did the jury give you the impression that they will focus on whether there's evidence, what Jennifer knew? Yes. There was a lot of questioning about that. In fact, there was a great hypothetical that the judge presented to the jury. And it's not really on point specifically, but your son throws a baseball through the neighbor's window. Should you be held accountable? That was the question that the judge posed to the prospective jury members. And some of them were like, doing this, they didn't really know how to answer. And then a couple of people raised their hands and said, I need more information. And she said, that's exactly the point. You need more information. You can't just base it off of, it was your son, it was their window. You need more information, right? And so a lot of people got behind that. And at least the jurors that I saw talk about it. Let's see. Before listening to this case, I was leaning guilty because of the media. Yeah. Hallucinations, hurting animals, and then buying him a gun. But since she didn't know, professionals weren't concerned, I'm 100% not guilty. See, this is what a lot of people that have been sort of in the guilty side have said to me when I talk about this case. It's like, but did you listen to the evidence? Like, I've watched the preliminary examinations. I've watched these Miller hearings. I've looked at all this stuff. Have you done that? Before you render an opinion, you have to do that because it's not what the media has been saying. I think she's not guilty. John Gary. Getting a not guilty out of John Gary is like getting one out of Coffin Daffer too. So I feel confident now. If John Gary's leaning towards not guilty, then I'm more confident in the jury's outcome, just like Coffin Daffer. But bad mom. Loved horses more than kids. We could say bad mom. I am all about bad mom. I don't care. That's a personal opinion. You could say bad mom. I wouldn't have done this as a mom or a dad. Fine. But it's not involuntary manslaughter. How does being around other people mean you can't blow your brains out in front of the entire class? Well, it doesn't. It doesn't. But the idea is the school counselor said he shouldn't be alone. Well, he's not alone in school. He's got other students. He's got teachers. He's got the counselor. He's got, he's not alone. That's all I was getting at. Not guilty, but I have my thoughts. It's not MLS. That's why it's so bad. Camera work. Oh, yeah, the camera work. For all the wrong that Ethan did, we can say he was efficient. Not the nicest of comments, Ken, but technically correct. What's going on now? Lead detective so-and-so is in there. $5 Canadian from Tara again. When the dean got his backpack, wondering if he put his belongings in it, someone should have asked if it was not open, if it was open. Nobody thought he was capable of this. Yeah, that's the idea. So the backpack was left in the math class. So if you remember, Ethan is drawing on his math worksheet. He is drawing this on his math worksheet, which calls him to be called down to the office. He's sitting there for an hour, hour and a half. Well, he's sitting there for an hour before parents show up. Then parents show up, then they have the meeting. While the meeting is going on, somebody goes down, I think it was the assistant principal, goes down or the teacher brings down the backpack. Somehow the backpack is transferred at that time, an hour and a half later, from the math class to the conference room where they're meeting with Ethan and James and Jennifer. Nobody looks in it. It's been sitting in class all day. And when they brought it in, it's closed. Nobody puts anything in it. Nobody opens it. It's just sitting there. And then they give it to Ethan and send him back to class. So, I mean, I don't know if the math teacher moved it around. I don't know if it was open in math class. I have no idea. That has not been addressed in any way, shape, or form. Let's see. Just wanted her out of the courtroom. Oh, Megan Emirowitz, yeah. No. I mean, okay, she's like 19, and she's a young 19. But in my opinion, rebuttal without reply is such bullshit. Yeah, I mean, the idea is that someone has to have the last word, right? Someone always has to have the last word. And who should that be? Should it be the person that has the burden, or should it be the person that's on the defense? In theory, the defense doesn't have to say anything. They don't have to call any witnesses. And then the state still gets the last word, right? Because there's no rebuttal, but there's also no defense. So the issue is just simply who gets the last word. And our judicial system has determined that whoever has the burden, whatever it is, gets the last word. So if the defense brings a motion, pretrial, whatever, then they argue first. Then the state gets to argue, and then the defense gets to argue at the end. They get the last word. It's their burden. That's just, and it's a 50-50 toss-up. You can't have both sides getting the last word. So that's just the way our system has been developed. You got life in prison. Well, to be seen in the future, because that is being appealed. If she is acquitted, there are two potential causes of action. One is wrongful prosecution. The other one is abusive process. But she has to be acquitted across the board. It can't be a dismissal. It can't be some sort of like guilty of a lesser charge. It can't be a plea deal, which it sounds like none of that's going to happen. There are no lesser includeds. It's just straight 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. And I imagine if they're going to get an acquittal on one, it'll be acquittal on all. Guilty on one is going to be guilty on all. So if she's acquitted, then she has potential causes of action. But if she is convicted, then no. Yes, speaking objections are very normal in Michigan courts. We don't crack down on it a lot. There will be from time to time motions regarding excluding those. So like I could bring a motion and say, listen, the other side is doing so many speaking objections, Judge, and I feel like it's causing an issue with the jury. So can you please tell them to cut it out? And then you could get like, sort of like a special instruction to do that. But we don't do the, objection and everyone knows what we're talking about sort of thing, or objection leading. And then that's it. I've had a couple of trials that have been big in the media. Welcome, Legally Live.
Hi.
Where they, we did a lot of sidebars. So we would just say objection and then we'd do sidebars. There was really only one case that we had to do that with. Legally Live, are speaking objections popular in your state, which is Texas?
Okay, wait. So what do you call a speaking? Wait, what? I didn't hear what you were just saying, but what do you call a speaking objection? Like whenever you say the reason for your objection without
Instead of
citing the
just
rule?
instead of just saying like objection leading, you say objection. They're leading the witness by insinuating that da 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 da.
I mean,
We do that a
yeah, I
lot in
don't.
Michigan.
They might be popular here, but I think they get shut down quite a bit, actually.
They're not shut down as enough as
attorney
they should
shuts
be.
them down.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. I was like, you can, if it happens, it's against the rules, but
Yeah.
we really don't enforce it in Michigan unless you really draw attention to it by the, to the judge, and the judge sees it as an issue and then tries to shut it down. But the next time it's going to happen, you'd be like, Judge, we just had a ruling on this. I know.
Yeah.
It's not really frowned upon as much as it is in other jurisdictions.
Yeah, we don't have, at least in Austin, I don't know any judges that are like, I said no, whatever they're called. What are they called?
Speaking objections.
Speaking objections. Because I've heard that in other courts where they're like, they get really mad.
Like federal court, you don't do that in federal court in Michigan
really?
or anywhere. Yeah, no, you don't do speaking objections. Just objection, immediate sidebar. You go discuss everything. You don't even say that it's leading. You just say objection, and
you don't even. Do you say the rule?
Nope. No, generally not. No. How would you defend Jennifer Crumbley if you in her lawyer's place? I would do the same approach. There's nothing wrong with the legal theory of her defense. It's more of the manner and the style. Like, don't ask questions you don't know the answer to. Don't ask questions that will give the witness an opportunity to reaffirm what they just said on direct, because you're supposed to knock down what they said on direct. It's more of a style thing than a legal tactic. But the idea that she didn't have knowledge, nobody saw this coming, she didn't give them unfettered access to the firearm. Those are your three things. That's what the defense is doing.
Yeah, I don't think she
do anything different. By the way, just so everyone knows, we are on a lunch break, and we're just waiting for the court to come back.
I mean, I would do a lot of things differently, obviously, if I were her lawyer. Yeah. I mean, but mostly just in like the technique of how to be a trial lawyer, mostly. I don't know. She seems kind of, and I know you said she has lots of experience, so it's kind of odd to me. But I definitely don't like the way she cross-examines witnesses. It's horrible. And I can't figure out why she's so bad at it. But yeah, I would do that differently. And
can't figure out why she's so bad at it. That's a horrible way to say it. But no, I agree with you. I don't know why she's so bad at it, because she has the same number of years of practice as I do.
But as a defense attorney, or was she a prosecutor for a long time?
I don't know. I just know that she's been practicing for 12 years. I don't know her caseload, her history or anything. I don't know how many trials she's tried.
You've only been practicing 12 years?
13.
Okay.
Well, actually 14.
Okay.
No, it's weird. So, my first trial was December 2010, before I even graduated law school.
Oh, okay.
So
when did you graduate law school?
Well, officially it was like December 2000, or it was like January 2011. I graduated, and then I took the bar in February of 2011, and so I was licensed officially in June of 2011.
Oh, okay.
But I had been practicing before that under supervision. Like I said, my first trial was December 2010. So I called that my start date, even though I wasn't licensed for a few months later.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I know KLI. I'm sorry. I didn't brush it. I took it down out of a bun. The odds of a directed, like, I don't think that's happening.
It's not happening. Although I'm going to say it's not happening, and then I'm going to be pleasantly surprised and very happy when it does.
Yeah, it's not happening.
So if we look at the involuntary manslaughter, and I know this might be kind of hard to see here, but so this is the jury instruction. And what it says is that the defendant has been charged with the crime of involuntary manslaughter. You may also consider a lesser charge of, oh, no, okay, all right. So first, to prove these charges, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused the death of these 4 students. That is, the 4 students died as a result of these actions of the mother, which are failure to recognize the danger that her son posed and take reasonable steps to prevent her son from doing these activities. Second, that in doing this act, which is failure to act, the 4 students' death, which caused the 4 students' death, the defendant acted in a grossly negligent manner. Now, grossly negligent says it needs to be more than mere carelessness. It means willfully disregarding the results to others that might follow from an act or failure to act. In other words, to find the defendant was grossly negligent, you must first find each of the following 3 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant knew of the danger to another. That is, she knew there was a situation that required her to take ordinary care to avoid injuring others. Second, that the defendant could have avoided injuring others by using ordinary care. Third, that the defendant failed to use ordinary care to prevent injury to another. So that's the standard. So what the state is saying is that she knew that her son was a danger to others, and she failed to take ordinary care or steps or exercise ordinary care to prevent the harm to others. So that's the theory of the state's case. Now, hopefully that makes sense. It's hard to kind of get your head around. The other thing I have an issue with, so first of all, she had to have known. Secondly, she had to have, you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that even if she had taken steps, that it would have prevented the injury, right? So what does that look like? Sending her to, or him to counseling? How many times did he have to go to counseling? Giving him medication? They're going all the way back to March of 2021 to establish this known thing, right? So you can presumably then go that far back and say, well, what steps do you think she should have taken? But the causation is a huge issue for me.
How are they getting to March?
There were text messages sent by Ethan to Jennifer in March where he says he's seeing demons in the house, and the house is haunted and stuff. And so that was in March. What is that face for?
Who were they sent to?
His mom.
Oh,
the defendant.
Shit. And when did this happen?
November 30th.
Oh.
But does that mean that he saw them? Is he just,
or he was high?
Or he was high on something? Then there was a big argument apparently between James and Jennifer with Ethan about all kinds of stuff. There was a message a couple of days later where Jennifer messaged James and said, "How is he?" James says that it looks like he had way too much to drink last night. That's how he, is sort of staggered. So maybe he got into something. Who knows? There's no context around these text messages. And we don't know what's going on. But apparently,
yeah,
Jennifer
you know what?
says
My 4-year-old says that kind of stuff all the time, and I don't think she needs to go to a therapist. She's just a little weird.
Yeah. Did the state bring up the shooter being left alone as a young child? They said that they didn't as much as they did in the preliminary examination. In the preliminary examination, they tried to argue that the state let, or that Jennifer left Ethan alone for hours while she went to the horses. And they didn't really push that issue much during this trial. Did you get the pick up on that at all, McKinley?
No. How young were they talking?
15. He was 15.
Oh, okay. I thought they meant I thought they were referring to when he was a young child. That question. Oh, okay. Who cares? 15.
Oh, leave my kids home alone when they're 15 for a couple of hours.
I mean, babysitters are 15 sometimes. I have not personally hired a 15-year-old, but like I'm pretty sure I had 15-year-old babysitters.
I am way behind. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of people that babysit at 15. I'm way behind in the chat. Hopefully, Patty, I answered your question already. Farrell in the house. Was the picture
Compound
of the
question.
gun drawing on the paper the same day as the shooting? Yes, it was. So this.
But she didn't see that original drawing, right?
Yeah. So mom saw this one.
Which is way better.
The school saw this one. School saw this one. Mom saw this one. They still expressed concerns. Even the water cooler co-worker that testified yesterday said that mom was concerned when she came back from the meeting about this, which was the morning of. You could see the date at the top, November 30th, 8:59 a.m. So that was the morning of. Then they had a meeting at 10:45 with parents, and Ethan went back to class. Mom and dad went home. Mom texted Ethan at 12:42 saying, are you okay? You know, you can talk to us at any time. We won't judge. Son texted back, I know, I'm sorry, I love you. At the moment he's texting back, he's in the bathroom pulling the gun out.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even if they knew those things about like that he was saying this stuff about demons and stuff, I still don't know how that shows that. I still don't see how that would get you to a guilty verdict here, but
yeah.
You had
okay.
2 super chats too.
Yes, thank you. So this is Korean won. I can't remember. I think this is Korean won. 5,000 Korean won. Thank you very much. How is ordinary care defined, and is it for the jury to decide? I know, compound question. Yes, it is absolutely for the jury to define. The jury uses the reasonable, prudent person standard. What would you, as a reasonable, prudent person, see as ordinary care? So if the jury essentially believes, even if mom knew that there was a risk, that she took the ordinary care of, I'm going to go back to work, I'm going to try to find a counselor, I'm going to send him to school, the jury can say not guilty. It's up for the jury to decide. And then we have a $5 super chat from Steve. Maybe Jen will get a little sympathy from the jury because her lawyer sucked. It's not a good strategy. She might.
It never works.
I feel like that might just be a accidental thing, if anything. That's just really bad strategy. Should not be your primary strategy. Did the squirrel redact? No, actually, Ethan did. So he's doing this drawing. Then the teacher, this is a photograph that the teacher took on her phone and sent it to the office. Ethan was obviously aware that the teacher was taking the picture. So then he doctored it by doing this. He also wrote things like, I love my life so much, and we're all friends here, and things like that that weren't on the original. So now he claimed that he was just drawing a video game. He was also seen watching a violent scene of a video game earlier on November 30th as well. And the school shrugged it off as maybe he has suicidal thoughts, but not homicidal, and we need to get him counseling. And that's what was expressed to the parents as well. And so nobody saw this coming.
Who is
yeah, so what's that?
Nothing. I'm going to ask Zero Suit, whatever.
Oh, yeah, they are in RA's chat. Recovery Addict? Who's in Recovery Addict's chat?
Zero Suit Samus or Samus or...
Oh, I don't know. Hey, Dave. I'm hanging out over on Facebook. Oh, by the way, if you guys missed it, my announcement earlier, I'm ending my stream at 3 p.m. If we miss court, it sounds like we might not. I don't know, because the state says they're ending today. which means they might run and asked whether or not the defense was ready to call witnesses, which means they're going to be ending before the end of the day today. I don't know what time that's going to be. We'll play it by ear. I have tickets to Wicked tonight. And I'm really excited to take my wife there. She's never seen it. So I'm going to be ending at 3 or around 3. I'll try to play it if we're close to ending for the day so we don't miss anything. I'll try to keep it going a little bit longer. If for some reason we miss some of the trial today, I will start earlier tomorrow morning so we can get caught up and we'll still be live tomorrow. That's my plan.
Kimme, no, it is not easy to think on the fly when you're in trial. Sometimes it's not, especially if you've been doing it like all day long. Sometimes your brain gets tired.
Your brain does get tired. I love it. I thrive on it. It's where I do my best work. And I feel like to be a good litigator, to be somebody in the court on this type of case, you need to be able to.
Yeah, for sure. But it's easier to sit here and comment on it.
That's true. That's true. It's less nerve-wracking right now.
Yeah.
The one thing I noticed during jury voir dire, because everyone was in the cafeteria, attorneys, potential jurors, everyone was in the cafeteria that day. And I was like, everyone seems nice and calm. No one seems like flustered, right? And at first I thought that it was a sign of confidence. But when you are too calm, sometimes that's not a good thing, right? You need some nervous energy in order to stay on top of stuff. And now that I'm thinking about it, hindsight, I feel like her attorney was a little too calm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you get confidence like that from experience, but I feel like she was just a little like me. I don't eat with anybody at lunch when I'm in the middle of trial, jury selection, whatever. My co-counsel, my second chairs, my legal assistants, my clients, nobody. Go away. I want my time with my thoughts. I'm going to be going over stuff, thinking about stuff. I don't want to talk to anybody when I'm in the middle of a trial. And she was just sort of chit-chatting and hanging out with, her attorneys and stuff, or her other attorneys. I thought, she seems really calm. I wouldn't be that way. Do you believe that Jennifer Crumbley will be called by the defense at the beginning or the end of the defense's case in chief? That's a good question. I don't know who else their witnesses are. Because they can't call Ethan now because of the Fifth Amendment thing. So if they plan on calling like doctors or someone that's had experience with Ethan that's going to testify to support that, you might want to call her last. I always like calling my client at the very end because they've had an opportunity to see all of the witnesses, all of the state's witnesses, as well as all of your own witnesses and what they've testified to. So if there are any issues, then you have an opportunity to clean it up. Say you call like a family friend, for example, that wants to testify about something. Ethan was great. There was no signs of stuff. But let's say they say something that's a little weird and you want to explain it. Well, if you've already testified, then you can't explain it. So you should wait until the end.
I think it'll be Karen that does it.
What do you mean?
Taylor. That questions Jennifer. That crosses her.
Oh, it's definitely going to be Karen. It's not going to be the guy. He's too mean. David wants some time with his thoughts. Someone is internet famous. No, that's just my style. Baker, you don't know Baker. Oh, somebody had a question in my chat yesterday for you, Baker, that was properly for you, is what sort of education or qualifications do you need to be a layman in Denmark? And if you guys don't know the Broken Baker, you all need to go sub to him. He's a professional juror in Denmark, as well as other things. He is a baker, and I think he was a former politician too, but we don't talk about that much. But do you need any sort of formal education or training, or is it just, I am a citizen, therefore jury member I shall be? All right. If you guys asked a question earlier and I skipped over it, I apologize. I hit the button that takes you all the way to the front of the chat. and I guarantee I missed some questions. So if I did not ask or answer your question already, I'm already at the front of the chat. So go ahead and post it again. Is he also a professional broker? Broken? Yeah. Well, he's a professional baker that is broken. So he broke himself a while ago. A paid juror sounds corrupt as hell. Well, all jurors are paid something. What sort of questions? Oh, well, Karen asked Jennifer. That's a good question, right? She's the bad guy. So you can go on the offense and get kind of nasty with her. And I feel like Karen's going to get a little nasty with her. You knew that your son, had these thoughts. Why didn't you take him out of school that day? You could have, right? Your employer testified up here that there is paid time off. So you could have gotten paid and taken your son home. But you chose not to because that would have been an inconvenience for you, right? Because you were going to your horse later, right? And whatever, that's how I would cross her. Something along those lines.
There was another question from Kaylee. And on this, I can say I see the majority of defense attorneys not presenting a case in chief, to be honest. In like everyday trials that aren't televised, happens all the time.
Yeah, because sometimes you don't need to. Sometimes you're only going to make things worse. I have a case right now. It's scheduled for February. And the Oakland County prosecutor has sent me an email asking me for my witness list. And I'm like, I don't think I have a witness list. If it's a witness, it's the defendant, my client.
Right.
I don't know if I have anybody else. My witness list is going to be short. If the defendant so chooses to testify, it will be him. Because most of the time, it's a he said, she said kind of thing. And they're going to call a half dozen cops up there, say whatever. And then they got like the victim. And then otherwise it's he said, she said. I'm looking for another feed because they shut down the feed, which is weird. Oh, we're back up live. Good. Let's see where we are with everything. Okay. Should be getting back from their lunch in a bit. I don't know. Usually, wouldn't you agree that usually the defense has a lot less witnesses?
Yeah, oh yeah. For sure. Because they don't have all the law enforcement, first of all. Somebody had a good question on here. Yeah, John Gary, that exactly. That's for sure going to be asked. When you heard there was a shooting at Oxford, you immediately knew it was Ethan, and that's why you texted, don't do it. Correct.
See, this is where witness preparation comes into play. Ideally, you would have asked your client this question already, and you know her answer to it. So you can ask it out in front. You can ask it before the prosecution. That question should be asked before Karen even gets a chance.
Absolutely, it should.
Mm-hmm.
All the bad questions should definitely be asked in direct from her own attorney.
Yeah, you want to hear bad news from a friendly face.
Yep.
So you want those questions out by the defense counsel. You don't want to overlook stuff like this. So Morgan asks, how did Ethan get life? All right. So Michigan has bastardized the Miller Standard. Miller Standard is a case out of the U.S. Supreme Court that says it is a cruel and unusual punishment to sentence a minor for whatever the crime to life without the possibility of parole, whether they're charged as an adult or anything, or whether it's intentional murdering for fellow students. Michigan has taken this along with a couple other cases and said, well, I feel like there's a little exception. If the child is irredeemable, an irredeemable child, then we can sentence them to life without the possibility of parole. And that's what the Miller hearing is about, to determine whether or not Ethan was irredeemable. And I have a whole, all the Miller hearings are in my playlist for this case as well. But the court essentially determined that he was irredeemable, and therefore the court could sentence him to life without the possibility of parole. And the judge ultimately concluded that that was appropriate. Now, all of that's being appealed. What evidence did the state have to keep her in jail for 2 years? Julie F., that is a great question. And I will direct your attention to these last two witnesses because that's what they based it on. That they didn't turn themselves in, that they were hiding out in an abandoned warehouse, that their attorneys knew that there was a warrant, that they didn't come to the door. Again, you're in Detroit, and like I said, not a good area. A creepy lady, like with no teeth, grabbing your fingers like that kind of area. And so you don't necessarily go outside when there's a lot of chaos, right? But no, Julie, that's what they used. That they had burner phones and that they were hiding and on the run. Oh, and they took cash out instead of using their debit cards and stuff.
Oh my God, they're so suspicious.
Because they didn't want to have to keep going to a ATM machine in public.
And remember, people they disappeared off of Facebook because people were saying all kinds of nasty stuff. Even their friend, the horse lady, said, "I don't want you around. I don't want causing that trouble. Don't worry, I'll take care of your horses. You stay away. Don't come out here." So nobody wanted anything to do with them. Nobody wanted them around. I don't know. I don't know how much they get paid. It's not like minimum wage or anything, but it's not nothing. Jamie, how are you? You've been watching all day?
No, I had a stinking work meeting the last hour and a half, so I missed everything. I seen the coffee guy testifying, and I was just angry the whole time. But other than that, I missed the rest of it. But I'm not going to make you update me. But I would like just a quick overview of what we had the last hour and a half.
Oh, I don't want to make you update me, but please give me an update. I got it now. Cool. Day 4 started out with Sam Marzipan, the detective from Oakland County Sheriff's Department. He testified about a bunch of school stuff, which we all felt that was irrelevant or not relevant. Essentially the same sort of stuff that we left off with at the end of yesterday, which was a bunch of dead kids. So that was being brought around. Then he's the one that took Jennifer's phone. And Jennifer was initially reluctant to turn over her phone, even though there was a warrant, and then was initially reluctant to turn over her passcode. Although she didn't have to, she eventually did turn over her passcode. And then there was a post about that Jennifer made on social media that said, Ethan has taken 4 lives, he will have to suffer. And apparently that was a bad thing for her to post somehow. That's what the state brought up. On cross-examination, it was asked, but he doesn't know if she's ever received a subpoena before or a warrant or anything. Jen expressed concerns about not having her phone numbers. That's why she was concerned about giving up her phone. So the officer gave her a notepad so she could write down a bunch of numbers. And that he took her phone, her only phone at the time, and the witness told Jen to go get a burner phone because you won't have a phone for a while, so go get a burner phone. So that's what we got on Cross. So that's what I said. Cross was pretty good there.
Yeah, I heard that part, and I was just like, see?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to have bored you, Jamie, with her nubs.
What?
You said you wanted a review, and I was giving you
No,
one.
the
Like,
last,
I already know that.
No. I saw those people. It was just the last hour and a half that I missed. I didn't know if there was anything that came up that was super
well, I'm
relevant.
going over for everyone else too.
Well, it's
Then
okay.
there was
I enjoy
Detective Santa. He's a fugitive apprehension Santa.
Oh,
he testified that when people go on the run, they usually take cash and don't communicate with friends or family, but they often stay at friends or family's home, which was interesting. Yeah, I know. It was. I feel like she could have done some cross with that, but basically, he was the one that was heading up the search for James and Jennifer Crumbley. The defense attorney did get out the question, like, you met with me, in fact, and we were talking about turning them in the next morning, correct? Then that was objected to because she was apparently making herself a witness. But the question got out there, and I think the inference is made. So then cross-examination, that guy, he found the art studio after somebody called. Then we had Luke Skywalker, just a good old boy and wannabe glowy. I testified that he has his coffee shop there, Detroit Coffee House, and he showed up, saw the car, saw the woman sitting there, took discreet photos, and then called
Oh
911.
my God.
That was about it, but he was on the stand way too long.
That guy just drives me nuts.
I have for redirect on this guy, nothing significant.
Nothing
My
is
note for
significant.
redirect. With a good old boy, wannabe glowy. All right, and then we have the Detroit police officer that testified that he went to the building. There were a lot of police there. He was in a marked uniform. There was a bunch of pictures. It took 2 hours to clear this building, which seems really weird. We saw the body cam video of him doing that. He says on cross-examination, he says that Jen was looking for her glasses. James was making noise, and he doesn't know if they were sleeping. That's about it. That's really like all the important parts, unless I'm missing something, chat. Quinn and Green, what do you got going on over here? What is this?
I think you missed Kiwi Green. Okay, that one. I couldn't figure out what that was saying. I was trying to answer, but
If there was no knock warrant, then
why didn't they declare themselves?
Yeah.
Nobody called them.
But that's a no knock warrant. You don't declare yourselves.
Try
if it
to
is a
write
no-knock warrant.
incomplete sentences too, because I'm not going to struggle to read this shorthand stuff.
I know. I ask for a rephrase because I can't figure
Yeah.
that text out.
See, yeah. So
They're
just
trying
write
to
it in like
be-
a normal sentence.
Yeah. Well,
I'll
because
try
you
to
can only have so
answer
many characters, so I
Yeah.
see what they're trying to do there. I could
just-
just ask me. I'll get it. I'll
Yeah,
decipher
if
it.
Jamie's
for you.
on panel, you can text like this, and I guess, but I'm not going to understand. I have trouble reading normal texts or chat.
Exactly. Me too.
So they never called them. They never knocked on the door and said, "Hey, you want to come outside?" They never called them or anything like that. So they just went in and started busting down doors.
Well, that's the whole thing. Like, actions that they've been taking on these parents is absolutely ridiculous to me. I don't know how anybody else feels, but I'm just like, yesterday when they're talking about like guns raised at their house and and then this whole like they're these fugitives on the run, and I'm like, are we really going there? This is what we're presenting. Okay. It's insane.
Do you think the state's going to call Megan, or do you think that was just a ruse to keep her out of the courtroom?
I think they will, because they just want to I think they just want to question her on like what Jennifer talked about and how she acted in the jail cell, I guess.
No knock warrants are not unconstitutional, although they should be. There's nothing really in the Constitution about no knock warrants. They basically say you can't search or seize somebody without a warrant, right? That's all it says. It doesn't say how you search and seize. So you can do it without a warrant. There should be a statute though passed that says, you can't do it without a warrant, but there should be a statute that says we're going to knock and then go in. There's some exceptions built into the law, such as if they're concerned that evidence of a crime is going to be destroyed, and I hate all that stuff. But I feel like you can craft a statute around that. McKinley, as a liberal, she loves no-knock warrants, and she loves the fact that they can just go in.
Are you joking me? I hate no-knock warrants. I think that they should be completely outlawed. So many seriously innocent, completely innocent people have been harmed so badly. There was actually a trial here in Austin where a SWAT officer got shot doing a no-knock warrant, which is like understandable when you throw grenades in somebody's house and come in there. People are going to start shooting with guns when they think they're being attacked, It's crazy. So stupid. They should stop doing it.
So if you're dressed all in black, you got your ski mask on, but you have your little badge, you bust in my house. You haven't knocked yet. You bust in my house and I shoot you dead. And I'm going to be charged with murdering a police officer in the course of his duty.
He was charged with I mean, he's spending like 12 years in prison or something, like an 18-year-old kid.
Yeah. Yeah, it's horrible. Did he get convicted?
Such crap. Yeah.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
that's the crap that I hate. It doesn't even matter if they go into the wrong house.
Oh,
you know
yeah.
how many
and
times
like
they've gone
killing
into the wrong unit?
babies.
Mm-hmm.
They're recently they threw in one of those what do you call those things that flash?
The flashbang, yeah. Killed the baby on the couch, right?
Yeah, or like they're in the ICU. Such crap.
Yeah. I used to be like, yeah, well, if it's a bad guy, go arrest him. And if he did the crime, go execute him. I don't trust the police anymore. I don't trust the state. Maybe Megan is a rebuttal witness. Oh, that could be. She could be listed as a rebuttal witness. The thing is the court didn't make them file their witness list, just exchange them with each other. So I have no idea who the actual witnesses are. Well, now, he said he had 9 more witnesses at the start of today, but we've gone through 1, 2, 3, 4. So he has presumably 5 more that he thinks he can get done today. This is going to be short and sweet. What are we even going to get into? I bet you they don't introduce the journal. I bet you they don't introduce the journal. What do you think?
I thought you said they were doing it today, and I was just preparing.
Well, they talked about it. They talked about it yesterday about the redactions for the journal, but maybe it was because the defense wants to introduce it, which would be a bad idea. Don't introduce it, defense. Just can I will that? Don't introduce it. It's more prejudicial than beneficial. It's more prejudicial.
Your Jedi mind stuff that you do.
I might throw something if the state doesn't introduce it and the defense brings it up. That's going to be frustrating because there's no benefit to bringing it up. Right now, they haven't established anything other than some text messages from March that is direct knowledge of Jennifer Crumbley. You could talk about the hallucinations and I want to shoot up the school text from Ethan to his friend, but you haven't established any evidence that Jennifer actually knew about those. So, why would you bring in the journals? All that's going to do is establish another piece of evidence that your client may or may not have known about. And then the jury can decide if you knew.
That's so prejudicial.
You know. Who dis Chan? RA, who dis Chan? What? You guys are speaking in code. If you guys write in code, I'm not asking. I have no idea. I'm not going to work that hard.
God.
All right. Sounds like court's going. I will be right back, guys.
Damn, that's loud. Right? I don't know. Ariel.
Did I miss anything, or are they just talking?
It's just been chatter. Like
Anything special?
No.
Why are they waving?
I don't know.
Hi, way back.
We see you.
Yeah. Hi.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be there.
You know what? Just because they wanted to make a showpiece, Kiwi Green, they wanted to. Karen, the prosecutor, wanted an APB out there. Oh, these dangerous people are out there. Get them arrested. They wanted a perp walk. They wanted to make some headlines. Exactly what they were doing.
It's disgusting.
Why would you say the likelihood is? Oh, what would you say the likelihood? Oh, I have no idea. Has my poll ended? I feel like my polls keep ending without me knowing it. I don't even know what the results of my last poll was. You know what? I'm gonna start a new poll. Is Jen guilty? Is Jen guilty? Yes or no? Right now, poll is going up. Nice, simple poll. Polls are nice.
Absolutely
Jamie,
not.
They spur chat involvement, which moves you up in the algorithm.
Oh my god.
Okay, true, but I hate them so much because I have to dismiss them all the time. You know.
Yeah, after I vote, I have to dismiss so it'll get out of my way.
Yeah, then it's always in my
Oh,
way.
God forbid. Okay. How about we say first world problems? I get instant court feed from around the world. Oh, I got to hit the stupid button, dismiss a poll.
What are you eating? I want some of it.
Oh,
that looks like real food. What is that?
It's not. It's just cheese and chips.
Oh,
that is my jam.
That's real food to me.
It's not real food. I forgot to make my sandwich today, and I didn't want to take that much time.
You just
away from
take tortilla chips and melt some cheese on them?
Yeah, that's all I did.
That's what I'm talking
about.
Oh,
like nachos. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I do. That's what I cook my daughter.
That's not real food. Oh my God, do not feed your daughter that.
I know. People are going to report me on here.
I am. I'm calling Child Protective Services right now. You're an awesome.
And I'm going to be like, come give me some cooking lessons, CPS. Come give me some cooking lessons.
Your mother failed you, McKinley.
I agree. But also she lives like 4 streets away and she cooks for my daughter, so it's fine.
Yeah, what can we talk about this camera guy here?
I think he's having a medical issue.
He's going to accidentally show a juror or something.
He sure is.
I'm going to take
Remember,
that
everybody,
down,
this is the quality camera work that the court insisted having in the courtroom instead of me. My cameras are going to be in the far corners. We're never going to see them remotely controlled. I was going to be able to flip back and forth with the jury.
You tell him, Dave. Say, you missed out.
I'm okay with it. All right, we're almost back, I'm going to say. I said be back at 1, right? It's 1 o'clock. Everyone's shuffling in.
How's Shannon been doing today? Other than the morning. I seen the morning.
She's been doing fine, actually. So even the last witness, she's been short, sweet, to the point, just a few little jabs, and we're done.
Okay.
Well, she's been really good. I think the problem is the state's running out of witnesses before she's actually going to get comfortable doing these processes.
Right.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Tatiana. All my Facebook people are slowly starting to trickle back in.
I won't, Whiskey 77. I will not. I will most definitely not.
Well, not what?
Well, not
Eat a
what?
T-bone to celebrate if she is found not guilty.
Eat a
What's wrong with the
T-bone?
Yeah,
Are
because
you
I don't eat meat.
vegetarian? Oh
Since
my
I
God.
was 3. We went.
Oh my God.
Can't
McKinley, you are
take
missing
that.
out on life. Nothing is better than a T-bone. We should start calling McKinley T-bone. That'll be your nickname, like on Seinfeld.
I'm gonna call her bacon strip. So, are you a vegetarian for political purposes, or you just don't like the taste?
Political purposes.
I became a vegetarian when I was 3, and it was for, I guess you would say, political purposes at that age. But now it's just
At
because.
3, you don't have a political purpose. You don't
Well,
have.
okay. So it wasn't. I mean, right? I didn't know it was political. I just didn't want the people at the farm killing the chickens or any other animal.
I want to see my food smiling at me as I eat it.
Ew,
David,
that's
am I loud?
disgusting.
Can you adjust my volume?
Oh, maybe I put you.
Maybe it's because I was yelling.
No, we're all in automatic settings.
She doesn't sound loud on here, but sometimes
We're all set to
sometimes,
automatically balance each other. Maybe it's because of the court feed right now that we're
Maybe.
amplified a little bit.
I mean, I don't want to kill animals, and I love animals, but they're tasty. As long as I don't see the face of my food before I eat it, I'm okay. Is that weird? I don't know. I'm weird like that. Because like my mom and dad have chickens and turkeys and stuff, and they cook them for meals, and I won't eat it. I don't know why. I can't do it.
Yeah, no, I think that's normal.
I gave you a new name.
Uh-oh. Bacon strip?
Bacon strip. I said call her T-bone. It's kind of a cool nickname anyway. Yeah. Not fancy animals though. Yeah, regular animals. I don't eat the fancy.
Brian Walsh.
Brian Walsh, like the TV reporter. Oh, good. The cats are fighting now.
Oh, get it on video.
I can't. They're not like near. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back.
Yeah, this chat's moving faster than I'm used to, y'all. So I'm sorry if I missed things.
Do you want me to
McKinley's used
slow
to
it?
like 3 people being in chat.
I know.
Exactly.
Well, I can always slow it down if you want to like.
No, it's okay. I think other people don't like when it's slow. I don't know.
You can do like a 30-second or 10-second or something.
No, it's fine. You don't need
Okay. No biggie.
I can keep up with it.
But thank you.
I'm the same way though, because if I look up, then I'll look down and like 80 people have already went by, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh yeah, no. If I turn the chat off to go to something else, I get like 100 people that messaged.
Look of someone of one of the jurors as they pull forward in their chair. So I guess I'd ask you not to lean forward, but we moved the camera too. So.
That's why they were jerking around. I knew they were going to catch somebody. They were way too close.
Brian Walsh. Okay. Could you step forward?
Oh, Valhalla's alive. I text him. He doesn't respond back to my text.
What? He's the communist.
Yeah, he did respond.
Oh, okay.
Valhalla.
Just kidding. I take it back, Valhalla.
Brian
Joseph Malash, PRIAN,
Okay, so just keep your voice up.
Okay.
Sir, you're a little soft spoken, so I want you loud as you can. Pretend like I'm in the back of the room.
Okay.
All right. And sir, how are you employed?
I'm full-time, my job.
Yes. What do you do?
I'm a full-time firefighter captain.
Okay. Now, sir, do you know James and Jennifer Crumbley?
Are you employed full time?
Not through your profession as a firefighter, but personally.
Yes.
Okay. Is Jennifer Crumbley in court today?
Yes.
Can you point her and describe something she's wearing today?
Yes, the gray blazer.
Okay. Would the record reflect identification of defendant?
The record will slowly reflect.
End of Jennifer and.
And again, please, nice and loud. I'm even having trouble hearing you.
Sorry.
Okay. When did you first meet Jennifer Crumbley?
High school.
High school? Okay, so you went to high school together?
Yes, sir.
When did you first meet James Crumbley?
When they moved back to Michigan.
Okay. So in between the time you knew Jennifer Crumbley in high school, from the time that they left the state and came back to Michigan, did you stay in touch with her?
No, not until maybe Facebook years, a long time later.
Okay. And you said you were connected with her on social media?
Yes.
Okay, so is it fair to say you followed her on Facebook?
Yes.
Okay. What about Instagram?
No, I don't think so.
Just Facebook?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know if Jennifer had a son?
Yes.
Okay. Had you ever met him?
No.
Did Jennifer ever talk to you about issues she was having with her son?
No.
Did she ever tell you about a friend of her son's?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me what she told you about that friend.
It was his friend, and then he went away, he died.
Okay. Went away or died? What did she tell you?
Yeah, I believe he killed himself.
Okay. That's what Jennifer told you?
Yes.
Did you come to learn later on that wasn't true?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention specifically to the days around November the 30th of 2021. That's the day of the Oxford High School shooting. Okay, do you recall that event?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that from the time period that Jennifer moved back to Michigan up until November the 30th, 2021, you two would communicate on a regular basis with each other?
Yes.
Okay. In what method would you communicate? Would that be in person, text message, messaging app, or all three?
All three.
Okay. Did you save any of those messages between Jennifer Crumbley and yourself?
No.
The morning of November the 30th, 2021, do you recall receiving a message from Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
Tell me about that, please.
It was, I don't know how it started, the beginning of the messages, but it ended up that she had to go to a meeting at the school.
Jennifer, she had to go to a meeting at
Yes.
school? Okay. And what happened? Tell me what happened next in the conversation.
It was that something with Ethan. And,
Her son?
Yes.
Okay.
And was worried he was going to do something dumb.
Who was worried?
Jennifer.
Jennifer's worried. Okay. And she sent you that message before she had gone to the school?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a statement by a party opponent who is Jen, so it's not hearsay.
Now, prior to that, prior to November the 30th of 2021, were you aware that the Crumbleys had gotten a handgun for their son?
Yes.
Okay. And do you own firearms yourself?
Yes.
Okay. So you're familiar with how to store firearms and how to use them?
Yes, sir.
How did you learn that the Crumbleys had obtained a handgun for their son?
I saw it on a Facebook post.
Okay. And what was your initial reaction to that?
It was, I was just surprised kind of they got it, but.
Why were you surprised?
Oh, just that it was the handgun they had purchased. And
Okay. So you knew that they had got him that handgun.
That's not
by
the question.
time that
Why were you
Jennifer
surprised?
messaged you on November the 30th that she was afraid her son was going to do something.
yes.
Okay. Now, when she sent you that message, November 30th, what was your response?
I asked where the firearm was.
And why did the firearm click in your head at that point?
That's with my background and everything. It's like I know that would just be if something was going to occur, that would produce just immediate irreparable damage compared to any other possible thing that.
Okay. That being the firearm?
Yes.
All right. Did Jennifer respond to you?
Is there anyone that Jennifer didn't? I know she texts a lot of people this picture. And maybe she was looking for advice. Maybe she was just, just sort of not expressing herself, but just like in frustration. I don't know, but she did text a lot of people. What are you gonna
But
say?
like all these people are so, I don't know why, but I'm just so annoyed. It's just like, oh, well, that's just like, I don't know how you can just get a bunch of people to come up there and be like, well, that seems weird. I felt like that was weird. And it's just like, it's so disgusting to me. I'm sorry.
Let's back up. I want to make sure we have the chronology correct. So November the 30th, 2021, that's a Tuesday. She indicated that she had to go to her son's school. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And she told you what she was afraid of?
Yes.
And what was that again?
That he was going to do something dumb.
He isn't her son?
Yes.
Okay. And then your next message or response to that was asking about the firearm?
Yes.
Okay. And what was Jennifer's response to that?
That it was in her vehicle.
Okay. And what did you think about that?
I said that wasn't a good place. It's not. It should not be there.
Okay.
Wait,
And
what
you
was
recall
that?
what she said?
No.
Okay. And,
Yes.
okay. And then your next message or response to that was asking about the firearm?
Yes.
Okay. And what was Jennifer's response to that?
That it was in her vehicle.
Okay. And what did you think about that?
I said that wasn't a good place. It's not. It should not be there.
Okay.
Who cares what he
And
thinks?
do you recall what
Yeah.
she said?
No.
Okay.
Where are these messages?
Yeah.
Now, do you recall if this conversation was over the phone or was on a messaging app?
Messages.
Now, later that day, November the 30th, 2021, did you learn what had happened at the Oxford High School?
Yes.
Do you recall how you found out about that?
Through social media and the news.
Now, after that shooting,
This
did
is
you
literally a he said,
continue
he
to
said.
communicate with Jennifer?
Mm-hmm.
Now, we have already introduced evidence through an expert in computer forensics about how messages are saved and if one person deletes and one person doesn't. You told us that you had deleted those messages with Jennifer?
Yes.
The Facebook messages?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So, a search warrant was executed from Facebook itself and obtained some messages. And Your Honor, we have already introduced some of these messages through Edward Wogowski. The people are going to seek to omit the remaining Facebook messages between Mr. Meloche and Jennifer Crumbley as a new exhibit. That's 426.
These are the Facebook messages that were discussed the other day.
Your Honor, I'd like to just review 426, but if it's the same as what was previously, just the whole thing.
They stipulated
That's fine.
to it.
I just don't know, is there more?
And apparently there might be some sort of flirting or
So,
something going on because they've
We
all
have
heard
those,
Jennifer about it.
but with Mr. Wogowski, we omitted 8 pages of that. I'm just seeking to put the whole thing.
What's the whole thing? I have not been provided that. This is the first time hearing that.
Okay.
I probably have no objection, but I need,
Okay, but when you say it's the whole thing, it's the whole communication between Mr. Meloche and the
The
defendant.
remaining communications that begins
That was
December
unredacted
1st,
too.
2021. It's a PDF. It was printed. It'd be 77 pages long.
Okay.
And it has the remaining messages because as we've already learned, when one person deletes but the other person is not able to, Facebook, the server, Facebook can retain them. So this is what's remaining.
Okay, so how long is this exhibit?
It's 77 pages printed out. We're not going to go through all 77 pages, obviously,
Okay.
but I want to make sure that we have the whole thing.
Oh,
I would just
sorry, I
like the
thought I
record
did.
to establish that when I was provided the proposed exhibits, I was provided 8 pages of them. Now, I understand that in discovery, through the 30 discovery dumps I got, I have these.
Okay.
And likely as we go through, there won't be objections. However,
Okay, I'm gonna ask him to show it to you.
okay,
Yes, sir.
please,
Sure. I
yes.
have
And Your
actually
Honor, I need
printed out
a,
extra copies.
Your Honor, I'm gonna need a moment. This is
Okay.
77 minus 8 more pages than I was told.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of discovery and she didn't specifically know, like this exhibit list doesn't say specifically.
Right, Judge, throughout these,
Well, they gave me
hang
those
on, let me,
exhibits
I'd like
on
to
a
respond,
disc,
I'd
and
like to
it's 8
respond to
pages
this,
long.
Judge. I just want to respond to the judge.
Okay.
Throughout this case, there's been different objections lodged by defense counsel. When we've displayed a portion of a Facebook thread or a portion of a chat, I don't want to have
Yeah,
to go
just
through that.
whistling
I want
like your
just
mom
give
to
the
get your
entire
attention.
Exhibit to the jury,
Okay,
and counsel has had this for approximately 2 years,
okay,
and
correct. But,
Your Honor,
okay, I know what you're gonna say.
The
Okay.
disc
You
they
have-
gave
you
me
have-
of the exhibits
there's
doesn't
mountains.
match.
There's mountains
Right.
of information. There's mountains of information. He's trying to admit a portion of the Facebook communication via exhibit.
He should have given
426.
this to her
You
before
are not
lunch.
exactly clear what is in
Right, McKinley?
426. You
Well,
have the
yeah.
right to review that exhibit prior to it being admitted. and
He knew it was
determine
his next
whether
witness.
you
He knew it
in
was
fact
coming in.
admit
You give her a
May
stack
I
of it
just have
before
some
lunch.
time? I apologize.
Yes.
In all fairness,
No, my thought is, and I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know, is you guys are saying, because like as a layperson, I think you are being way too whiny, woman. And you're doing
No.
Jeez, oh Pete.
I
And you're doing
think
this in
she's
front of the
right.
jury, and it doesn't look great in just like a regular person aspect. But I feel like they're doing this to her on purpose so that she does get all flustered
They
and does
are.
act a fool in front of the jury. So they're kind of like, why is she whining all the time? You know what I mean? Because they
Well,
don't
she has
know, and
a
I don't
whiny
know.
tone. She has a whiny
Yeah.
tone, that's for sure. But the issue here is they're giving her like, hey, here's 40 or here's 200 pages of Facebook messaging. This is our exhibit. But they're not using all 200 pages. They're using only 69 of them or whatever. So that 69 page bundle should have been handed over to defense counsel before you move to admit it in enough time so that she's had an opportunity to review it. This is trial 101. I don't care what side you're on. And he knew that this was his next witness. He knew that he was going to admit these, even if it wasn't his next witness. Give it to her before lunch so she has an opportunity to object. But they're doing it in a way, she's got a whiny voice, and now she's whining more, and it just doesn't look good.
That's what I mean. Like, I get that completely because I'm understanding this more. But like in my eyes, I'm like, wow, she's whining, and I bet it's not looking very good. But then again, I think they're doing it on purpose to work her up because they know she's going to act that way.
Right.
And it sucks though.
so discovery, I've read it all, but
I
2
know.
years ago,
Yes, I know.
I was given actual copies of what the prosecution intended to use at trial, and it was 8 pages long. Today, they're walking in with 77 pages. They actually gave me it on a hard drive.
That's a different exhibit, right?
So these are
Okay,
these are
it
conversations
is,
from
but-
court clients. or
But
court
in
clients.
addition,
Okay, whoa, someone might have to type this someday. Okay, so there was another exhibit that was Facebook communication that might have been 8 pages long that was a different exhibit. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, what exhibit number is that?
That is
it's exhibit 151.
151.
Okay, all right.
And
So
Your Honor-
this is, yeah, I'm gonna let you look at it.
I'm sorry, the point I'm making though is that they identified the 8 pages, they gave me those 8 pages, and as new exhibits have been added onto the exhibit list, they have been providing them to me in advance of a witness getting on the stand. This is last minute craziness, so I apologize, I have to take the jury's time now to review something that they could have handed me.
Judge, this is wholly inappropriate, especially in front of the jury.
Okay, wait.
I've already explained why.
Okay,
we're doing
wait.
this.
You said specifically in exhibit 151, there's an order about exchanging exhibits. What your exhibits are different than what discovery is.
We've already identified that in compliance with the court
Go get
scheduling
the
order.
state judge.
We complied with discovery. This was turned over 2 years
You
ago.
weren't-
And this is covered in the
I
stipulation
didn't
signed by
say-
counsel.
I didn't say that you didn't comply with discovery. If we put everything in discovery into evidence, we'd be sitting here for another 5 weeks, right?
Yes.
But what is provided in discovery is different than designating exhibits. You designated exhibit 151 as Facebook messages from Jennifer Crumbley to Brian Malosh, and those are pages 51 to 58, correct? So that's been admitted as 151.
Right.
There's not a description of that exhibit, right? So in what way would she know exactly what that exhibit was comprised
If
of?
she wants more time, we have no objection to review.
Get her.
Your
Get
Honor,
him,
the answer
Judge.
is they gave me a hard drive. with
I'm hoping so,
each
Brittany.
exhibit on it.
Okay.
I had a hard time opening some of those exhibits, but what's on the hard drive they gave me is the 8 pages in exhibit 151. They did not include 77 pages.
Okay. Did you designate which exhibit it was? Did you?
Yes. 151 is
Where?
a portion of the Facebook thread.
I
We did
know
this
it is.
with exhibits through Edward Rogowski. That's why we admitted 423. We went through the whole.
Okay.
The
well,
judge is
I
saying the
have a
right
list
things.
of
Let's hope she
exhibits,
comes to
and
the
it
right
doesn't say what that
conclusion.
was.
Again, I'm just trying to to give full context, Judge, we've gone through this with multiple witnesses.
Okay.
This isn't a surprise. This evidence has been with defense. We have the witness who is the declarant, and then her client is the other.
Your Honor, this is a surprise.
Okay,
And so to say this is not a surprise, it is a surprise.
Okay, it's not.
And this is a repeated
Okay, done.
pattern.
Okay, I get it. You guys are repeating yourselves, all right? All of this information has been provided, but there's a lot of information. If someone wants to admit an exhibit, they have an exhibit, and the other side gets to review what the exhibit is and decide whether they object or not. Ms. Smith has objected to almost no exhibits here. They've all mostly been admitted, right? But the defense has a right to review what the prosecutor wants to present as an exhibit. It's not that they didn't have, everybody's had everything. There are boxes and boxes of things, but she has a right to review the exhibit. And rather have you sit here, I'm gonna have you go back and eat licorice and donuts and what
All the
else?
good stuff the judge brought in for you guys. Keep the jury
I'll let
fat
you
and
do that
happy.
For 10 minutes while she reviews the exhibit, okay? All right.
Jamie decided to join us again. What a shit show.
Your Honor, I can just review it. That's fine.
Hold on. She has a right to see the exhibit. She can stay here.
She can stay here.
I think she can. She needs to show her the exhibit.
Cool. Good. They're not
Alright.
removing her.
Your Honor, the biggest fear I have though is that the microphone picks up, and I've been told multiple times that it picks up between myself and Mrs. Crumbley.
Yeah,
So
my
can
husband
we have it turned
continues
off?
to tell me that you can be heard. Can we turn off the camera and everything right now, just so they can?
Oh, Jesus.
Okie dokie. No sound. I think stop until they're out. Yes, that could have been waited until the jury was out. She just wanted to say, hey, can you turn the volume off? But she does it in such a way where you're not sure if she's going to continue to make legal arguments or what she's doing.
Mhm.
Okay. Another little cat fight in the courtroom. Ladies, go.
I completely agree. I mean, I understand why she's frustrated. They're doing it on purpose, and it's so slimy.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
But she gets like this whine in her voice that I know annoys people. And I'm probably not
It's
the
like
only one. Chat can probably
nails
confirm
on
it.
a chalkboard, right?
Yeah. And I'm like, I want to like you, and you're getting your point across. They are slimy, but stop whining about it.
The judge made a good call on that one. No, they have to have time.
Yeah.
I'm glad the judge addressed it to the jury. Like, listen, she has an opportunity. She hasn't objected to most of these exhibits. She has an opportunity to review these things. So we're going to send you back. I think the judge handled it right. I don't think defense, it's her tone.
Yeah. It's her tone for sure.
See, if I was Jennifer's attorney, I wouldn't have her tone. I would be, I don't know, I'd be like this. I can't put on voices. I'm always like this. This is my style. So I feel like it might come across a little better, but she has a very annoying voice when she's complaining. Yeah, see, I was all excited for the trial to get going again. Now I got my stress ball out again. Yeah, she did continuously speak up when something is wrong. That is true. I'm not a fan of the way. Although hopefully this is redeemable, right? So we had a lot of her whining and things like that. And
she's damned if she does, damned if she doesn't.
that's true. That's fair. That's fair.
That's fair.
Yeah, you go away to make a sandwich and we're breaking again. Hey, you know what, Mo? Yeah, because the state decided not to give the defense the exhibit that they were literally just going to admit right after lunch ahead of time. They could have given it to them before lunch, and they didn't. So now the jury has stepped out, and Shannon is reviewing the exhibit with her client, and the mic is turned off, and the camera is aimed up so that we can't see what they're saying to each other. David could show the jury what jerks the prosecutor is. I could, because I have a way of, like, if I really want to get under your skin, Farrell knows about this. A way to do it in sort of a nonchalant way where I could be like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't know," and I can play it off as who was it, Murphs, that crowned me as the nicest mean guy on the internet or the meanest nice guy or
Yeah,
something.
You are.
But I only have one setting. It's just me, which is perfection, by the way. It's just me. John Gary, that's what I suspect. The reason why I suspect this is because there's been rumors about it throughout this entire case. No evidence has been admitted to substantiate the rumors of the affair. And 2 days ago, day 2, I think, they put Jennifer under oath and asked if she would stipulate to the admission without redaction of Facebook messages. Now, I don't know if they're the same ones, but judging by the judge's comments, there's 2 sets of Facebook messages, the original ones, which we already talked about, and this new set. So I have to imagine that's what we're talking about here, or at least some level of flirtation with an old high school fling. Who knows?
And why is this relevant? Why is this relevant?
Because she said to this guy on the stand, or he testified that he knew about the gun because he saw it on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
She said to him that the gun was in the vehicle, and she sent him a copy of the picture, of course. Oh, and she also said that Ethan's friend killed himself when he found out later that that was not true, that Ethan's friend was just sent away. So maybe it goes to her credibility as a witness. Maybe she says some other stuff in there that hasn't been testified to already. So it could go to whether or not she actually knew there was an issue with her son. Maybe in talking about the friend, maybe she expressed some concerns about Ethan. And then if she didn't take any active steps to get him help, then she knew about the seriousness of the issue, right? That's one of her elements. And that she failed to take reasonable due care. So this might be like the big witness at the end. These Facebook messages might be big. And the reason why Jennifer wants them admitted without redactions is because maybe she doesn't want it to look like she's hiding something. Farrell with the $2 super chats. It says, lie hate you? Is that an L?
She put 2 I's, but I hate you.
I hate you. No, wait. I hate you. Love your favorite sister. Thank you, Farrell, very much. I saw her going off when I mentioned her specifically. But yeah, so that's what I suspect is going on here.
I just don't care about any of that. I don't think it matters to me. It won't turn the needle, like move the needle for me at all. I feel like it's just garbage, a bunch of garbage they're throwing in here. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, probably. I would say that's probably safe. All right, I'm just putting up a banner. And it's reviewing evidence. That's what we're waiting on. Let's see. I know a guy in chat named Ian, but he spells it with a L. Lion. Just to piss off chat. Okay. Good to know. Dave with the typo shaming. I just wanted to make sure
I muted, but I think it was 2 I's, not an L and an I. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to make sure I read it right. If it was supposed to be an L and an I wanted to make sure I got it out there.
No, but the Ian, it's not Leon, it's Ian with 2 I's. Never mind. I mean, it's not lion.
Oh, not lion, Ian. I see. Can we just make it a rule? Like, can we just get rid of the L or the I or something? Because they're too confusing when you see them like capitalized and
I know.
lowercase. You're like, which one is it?
Agree. The I should have the little bars at the top and the bottom.
They're going to start talking about the affair at 3:00 when I go off. Yeah. By the way, folks, so there's another hour and a half left of the stream. Wherever we are at around 3-ish, I'll find a good spot to break. I'm going to end the stream for today. I will start tomorrow's stream early, and so we can get caught up on anything.
You're leaving at 3?
Oh my God, this is the first time you heard about it. I've mentioned it so many times.
Yeah, I
I'm
must
going to see
admit-
Wicked tonight with my wife.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we got last minute
Aren't you
tickets.
fancy.
We got the house box. Box number 1. You can't even buy tickets for this box.
Oh God.
I
The
gotta get my
house
tux
box.
on. I
Where
gotta
at?
clean up my beard. Detroit
Where
Opera.
at? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm very excited to go see it from the house's box. And yeah, so it'll be a good time. Let's see, for being a chat. MLS and mods, thank you so much for being a chat where people can voice their opinions and speak their minds freely. Yes, we are very much a First Amendment chat. The only rule that we have is no personal attacks against anyone in chat or on the panel. However, in exchange, personal attacks against me are welcomed. So,
David is
have
the
at it.
king homeless lawyer of the internet.
Yeah. I mean,
That's
I'm
my
a homeless
favorite
internet lawyer. Yeah.
Favorite.
Who is now, who is, at the time I got that, I was streaming from a treehouse. I have since been evicted from the treehouse. So now I'm truly homeless.
But that was my favorite insult he's got thrown at him in our years of streaming together. Our
great.
years, like
Who
our
was
year of
that?
streaming
Somebody's-
together.
I can't remember the name, but I invited him back. I was like, please
was-
come back. You were awesome.
His name's Kyle.
Kyle. That was it. Kyle. Kyle, if you're listening, please come back to chat. Please come back to chat. That was amazing.
It's like, why are we listening to a homeless internet lawyer? And Dave looks at the camera and goes, "Hey, I have a treehouse." That's my favorite.
Dave, I challenge you to a duel of honors. All right, I'll go with that. I have enough self-esteem. I can get knocked down a peg or two, and I'm still good. I'm gonna say Perez. Is that how you say that? I don't even know how you say that, but I like saying it.
Traz, I think. Traz.
Perez.
Oh well.
$5.
David just goes rogue. Let him do his thing.
Everyone send MLS making law simple super chats with Elliot.
They said they pronounce it Bob or something earlier.
Yes, please send me all the typos. That would be great. Because even if it's spelled correctly, I read it wrong anyway, so we're good. If you don't make internet, I know, right? I need to. My merch store, by the way, I did have a merch store for a while, and I was not thrilled with the quality of the material, so of the prints and stuff, the shirts. So I pulled it down, and I will be opening a new store. Actually, I found a local print shop, which may or may not be close to the area where James and Jennifer were picked up at.
Oh, Mo, that's great. Yeah, he needs some homeless internet lawyer merch for sure.
What? Hey, Joe with a 49 super chat. Jamie, can you please translate?
They want you to.
Oh my God, this is gonna be what meme instruction.
Is it
what?
menstruation?
Menstruation. Oh, that's fun.
Isika.
Isika. Miwi. What? I like Stace's super sticker better. I can just see that it's a thumbs up. Awesome. Thank you very much for the $3 super sticker.
When are
Yes.
you going to move back to the treehouse?
I don't know, because I like this setup now, because I can like go get coffee whenever I want. I have my little desk over here, and I don't know. I'll be back in the treehouse soon enough. Probably spring, actually, when I don't have to heat it. That's the thing, is that
Yeah,
it was
that
going to be
makes
really
sense.
expensive, either electrical or with propane to heat it. Your dog wrote it. I'll ask her what she said. Okay. I can read just fine. I read a lot, actually. I read too much. But I have to read on paper. So like I'm researching some stuff, and I printed out like a fairly hefty stack of statutes, so I can read through them like underline stuff. See? So this is how I have to read. I can't read stuff very well off the screen. I don't know why. My
How
eyes
do you
say
have
no.
to read? Oh, you like to underline and all that stuff. Me too.
Yeah, I have to print out and underline.
Dude, this kills my eyes.
Yeah, I know, right? My eyes are so tired. When I'm done streaming, I gotta take my contacts out, and then I can like read this stuff because I can't. I don't even like looking at my phone after this.
Me either. These are just like, these aren't real glasses. They're supposed to be those like ones that
You're
help
wearing
you with the
fake
screen.
glasses so you have a persona on screen.
No, blue
I put them
blockers
on-
are, yeah.
Yeah, because my eyes were hurting so bad.
I have my regular glasses that I wear on here, but I have just like a cheap pair of blue blockers too for my work, and it makes a huge difference, I will tell you.
Maybe I'll get some glasses. That's the expert's excuse. That's why he wears sunglasses all the time when he streams.
Oh, I know. And that's what got me the idea to get these, because I was like, well, damn, that's a good idea, because the screens are crazy.
Correas with a $5 super chat says it's pronounced Bob.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bob.
Whiskey 77 with a $1.99 super chat. Early gratis watching this hurts. That's what I'm going with.
Early grad is watching this hurt.
Watching this trial hurts. That's what I'm going with.
Yeah. They're just messing with you. It's fun.
I know. I'm good with it. Blue blockers are amazing. I'm gonna have to check them out.
Yeah, you can, if you don't want to like get them, like I have them on my actual glasses, but you can get like just cheap ones off Amazon that are nice. That just block the blue light and make your eyes feel a lot better.
That's definitely what I did. I'm not going to spend money on it.
Sunglasses that I wear for golf that's supposed to help you spot the balls better because it offsets all of the colors, but the ball sort of like pops out in the grass. Yeah, they're like these weird polarized ones. Wonder if that would help. I can just throw those right on.
I want to see you wear some sunglasses on stream.
Farrell with the $2 super chat. Back to bed. Tell the defense to keep it down. I will try. I kind of wish I had her number. Everyone keeps asking me in Discord, do you have her number? Can you text her? I don't.
Yeah, make McKinley stream the rest of the day. No, I'm kidding.
No, I was gonna have Nick. I was gonna have Nick do it. Actually, he was gonna voluntarily push back his stream and continue this on, but then I wouldn't be there watching it anyways, and so I wouldn't know exactly what happened. So I just thought I'd cut it short, and then just we'll pick it back up tomorrow morning. It'll be 3:00, so we'll have 2 hours at the most. So instead of starting at 8:30, I'll just start at 6:30 or whatever time we have.
David.
Jamie, what time do you wake up? I wake up at like 5:30.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to wake up at like 6, so I'm up. I'm just usually not fully awake.
I can have a whole morning. Like I'll run to the office, I'll get stuff done, I'll make a nice
At
breakfast.
6 in the morning?
Yeah. What else you got going on?
I wake up, I get a cup of coffee, and then I go back and like cuddle up and sit in bed, and I turn something on just to like wake up.
Oh, so you waste time. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And then usually I'm late for work. No, I'm kidding.
You're just wasting time. I get it.
I like
Yes.
to
No, we
enjoy
saw
my
that.
coffee.
Pass the stream to McKinley since you're dishing us. No, McKinley doesn't want the stream. Do you, McKinley?
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily want this stream. I was going to stream the rest of it like when you left, but I didn't realize that you were going to do it in the morning.
Yeah, I'm going to do it in the morning. I mean, you can stream it the rest of it if you want.
I mean,
I won't tell you no.
Everybody will probably come over and watch it with you, I'm sure. And then, everybody's going to come back in the morning too. It's not going to be.
I mean, I'm just not going to be watching it in the morning because that's going to be at what time? like literally at 5 a.m. for me. So it's not going to happen. But
Are you Central or are you Mountain?
She's Central, right?
Central.
Yeah.
Oh,
Central.
okay. All right.
No, I do want y'all. Of course I want you.
But yeah, if you start it early enough at 6:30, David, I'll be watching it with my coffee.
Well, I would prefer everyone wake up right with me.
Read my post. Stop ignoring me. Wait, what post? We must have missed one.
Okay, John. So the rules are apparently my long been around mod and the one who runs my Discord doesn't remember. If I missed your chat or your question, go ahead
You
and
have to re-ask
post
it.
it again. Post it again, John.
Maybe she's joking with you or something because I don't see it.
That was the last one I saw.
Mm-hmm.
How about 7:30? So it's 6:30. Well, if they only go for another hour, I'm not going to start at 6:30. The trial is going to start at 8:30. So if there's only an hour left, I'll start at 7:30.
Yeah, he's basing it off how long he actually is gonna need to stream it.
Yeah, however much time we need. If they go till 7:00 tonight, then I guess I'm starting at 4 a.m.
Oh God.
Damn, that's crazy, dude.
I don't want to be behind. I want to stay on top of this.
I know.
I also have to. I told Joe that I promised I'd get over to his stream at some point.
What do you
Joe from
mean?
Good-
Like,
Joe from
well,
Good Logic. He's doing it. Yeah, he's doing a 24-hour stream.
oh, tonight?
Yeah, he's been going since
Tomorrow?
midnight.
Oh,
Been going since
really?
midnight, and he's going to go to midnight tonight. Please explain intent and motive. So intent is the mindset that I want to commit a certain act and intend the outcome, right? Motive is just the reason why. So I need money is the motive behind why you do the intentional act of robbing a bank. So hopefully that makes sense. Here, there's neither intent nor motive. Well, I mean, I guess the motive is I care more about my horses than my kids. That's the motivating factor behind why I'm going to ignore my kids' issues to the point that he shoots up a school. But that's the difference between intent and motive. You have to intend the outcome, not just the action. So that's the difference between homicide or manslaughter and first-degree murder too. Like, so if you intend to do the act, but you don't intend the outcome. So if I intend to drive my car recklessly, but I don't intend to kill anybody, then it's involuntary manslaughter. If I intend to run people down and kill them, if I intend the results, then it's first-degree murder. So that's the difference, is what the outcome, whether or not that was intended. That's my understanding anyways. Legally Live. McKinley, do you have anything else?
No.
Way to contribute. No,
Motive is something different than intent, though, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Motive is just the reason why. Intent is the outcome, the goal. The goal is the intent. And the reason
Intent
for the goal
is the
is
mens
the motive.
rea.
Yes. Can you explain how Michigan is in Eastern time? Well, so there's an imaginary line that runs pretty much through Chicago and southward. And since we are east of Chicago, we are therefore in the Eastern time zone.
Did you get the other question from Cass?
No.
So what intent are they claiming to prove for the mother? Not caring about your kid is not a crime.
So what they're claiming here is that she had knowledge of the dangerousness of her son, and that she intended, or not, there's not even an intent. This is not a specific intent crime. There's no intent here. This is gross negligence. So it doesn't matter what the intent is. This is not a specific intent crime. So they're claiming the intent has nothing to do with this case. They're claiming that she had knowledge about how dangerous her son was, and that she failed to exercise ordinary care. Now, whether that failure was intentional or accidental, it doesn't matter, so long as it rises to the level of grossly negligent, which means in spite of all the facts to the contrary, you knew what the outcome was and you failed to act. And you could have acted to prevent it. That's the other thing,
People
too.
versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 22279-990-FH.
All right, Ms. Smith, did you have an opportunity to review that proposed exhibit?
I have had the opportunity to review it. I
Oh
would
my God,
ask-
how am I 2 minutes behind already?
It's 426, Joe.
Your Honor, I would ask
Didn't know it was
if the
behind.
prosecutor's office would please email me exhibit 426 so that I can use my computer when Mr. Malash is on the stand to ask questions.
Can you do that? Is that
I think we
possible? Is that technically possible? Okay, so do you object to any of the exhibit?
I'm sorry?
Do you object to the exhibit?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to need you to that in.
Okay.
I just need to get a copy of it so that.
No.
We're doing, I mean, we're having our teaching as quick as you can.
There's a lot of other factors you're leaving out there, Lars.
Yes.
It's not just easy as somebody died, so therefore it's manslaughter. That's not how the law works. Oh my God, we're going back on another break. I'm jumping forward.
Thank you. Okay. So, sir, was it your common practice then to delete all messages between yourself and Jennifer Crumbley either immediately or shortly thereafter the message was sent and received?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to show you what's been admitted as people's 426.
Why is it his
Screen in front
common
of you.
practice
Can you see
to
that?
immediately delete?
Now,
Seems
this
suspicious
is
on his
information
part.
received from
Where's he
Facebook
hiding?
through a search warrant. It's printed out. It'll be 77 pages. And we have a conversation participants between yourself and J.C. Crumbley. That's the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley. Is that right? You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. The green, so we know that's Jennifer Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the blue would be you,
Yes.
Brian Loach. Okay.
Well, we're all assuming
Now I'm going
sexting, he's married,
to
whatever.
leave with you.
Evidence has
Start
not been
with-
established to that.
Page 16 here. And I guess first, these begin from what was recovered via search warrant from Facebook on December the 1st, 2021. And we have heard evidence already, so you're aware. See, it says UTC +0. Do you see that right there?
Yes.
Okay. So that actually means it's 5 hours earlier than the time on that text message, so you know. So the first message here would actually be
Oh,
November the 30th.
Sorry, let me get the banner back
in the
up.
late evening hours.
Nope, wrong
Thank
banner. There it is.
Now, prior to this message here, did you have any other contact with Jennifer Crumbley from the time she expressed concern about her son to these messages coming to you?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that, please.
That was,
Louder,
oh, I'm
please.
sorry. I apologize. It was after the shooting occurred, and it was that the gun was missing.
Which gun?
The 9mm.
Okay.
And I said to call 911.
You told her to call 911?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you told before that you're a firefighter?
Yes.
So why was it important to you to tell her to call 911?
Just to allow the first responders, the police, and whatever, to identify that there's potential.
Sorry. Oh my God. This dog is going nuts because of delivery. What I'm suspecting is, remember how Jennifer sent her boss a message about the gun missing and all this stuff? I wondered at the time if she accidentally sent it to the wrong person, and maybe she meant it to send it to this guy. That was my first thought, or just to someone, period, and not her boss. Because I thought it was odd that she would send that to her boss who knew nothing about the gun. So this makes more sense to me.
I agree.
What's going on?
Okay.
We're missing it, and something's going on.
All right. Now, it's fair to say that the first message we have here that says 12/1/21 at 2:56 a.m. UTC 0, that's not the first message exchange between the two of you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So just everything before that would have been deleted by both yourself and Jennifer.
Lars, I'm not going to debate a specific case in
So
chat.
again, I'm going to refer to a handful of these pages. And just so you know, this is everything that was recovered from Facebook. Okay, so this is page 16, exhibit 426.
Your Honor, I apologize. Does the court have Wi-Fi? Because the file's so large, my hotspot's not going fast enough. and they just emailed it over. to
You
me.
have
I
been
can't
there
open
for
it
how
on my
long?
computer.
And you don't know that the court has
Do you know if
Wi-Fi?
there's a password or if there's a?
Yes, there's the
That is so not my department.
Yeah, mine either. Mine either,
search.
thanks.
There's
I
two.
appreciate it though that the court is helping. Do I go to OCS?
Just know let's send it again with a reduced file size.
Oh, okay. I'll try that. Thank you. I'm sorry, I just can't get it open.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, in the blue here, this is 12/1/21. So this is shortly before midnight on November the 30th, 2021. And what did you write to her?
I can't even keep up. None are threatening. Facebook pulls those down instantly.
Okay, and that was in response to what?
Sending screenshots showing what was going on and everybody that was commenting through their stuff or
Hey,
regarding
Dan.
them.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
That's
no.
page 16. I'm gonna go to page 33. Jennifer Crumbley wrote what at just after midnight on
If the defendant is acquitted, it will be in spite of a lot of bad things that her attorney's doing. That's all I gotta say.
December the 1st, 2021.
Agreed. I failed as a parent. I failed miserably.
And your response was?
You didn't do this.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say at that point in time, your information was received regarding the shooting from Jennifer Crumbley?
At that point.
Did you know all the facts?
I'm sorry.
Did you know all the facts?
No.
Okay. So throughout this text message or Facebook message conversation, there's messages from you expressing concern over Jennifer Crumbley, frustration by the fact that she's going to be charged, disbelief that she's going to be charged. Were those your opinions at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not asking you to agree or disagree. We just want the truth from you. So is that what you feel now?
Oh my God.
No, no. I've
What?
received more info.
Whoa.
Sorry.
I'm going to move on now to.
What are you commenting on, Jamie?
Whoa. What happened?
No, I didn't like that at all.
Didn't like what?
Well, no, he's just like, oh, you didn't feel like she should be charged or anything. And then is that the way you feel now? No. Like, it's just so, ugh. It just, sorry, I reacted.
Page 38.
Your Honor, I am so sorry, but I cannot get the file they sent me to open, and I really need a minute to get this file open.
Okay, I personally can't help with that, but maybe.
Are you?
They don't
No,
have a
it's not
tech
letting me
person
connect. That's the problem
in the
I have
court,
right
like
now.
at the courthouse.
Yeah, no, she can literally just go down the hall if they need to.
Joint
But
OC guest came on. It's
right at the end of the hall.
Able to have this open. It says I'm connected now. Let me try this again. The first file was too big.
oh my God, I can't with the sorry.
Well, yeah, I responded that way, but David seems to think I'm crazy. But that's fine.
Wait, what?
Okay, they sent
No,
a
like,
second
wasn't that
file.
just like a dirtball question to ask? It's just,
I got it. Thank you.
and this woman is driving me crazy.
Moving on.
All right, ready? Okay.
I'm just focusing
Page
on the
38,
defense
exhibit
and the
4.6.
exhibits.
Sorry.
I wasn't even, I didn't even know. I didn't even hear the
Screenshots.
question. That's why I was like, "What are you so upset about?" Because I didn't even hear the question.
Oh, well, he asked the guy how he feels now, and he said, no, I don't feel that way now. Like,
That was like
it's
the
just,
questions they asked on Murdoch. They're like, "Did you know him? Did you really know him?"
yeah, exactly. And now, like, you feel differently.
And then
Yeah, I feel
Jennifer
differently
wrote,
now.
seriously, question mark, exclamation mark, question mark, can't see my courses, question mark, exclamation mark, question mark, exclamation mark.
Now, there's no
And your
objection.
response was what?
No one knows how to handle any of this.
Well, she probably
Okay, that
didn't
was in
hear
regards
it.
to screenshot sent from Kara Pennick, is that right?
And she's focusing
You
on
have to say
getting
yes
the
or no.
exhibit up.
Yes.
Okay.
She can't get her Wi-Fi working.
For wifey.
Her Wi-Fi.
Now moving on to page 42.
Your Honor, I'd ask the prosecution to stop reading the witness. I haven't objected, but we've been doing a lot of readings.
Okay, so I'll make sure, don't ask anything to suggest anything. Okay, this is page 42. The top text bubble here in green, what did the defendant write?
Social media, we heard we may get charged too.
Okay, and your response?
I did hear that. That was mentioned on one of the news stations. I don't know how both of you could be charged. I can only assume they will charge James with
And she wrote this December 1st, 2021, 11:10 p.m. UTC plus 0. So that is actually 5 hours sooner than that. So that would be in the evening hours of Wednesday, December the 1st, 2021. Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Also on page 42, there's a deleted message here. This is green. Tell us what this one says.
You unsent the message.
Okay, and you obviously weren't here when Mr. Rogowski testified to tell us what that means and what that red X means. But what is the message that was actually deleted here?
Is that the green I'm looking at?
Right here, yeah. The first.
It was, we had the string lock on it. It came within the case.
Okay. Now, you had talked to her via message on the morning of November the 30th, 2021.
McKinley, have you been looking at the private chat?
School, right?
Yes.
Nope, sure haven't.
Prior to this message,
It's not like there's a
coming to
notice
you
that pops up or anything.
on Wednesday, December the 1st, 2021, in the evening hours, did she mention anything about a locking mechanism for the gun?
No.
Moving on to page 43. Okay, she wrote this December the 1st, 2021, 11:47 UTC 0. So roughly the same time as the deleted message we just referenced. What did she write?
The news articles are saying charging both parents.
Okay. In your response?
I heard that, but I can't imagine what they could possibly charge you with. Just remember, the news is not accurate. They notoriously fill in gaps where they have no info.
Ooh.
Report as fact info they get third hand.
Okay. And again, those were your feelings at the time?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Jung is begging for you, McKinley, to finish the stream.
I
when
know,
shut
I know.
mine
I
down.
can see that.
On page.
I'm going to.
What is the
But you got to set up a redirect to Nicholas.
I know. I'm figuring it out.
After they get info third hand, what were the responses in green?
It's coming from the prosecuting attorney. I need to retain a lawyer's stat.
Okay. And now we're in page 44. Again, this was Wednesday, December the 1st, 2021, the evening hours. That's the day after the shooting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now we have already admitted this portion of your Facebook message thread. Again, a deleted message. Can you read it for us?
The unsent a message, the one below that.
Both. You just give us the.
You unsent a message.
Okay. And then what did she write that was actually deleted?
Everything was secured, not loaded, bullets stored away separately. OMG, OMG, OMG.
Okay.
Cool.
And again, this is the conversation, the first time I ever heard Jennifer Crumbley tell you anything about the firearm being secure.
Yes.
Maybe because she had a conversation with her husband in the interim?
Yeah.
I'm going to move on to page 46.
Yeah, I feel like that's easy to cross on. You don't know if she had a conversation with her husband in the interim,
45
right?
first. Another deleted message. What did Jennifer Crumbley write?
No, I'll never be okay. I lost my son, and he's a murderer, and I'll forever have to live with the guilt of that. I'm not even sure life is worth living anymore.
Okay, and that one was deleted. That is, now the timestamp is Thursday, December the 2nd, 2021.
Your Honor,
at 12.
I'm sorry, I object to the prosecutor saying this one was deleted. The message that was unsent is not sent, but the next message was received.
That's not the evidence, Judge. Edward Rogowski already testified to what this signifies.
Yeah, he said, and you can both correct me if I'm wrong, that if you unsend a message, it can be retrieved. And so the message below that is at the same time.
Yeah, I wish I could see these. How about we focus, cameraman?
So the message below the you unsent a message is the retrieve.
These are the
That's
professionals.
deleted. Edward Rogowski testified that with the red X,
There's a-
return it signifies.
No.
It was,
No, he
it was
testified.
deleted, it was deleted
No.
but retrieved from the extraction.
What?
report, or from the,
Unsent and delete is not the same thing. He's trying to argue that. I'm sorry. I'm just.
Well, and the prior witness, the judge is correcting him. The prior witness said unsent and delete are different.
The server itself.
So you're saying that she deleted her message about how she lost her son?
I'm not saying that. That's what Mr. Rogowski said.
I'm just trying to understand. You're saying
Yeah,
that,
the expert computer guy
Right.
okay,
So
okay.
testified.
that's the testimony. Anything-
You can unsend a message, but it can be retrieved, and those red dots are what note something that has been retrieved,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
That was deleted.
Yep.
It wasn't deleted. If it's unsent, that's a different
Okay.
thing.
Go to 46.
The wordplay bothers me. I don't like it.
All right. What did she say here on Thursday, December the 2nd, 2021, 12:51 p.m.?
My mom won't talk to me.
In your response?
You have more than you know. In our circle, no one is faulting you, and most feel really horrible for you.
And then, did you write something else?
Your mom won't.
Okay. And then the next page, what did she say?
She blames us.
I'm gonna move on to page 49. Okay, tell us what she wrote here.
The top.
Yeah, go from the top.
And we will never be the same.
In your response?
Never, ever.
And she wrote what to that?
It's like mourning the death of my child.
Left you with a 7-month member chat. It took him a whole month to become a member of my channel after I first got monetized.
50.
Welcome and thank you. F the state to its tonsils.
There's discussion about obtaining an
That-
attorney.
I can imagine.
Yes,
I visualize
Lefty.
that really well.
Okay, what did she write?
I know we're working on retaining one right now.
Okay. And then what did she say regarding the charges she might be facing?
They're saying involuntary manslaughter.
Okay, so that is Thursday, December the 2nd, 2021, 1:31 p.m. UTC plus 0. So that's actually the morning of Thursday, December the 2nd. That's 50. Here's a deleted message. This was already admitted. Can you read us, please, what was deleted from Jennifer's phone?
We're on the run again, helicopters, not sure where to message you.
Move on to page 53. And she wrote something to you right here, December the 2nd, 2021, 4:40 p.m. plus 0, so that's 11:40 a.m. on December the 2nd. What did she write to you?
We just bought new phones with old numbers to take care of all of this shit.
Okay. And then
Sounds plausible.
Clear your cash.
Okay. And then what was your response?
Good move.
What did you take that clear your cash to mean? What does that mean?
Oh my God.
Just clear messages off, I guess.
Off of
But
a
no.
device?
Yes.
No,
Calls for speculation.
that's not what it is at all because I have to do it at work all the time and it doesn't clear your messages.
Is it
Here's
not?
page 58.
That what he
This was
meant
also
though?
previously admitted. Tell us, read us this deleted message.
We were fucked.
And she said that to you Thursday, December the 2nd, 2021.
That was the day when they
2
were announcing charges will be brought against the parents.
Here's page 61. She indicated she retained an attorney.
Yes.
Okay, what did she write?
Thank you. We secured a lawyer.
Okay, that's December the 2nd, 2021. That is in the afternoon of Thursday, December the 2nd. Okay, and did you ask if they were going to be charged?
Yes.
Okay, and again, this is Thursday of that week, and what did she respond?
Yes, we'll be charged.
So they knew they were being charged.
Now, this is page 64. There are some photographs here. that
Yeah, she
sent
wasn't
to
wrong.
you. Have you seen these photographs before?
Yes,
Okay, and do you recall what they depict?
yes.
Tell us about that.
There's a gun and a person bleeding, and the thoughts won't stop, and I can't recall about
Okay.
what other.
But that's you recall that?
Yes,
Okay, and what did you think of that?
disturbing.
Okay, and she sent that to you, and then what does she say in the message right after she sent you that picture?
This is what they found, a non-threat.
Okay, she was referring. Who did you think she was referring to?
A school.
The school. Okay, and let's go through this conversation. What did you write?
And never even notified a liaison officer.
That was your question to her.
Yes, sir.
And what was her response?
See, they're already questioning this. So like, nobody said this was a threat.
Showed is, and all these things scratched out.
Okay, now, did you know that she was actually sent the paper without things scratched out?
No.
All right, thank you.
That's it?
Thank you.
I thought there was like 79 pages.
I apologize. Is your last name Malash or Malosh?
Malash.
Malash, okay. Good afternoon. I'm Shannon Smith. I represent Jennifer Crumbley. You and I have never met before today, correct?
Correct.
And we have never even spoken on the phone, had any contact. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay, I want to go back and explain to the jury, have you explain how you became involved in this case, okay? So after the shooting and after December 4th, it would be fair to say law enforcement got in touch with you to talk to you about your knowledge of anything related to Mrs. Crumbley or Ethan Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
Now, on that day and time, the first interview you did was with law enforcement. You met with somebody from the Oakland Sheriff's Department, correct?
Correct.
Now, the
Say
first
December
time
4th.
you met with them, you were interviewed for 1 hour and 42 minutes, correct?
Correct.
A long interview. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And in February of 2022, you did a second interview with law enforcement that was about 1 hour long, correct?
Correct.
And then recently, so within the past couple of months, okay, in December of 2023, law enforcement did a third interview of you, correct?
Correct.
And that interview was almost 3 hours long. Is that a yes?
Yes.
So you were interviewed once at the very beginning of the case, right after the shooting, correct?
Correct.
You were interviewed a second time months later in February for about 1 hour.
Correct.
And recently, within the last couple of months in December, you did this 3-hour interview.
Correct.
It's fair to say that throughout all 3 interviews, you tell law enforcement repeatedly that you have memory problems, correct?
Correct.
You do not have a good memory.
Correct.
I am not trying to be mean to you, but you have repeatedly said you don't have a good memory. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you initially talked to law enforcement, they told you they would like you to write a statement, correct?
Yes.
And you did, in fact, write a statement. You typed one out, correct?
Yes.
Now, the date you typed one out, did you do this on the date you were first interviewed?
It was morning after.
Okay, so the morning after, so it says you were interviewed Friday, December 10th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
So the statement that you actually typed out and wrote would have been done on December 11th of 21.
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say that in the statement, you gave law enforcement and police as much information as you could remember, right?
Yes.
And this time when you wrote your statement, this was way closer in time to the shooting than we are today,
I like this.
correct?
I like this cross.
Now, when you wrote your statement to police, a lot of the new information you're sharing was not in your original statement, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that during the hours of interviews you've had with law enforcement, they have given you different pieces of information against Jennifer Crumbley, correct?
Correct.
And you have not had the opportunity to take all this new information you're getting against Jennifer Crumbley and talk to her about it, correct?
Correct.
The last time you talked to Jennifer Crumbley was December 4th of 2021. Is that a yes? It's fair to say that police, they have asked you the same questions over and over and over. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when they ask you the same questions over and over and over, you can tell sometimes they don't like the answers they're getting from you. You can tell that. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. I need you to be loud. Okay? Thank you. So when you can tell they don't like the answers, you keep talking to them, correct?
Correct.
And when they've been interviewing you, they have started to talk to you about things like your job and your benefits, correct?
Correct.
And they have said things to you like, if you're helping Jennifer Crumbley, you could lose your job as a firefighter, correct?
Correct.
They have said things to you like, if you're helping Jennifer
Wow.
Crumbley, you're going to lose all the benefits, your pension, things like that, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say that when you've talked to law enforcement, they have said things that make you feel like you're going to be in trouble because of your friendship with Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
So when you're up here on the stand today saying some of these things, we can agree they are brand new within the last few months.
Yeah, new that I've seen.
Okay, so
New that I've seen.
largely what has influenced
What?
you to change
This is
what you
great.
say, what you said initially, is because police have talked to you and made you change your mind, correct?
It had to make me, from my original, that more information is needed. I
Right,
don't know what
so
information
my
needed.
point is, you talked to them at first, back in December, right after the shooting happened, right?
Yes.
And then law enforcement met with you 2 more times and gave you information, right?
Yes.
And they told you that if you were helping Jennifer Crumbley, you would be in trouble.
Judge, objection, we're getting dangerously close to what defense counsel has sought to exclude, and I need to be able to redirect.
Yeah, let's be careful.
Well, the door's open.
Okay, let's be careful.
If counsel is gonna lay the implication of a certain reason,
Well, you're asking whether law enforcement threatened him in order to get him to lie?
Yeah.
then the door is wide open for the people.
It might be.
Thank you, Judge.
Uh-oh.
Well,
I don't care
What
if the door's open.
Oh.
That's fine. Mr.
Yeah, then I think we need to excuse the jury and have the
That's fine.
defendant make a record.
No, Your Honor.
No,
We already
did she
we've
just
already
really
done that. That
fuck
is
up?
not what needs to happen.
What?
The jury
Explain,
needs to-
David.
It's fine.
you tell me. You tell me.
So something is getting close to so the defendant obviously brought a motion to exclude this witness from testifying about something that was potentially prejudicial to the defendant, like really prejudicial. And with her examination, the way it's going, she might have asked one too many questions. I have no idea what it is, but she might have.
But I
opened
don't
the
think
door to
she
something
cares.
Really bad. She
I
doesn't
don't think
care
she
at this
cares.
point. She doesn't care at this point. It might have been the whole affair, like we were flirting with each other or whatever, and that's why you're going to lose your job, or who knows what it is. But she doesn't care at this point. So
No.
let the state open the door. But the state seems really excited about it.
Because they're pissed off that they're pissed off because this is bad for them.
Mm-hmm.
This is something different.
Damn it!
Well, there's
Can we get this wrapped up in 45 minutes?
That somehow this witness was intimidated by the police, and I would take that very seriously. So, if that's true, the jury should know that. So, that's
I'm
a
just hoping
serious
it's not something really
So
bad.
you can't allow counsel to say those line of questioning and prevent the people from having the witness give the whole story.
I'm not trying to keep the whole story. We can do that right now. They want to make a record that's not needed. I'll ask the questions. Okay. Mr.
No, we
Malone,
need
Mr. Malone.
For proper purposes, we need a record made, Judge.
Okay. All right, 10 minutes, guys. Maybe 5.
Such
Okay.
BS.
What is it? I feel like it's spicy. What's going on?
Oh, shh.
Gosh, wait, when was that? November, March, when was it? 2022. And certain evidence was excluded, right?
Yes, Judge. Specifically, counsel sought to exclude all evidence of extramarital affair.
Okay.
Now,
yeah.
As an offer of proof, this witness, when asked, will testify that he didn't want that information out in the public domain. Now, I didn't ask him any of that information. Counsel is choosing to cross-examine him in a fashion which makes it appear that he has either been intimidated or willfully lied about statements made. He has a reason why certain statements have changed, Judge, and if counsel is going to be allowed to introduce this to the jury, we have to be allowed to rehabilitate him and show what actually happened. And if counsel does say the door is open, like she just said, first, I would like a record from Jennifer Crumbley.
Counsel's going to ask it
She
herself.
acknowledges what this means. It is her decision in consultation with her attorney, and it's part of trial strategy.
Well, credibility of a witness is always an issue, and so is a motive of a witness. And I did exclude that evidence at your request, subject to.
She doesn't care now. The affair is the least to worry about.
That if indeed
that was probably filed when they were
something having to do with
doing
the
trial together.
relationship, lent itself to gross negligence or dereliction of duty, right? So I did grant that motion. So what is your position now? Because the jury can't be led to believe that they, waterboarded this guy to get him to talk or something, right?
Your Honor, my position is that if the court has found I've opened the door, the court has found I've opened the door, and I would like to proceed with questioning.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna put that right back in your lap, right? Because you're asking me. I'm asking you.
Oh, I'm fine. I would like the door to be open. I would
No,
like to be
no,
able to
no, 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 no,
fully-
No. Open
What
it.
she should,
Open it.
No. What she should say, the judge just said, the defense attorney said, Judge, if you're saying I've opened the door, then I want it all the way open so I can ask about it now. And the judge said, I'm putting it back in your lap. So then I would say at that point, okay, Judge, if you're not making a ruling, if you're not sitting here saying I opened the door, then I'm going to stop asking questions. And I haven't opened the door. So they can't cross about it. And I am done. I've made my point and I'm moving on.
But what if but she might want to be getting more stuff in.
Maybe.
Why? But why stop?
Yeah, I
Who
guess
cares
we
that
don't
she
really
was
know.
having an affair, And
I really
if she
don't-
stopped now, it would look like she was trying to hide something. Now that the jury
That's
already
true.
heard all that stuff, she has
Okay.
to just
Eh.
barrel through.
All right,
I mean,
fair
does
enough.
the affair really matter to anyone? Does it?
No.
'Cause it doesn't to me.
No.
Could you raise your right hand?
And Your Honor, I would object to the court.
Oh, this is
inquiring,
crazy.
Asking Mrs. Crumbley about this. This is trial strategy that's left to the attorney.
Right.
Judge,
Correct.
No, we need to have a full record for appellate purposes.
No,
Go
you
ahead and
don't.
go ahead and
Of voir dire of the defendant, just the way the Facebook message was introduced, that it is in consultation with her attorney.
This is crazy.
She understands what this means.
Crazy.
She understands that counsel cannot use that prior ruling to her advantage. She understands that at her behalf, counsel has sought to exclude certain things and was successful. But now, counsel is adamantly requesting that ruling not be put in place, allowing the prosecution to cross-examine this witness. And when the defendant testifies as well, that's all out in front of the jury. So that's now fair game for when the defendant takes a stand, for which she's indicated she is
This is
going
none
to.
of the defendant's
Well, I guess you'd
business.
say If the defendant takes the stand, it is fair game to the extent it's relevant,
Of course,
right?
it's always to the extent it's relevant.
Right.
I can certainly envision a possibility how it might be.
Your Honor, I suppose the first
Why?
thing is a ruling if I've opened the door and if this evidence is now relevant about
Yeah,
the affair.
see, okay,
Because
cool.
I still
We're
think it's
whispering in her ear
relevant
now.
that police threatened and made Mr. Malosh say things that were inaccurate, irrespective of the affair.
Okay, well, I don't know what happened. Did they interview him for 3 hours and then threaten to call his wife? I don't know. I don't know what happened.
No, they threatened him like I asked him about his job, his pension, losing those things.
That's
and-
counsel's characterization of something that is certainly not evidence. A question is not evidence, and that is certainly that we're going to.
Well, it is
explore.
when he affirms it, sir.
Well, I guess the prosecution is saying he initially had a motive, perhaps not to be completely truthful to the police because he didn't want his private relationship with the defendant revealed, which, I guess is understandable, but it sounds like maybe he wasn't completely
Do we have to put
open
an
and
S at
honest
the
with
end of
them as a
everything?
result of that.
And
But
now all prior, I didn't mean to interrupt, but now all prior consistent statements would be admissible under MRA 801. But first,
yeah, I'm not gonna let you let the jury think that the police, you know.
But they did.
So make a
threatened him
ruling, Judge, one way or the other.
Or did something to make him say something he didn't mean, just to avoid repercussions to him, whether it's employment wise or personally, and you know.
That's fine. Your Honor, I have opened the door and I want that door opened and I want to fully examine this with this witness.
again, Roger
I'm
from the
gonna
defendant.
ask her, okay, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear?
Dude, this is
affirm the
crazy. This part is crazy.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Mrs. Crumbley, I want to make sure. This is
Complete and total
what's kind of
bullshit.
fast and furious here, right? Okay, so I want to make sure you know what was going on. A year and a half ago, there were some motions that were filed about keeping some evidence out.
Correct.
I guess I would suggest that now that we're here 2 years later and there's more information about the case, I can't even tell you if I'd rule in the same way, knowing everything I know now. But that being said, I want to make sure you understand what your lawyer said, which is that I previously ruled that in and of itself, the fact that you were having a romantic relationship with this man, to me, was not evidence in and of itself of gross negligence or dereliction of duty. Therefore, I granted your attorney's motion to keep that information out of the trial. You understand that, right? Okay, but now this gentleman is being questioned about why he did or didn't make certain statements to the police. And your attorney has indicated in front of the jury that he might have some motives, or maybe he's been threatened by the police. And she has said to me that she
This is crazy that
wishes
they're
to
questioning
pursue
her
that
like
line of
this, though.
questioning. And I want to make sure that you are supportive of that.
I trust her, so yes.
Yeah, see, this is the
you-
thing
you
is,
I
understand that
trust
then
her.
We're
Oof.
gonna crumple
this
my
is
order
more
about
like
that and throw it in
CYA
the
for her
trash
attorney
and
than anything.
Go forward.
I do.
You understand?
This is
that?
just like
And
hurting
you
her
agree, and you
appellate.
I guess, yes.
agree. Okay.
Yeah, she wouldn't be able to
Just
rely
to
on
make a record,
ineffective.
So the defendant, and perhaps counsel knows for sure, it's not just an affair with one man that was uncovered. There's web searches now. There's trips during the work hours.
No,
There's
no,
No.
trips
cares?
with other individuals. It's not just this person. It
Okay,
changes
I
the
don't
tenor of
think
the
What does
entire
it have to
process.
do with her kid shooting a school up?
You're asking
I've never
why
seen
this.
this
Judge
before.
counsel has alleged that two investigators with 30 years of experience have committed basically a crime by intimidating a witness and lying to a witness.
Yes, it is,
And
Judge.
it
Go on the books.
requires a strong and accurate response. This changes the entire case, Judge. I can't let that comment.
No,
go
it
without
doesn't.
being correct.
Shut up.
Okay, well, I don't know any of this information. You're gonna ask him, this witness.
No, I'm loud. I'm
James.
sorry.
Why he was protecting her, or why he didn't give full information to the police. We're not gonna go off into Never Land and talk about.
Thank you,
trips
Judge.
or,
Well, trips with him, though. Trips with him when she said she was at work or using her son
Who
as an
cares?
excuse to go somewhere. Trips with him in particular,
Who
Judge, that goes
cares?
to the heart of gross negligence and failure to adhere to your parental duty. That is a part of the case.
Because
that
she had an
we moved
affair?
past
I
before
don't know
issued the
anything
ruling.
about
Really?
that.
Your Honor, lots of people have
It was
affairs
excluded.
and don't have children that shoot up a school. That's not true.
Again, counsel's now seemingly asking for the same ruling that she
No,
had
I'm not.
achieved before.
I don't care. I don't
Okay,
care.
I don't know what you're asking me to
God.
do, because I haven't seen any of this evidence. At the time that I granted the motion
What
to
was that?
eliminate, I don't even think some of these things were known. So when you say you're opening the door or whatever's happening, I want to be clear on how far the door is open, because I also don't want to have this isn't a trial.
Let's set the trial over.
About she isn't charged with being immoral. Okay.
Of
So-
course,
so
but she
that's
is
not-
charged
Your
with
Honor-
failure to adhere to her
I
parental
understand
duty.
that.
Your
I
Honor,
understand that.
It's going to come out that they had an affair, okay? It is not because of the affair that Mr. Maloche changed his statement. The first time Mr. Maloche was interviewed, he told them about the affair. The second time he was interviewed, he told them more about the affair. The third time he was interviewed, he told them even more about the affair. That's not his motive for changing his story. His motive for changing his story is because law enforcement put pressure on him and made him fear he'd lose his job.
All right.
It is completely inaccurate. Again,
Okay.
He testified to it.
Okay, I'm not
The witness
addressing that
testified.
right now. I'm addressing the, now we're going to put in all this information about affairs and
The
all
state's
kinds of
afraid that
things
this witness
that she was spending time
changed
with
his
him,
testimony.
her son. How far are we taking this? That's what I want to know.
I guess it depends on the questioning.
Okay, well,
Because if that's the record,
No,
and if that's
no.
the request, and if that is the defendant's wish, Judge, that's fine. But we are gonna go through that door with the evidence that we have.
He's sitting right here. Cops don't threaten people. Cops aren't threatening people with it. He is in the courtroom. This prosecutor is threatening this defendant. We're going to expose everything if she wants to open this door. How dare her?
I'm not privy to the information. I don't know what happened. I don't know what the police reports say. I don't
No,
know
but
what
cops
he
don't
said
threaten people.
about
Only
his
prosecutors in
relationship with her,
courtrooms do.
right? I don't know that. But it's also, this is not a trial about her morality. So I want to make sure that we stick to the elements of the case and what you're required to prove, which is
That
not
is
she's
ironic.
a bad person. That's
Judge,
not what we're here about.
Counsel has made it a trial now, and if law enforcement is appropriate or not, so.
Whether law enforcement
Yeah.
was appropriate with Mr. Malash or not has been made an issue.
Yes.
It's only been made an issue to the extent of the credibility of this particular witness and whether or not his statements to law enforcement are believable. That's the only issue. It's very narrow. The defense attorney needs to address that right now with the judge.
But are we gonna have another week of trial about how terrible Mrs. Crumbley is? And
No, this is the same argument as when the court brought up the pictures of the home. Nobody is arguing that they're terrible or dirty. We're arguing that they were grossly negligent in adhering to the
I
parental duty.
understand what you're
and that
arguing. That's
caused
why I want the
death.
evidence to be
An
relevant.
affair has
Sir.
nothing to do.
And Judge,
The house is
we
dirty.
stuck to the very fine line that this court gave us in the ruling. Counsel's the one who has suggested, not just suggested, but actually alleged that two investigators intimidated and lied.
I understand that. That has definitely
Good citizen with the
raised,
1999 super
definitely
chat.
should be evaluated. But I don't know what else you're asking to present.
Well, at a minimum, those investigators to testify regarding their statements. At a bare minimum, Judge, there's a number of items found off of the.
We're going to call
defendant's
20 more
phone
witnesses, Judge.
Regarding the extramarital affair, the timing
Who
of that.
cares?
If-
Who
if
freaking
you want
cares,
us to stick to
David?
just what happened with Mr. Malash, that's fine, but there is
This
a-
judge is clear that she doesn't want to open the door so
vast
much that
amount.
this is going to be a trial about her infidelity. And she doesn't want it to make it like a Murdoch case where we're going to have a murder charge, but let's talk about all the finances, right? We're not going to have a manslaughter charge and then talk about all the affair issues. So the judge is putting clear parameters on this, and hopefully she ends up making the right decision. If found guilty, what is the possible sentence? Well, good citizen, that would be 15 years on each count, but they are served concurrently. So she will get 15 years. That's the max.
Of evidence to draw upon, and
Or probation.
I'm uncomfortable at
Time
this point
served.
with the defendant saying, I guess, maybe. I think she needs to speak with her attorney, and I think that record needs to be made clear.
We've already spoke about it, Your Honor. We've spoke about it extensively, and an affair is what an affair is. And if they want to sit here, it'll just make my case even stronger that all they are doing is punishing Mrs. Crumbley for the wrong things.
Okay, but I guess I'm at a disadvantage because I don't know. Only the defense and the prosecution know what's going to come out. So does she know the extent of what's going to come out? I don't. So
That might have been why the creepy ATF guy had an attorney in the room, the attorney general representing him, because of that limitation. That's correct.
She knows the extent of what happened, and what's going to come out is going to be the truth about what happened.
okay.
And at this point, her life is more important than her dignity in terms of she had an
$2
affair. Lots of people have affairs.
Canadian
I mean,
super
that's the bottom line is at the end of the day, doesn't mean you know your kid's a school shooter. It doesn't mean that you know your child is going to kill people.
Well, I understand that's your argument, but I have a duty to evaluate evidence, determine if it's
Cops won't admit to threats. Well, no, because they're never wrong. They never threatened. They just implied. And their union reps can't. Yeah.
Relevant, and if its relevance is outweighed by its prejudice. So that's what I'm trying to do, sort of in the dark here.
Well, I believe that the affair is not the motive for Mr. Lash to say that the police put pressure on him the way they did to change his statement.
I understand.
Level
that.
little,
I don't know what's
1989.
coming in beyond that. I don't
$5
know- I don't
super
know-
chat. Thank you for covering this. I'm hoping this leads to justice reform. She should be found not guilty. I appreciate very much the super chat, and I agree with you entirely. I should be covering this. Hopefully, it leads to judicial reform, and she should be found not guilty.
Quite honest, they can bring in wheelbarrows and stuff to show the affair. I mean, if anything, it just goes to my case to show they don't have a real case.
Okay, well, they say that there's evidence that when she should have been taking him to a Boy Scout meeting, she was with her lover. I don't know. That's an example. I don't know what's going to come out. So
She might have watched the police interviews. That's probably what
Okay, so
she
you wanna
watched.
bring the jury
She
back
never
in?
spoke with him, but she could see when a police officer
As long
says
as
to the
defendant
witness,
satisfied, Judge.
if you're tied up with Jennifer, you might lose your job as a firefighter.
Is that
It means
really
you're gonna
what
lose
they're
your pension."
gonna imply?
This is going to show.
Yeah.
But-
So is she just gonna let it all in, or what?
Yeah, what's happening?
I don't know.
I'm not understanding.
I think she's going to take it on a case by case basis, but says she doesn't want this case to be about the affair. Yeah, and
Well,
Ethan was
she's
probably in school when she was meeting up with this guy.
Well, no, she just made a comment about the state had something about when she was supposed to be taken to his Boy Scout meeting, she was with this guy.
Well, the testimony that came out during the preliminary examination was that while she was at work, so presumably Ethan's at school, she would go like across the street to a restaurant and stuff. That's during working business hours. That's not like when you're spending time with your son. It was at like lunch. That's what came out during the preliminary exam. Scroll up to see Schroeder's question. Well, C needs to put in red question marks.
David, change the
She did.
banner.
All rise for the jury.
What's my banner say?
I don't know. A friend of David and somebody. I mean, not David. I don't know what it says.
Okay. Anyways, how
You don't
did
know what
Shannon
it
get
says,
this
but you have to
information?
change it.
She never spoke with him. Correct. Yeah, I answered that already. I answered it, and I said because she probably watched the police interrogation videos. He identified himself as a friend of James and Jennifer. He met Jennifer in high school, and then he met James when they moved back to Michigan. So
Oh,
that's how he
okay. Somebody
identified
said, I think this needs changing.
him. To what? Booty call? It has not been established yet by the evidence. They've just been arguing about what it could be. I could say friend of Jennifer. That makes you guys feel better. Like a friend of Ellen.
Please walk this way, sir.
You smell a shoe or soldier oath, okay? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Walsh, we were talking about the 3 different times that you spoke to the police, correct? It's fair that from the very beginning, the first time you talked to police, you told police that you and Mrs. Crumbley had had an extramarital affair, correct? You told police from the very beginning your relationship with Mrs. Crumbley involved a sexual relationship.
Jump straight in.
Correct? And so when you're in here testifying, it's fair to say that law enforcement talked to you about the affair right after the shooting. You told them all about it, right? I'm sorry.
Yes. Judge, I think counsel needs to be specific. She's saying law enforcement using general terms, and she needs to be specific to ask Winsworth's question.
Well, there's a lot of different law enforcement, so it probably would be good to be specific.
The first detective that you had an interview with, you told him that you and Mrs. Crumbley had a sexual relationship.
Again, identify who she's.
Oh, shut up.
Do you recall who was the first, which officer are you talking about?
Because he wants to be able
Which
to
one
call
am I
these
talking about?
witnesses. These
Yeah, the
officers.
first, you're asking him
Sure.
about the first one.
Look
who
at his
who
own
interviewed him.
note.
I'm assuming you know
Yes.
that.
Now you're really quiet.
Lots of law enforcement.
I know,
Guys,
which is
write it
why
down.
I have the name.
I'm putting you on automatic.
Again?
Do you remember
But
who
everyone
it
was
was
saying I'm
initially?
loud.
Mr.
I
Moore?
don't care. I can't hear you.
You sound fine to me. Chat doesn't know what they're
It
talking
appears
about.
to be Lieutenant Weir. Does that sound correct? Oh, no,
We
I'm
ignore
sorry.
chat most of the time.
You talked to Brian Joseph the first time, correct?
I don't know.
He wouldn't know.
You have, okay, does it sound right if
I'm gonna
I
go
said
get
you
an ice
spoke
cream
to
cone.
Brian, to Joseph, I'm sorry, Brian, I'm saying your name. Okay, on 12/10, you went to the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, the Brandon
Is
Township
it?
Substation, correct?
Correct.
You were interviewed at approximately 15:30 hours, so that would have been, what?
They're just
3:30 in
sissies.
the afternoon.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, I returned
And on that
myself
day,
down.
you were, I'm having a difficult time telling which detective it was that did that interview.
Just ask the
It
witness.
was
Do you
during that
know?
interview, though, that you gave them a copy of your Facebook Messenger thread, correct?
Correct.
You gave it to them on a thumb drive,
Yes.
and you specifically did turn that drive over to Sergeant Brian. Do you recall that?
I don't know.
The person, okay, if I said the person that you handed the thumb drive over to, was that the same person who did the
This is-
interview with you?
So dumb for them to make her do
Yes,
this.
they use the thumb drive on the computer.
Okay, I'm just checking. If the police report says you gave the thumb drive to Detective Joe Bryan, does that sound right?
I
Wait,
had
what
no
was the thumb
possession of
drive?
Thumb drive. We were on a computer at the substation.
So he asked you for access to your messenger.
Correct.
You gave him access.
Correct.
And Detective Joe Bryan was the one who downloaded the messages.
I don't know the detective's name. I think Joe Bryan was a different interview.
Okay, so you don't know the name, but you know it was a detective at the substation from the Oakland Sheriff's Department.
Correct.
Okay. And on the report, I also see source Lieutenant Weir. I'm just having a hard time identifying which police officer it was. You're sure it was a police officer or a detective that you met with, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that that interview was video recorded, correct?
At the substation.
Yes.
I'm not aware.
And it was the interview that took place that was a little bit less than 2 hours.
Okay.
Okay, the day after that interview is when you
Just
were.
hang on. I understand it's cross-examination, but counsel can't just make a statement with the word correct at the end and then the
Yes, they can.
witness clearly not understand and then just move on as if that's.
absolutely.
They
That's
have to be
how
specific.
Give him a second to think about it and answer the question.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I don't remember my last question. I think I was just establishing a time frame. You did the interview on Friday, December 10th, 2021.
That was the first time.
Is that true?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and that was 1 week after the last time you had contact with Jennifer Crumbley.
Yes.
The first time when you spoke with the officer at the substation, you disclosed to them that you had knowledge about Jennifer Crumbley.
Yes.
And you
Stated very
said
clearly.
that you told them right away that you had had a sexual relationship with her.
Yes.
And the fact that you and Jennifer Crumbley had a sexual relationship is certainly something you did not want to be public, correct?
Correct.
You talked to police again, we talked about in February for an hour. Was that also at a substation?
The second interview?
Yes.
No, ma'am. That was at a building over here, part of the county complex.
So you met them at the county complex and you had the second interview, which was just under an hour long.
Correct.
When you had that second interview, now that was in February of 2022, you told them again, you confirmed for them again, as much as you probably didn't want to, I had a sexual relationship with Jennifer Crumbley.
This is a smart tactic if this was planned.
In the third interview, back in December, just a couple months ago, they asked you again for more information, and you told them again you had a sexual relationship with Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
Now, the prosecution may ask you a lot of questions.
Objection in the form of the question doesn't matter, but I ask him now, Judge.
I haven't even asked my question.
Okay, what's the question?
My question is, when you talked to law enforcement and you changed.
Again, I'm sorry,
Okay.
specifics matter.
Dude.
Okay, so if counsel is gonna request these kind of questions from the witness, she has to be
I
specific.
can't even get my question out.
Okay, well, he needs to know because there were 3 different times, so that would help him too.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Over the course of the investigation, you testified earlier that your answers to certain questions have changed. Correct?
Yes, I've added.
You've added, okay. But one thing you have not changed, it's not the statements about your sexual relationship with Jennifer Crumbley. You've always said you had a sexual relationship.
Correct.
As police came and talked to you a second and a third time, they wanted more details about where you had sex and other details about those experiences, correct?
Correct.
Now, when I was
dude.
asking you if you felt like you were threatened in any way, that had to do with feeling threatened that your job was at issue or that your benefits could be lost,
Judge, I can
correct?
object again, form the question, she needs to be specific. She's gonna have something like threats, that needs to be specific.
Okay, then I'll go to the third interview, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
In
be
the-
specific.
Don't
Okay, I'm gonna be very
apologize.
specific. In
Just
the
keep
third
going.
interview, when you talked to them in December, they specifically said to you, talked to you about your job employment as a firefighter, correct?
Correct.
They specifically talked to you about the details of your benefits, including your pension, correct?
Correct.
They made you feel like if you didn't give answers they
Objection in
wanted,
the form of the question, they made you feel. How could he possibly testify to what somebody else's intent was? That would be speculation.
He can
No,
testify to
that's
how he
false.
feels.
How he feels. How the witness feels. The witness can testify to how he feels, and that judge just sustained that.
Are you serious?
like if you didn't give answers they
Objection in
wanted,
the form of the question, they made you feel. How could he possibly testify to
Okay,
what somebody
fine. All
else's
she has to say
intent
is
was?
you
That would
felt.
be speculation.
I'll ask how he felt.
Okay.
She
When
just
you
did.
were in that third interview, you were scared
That
at
is-
the thought of losing your job or benefits.
No, I was not.
You do not want to lose your job or benefits.
No, I don't.
And when you were in that conversation with them, it was during that third interview that they asked you the same questions you had been asked many times before, correct?
Correct.
And they were saying very negative things about Jennifer Crumbley to you during that third interview.
Judge, specific.
Yeah,
Objection in the form of the question.
yeah, negative like what?
They told you that they had
Michigan attorneys do this all the time, and I can't stand it. Object to the form of the question is not a proper objection. Is it leading? Is it misstating facts? Is it, the object to the form of the question is not a proper objection. I hate that.
evidence of Jennifer lying about things, correct?
Correct.
They gave you the impression that you didn't know everything about Jennifer Crumbley.
And speculation, Judge, they gave
I'm
you the
asking his
impression. Hang on, I'm
impression.
not done. They gave you the
Hey.
impression. If she wants to
Dang it.
cross-examine him on statements, she can, but she can't make a broad statement about what their intent was. That's speculation.
Well, there
You are a piece of garbage human being.
things that were said potentially by the police to this witness. You can ask the witness that.
He can say how he feels.
Specifically, the officer talked to you about
She needs to be
ranks
stronger on her evidence,
within the
She
fire
does.
department,
under rules of
correct?
evidence.
They talked to you about seniorities, correct?
Correct.
They talked to you about all the training you had to go through to take each position and the seniority levels at the fire department.
Correct.
You explained to them how you got to each position at the fire department, correct?
Correct.
The officer explained to you that it's important that all the cards are on the table, correct?
Correct.
And then the officer begins to talk to you and reassured you you're not in any trouble. Is that a true statement? and they begin to tell you things. That officer tells you he's not trying to be threatening to you, but he wants to put the cards on the table, correct?
What page are we talking about?
It's
here?
at 18 minutes and 57 seconds in the third interview. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And when he told you that the cards should be on the table, I'm asking your impression, took that to mean that your job and your benefits could be on the line if you said anything favorable for Jennifer Crumbley.
Objection, he just answered that he wasn't threatened. He just was asked that question and said, no, I wasn't threatened.
Okay, was there a specific threat into you?
No, ma'am.
Was there any kind of veiled threat? Did you take anything as a
No
veiled?
judge.
No.
No
Did
judge.
you understand this to be?
The information that's now out regarding my relationship was gonna be out publicly.
Okay.
Okay, so there were veiled threats made against you.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm just
He felt that way.
clarifying.
What does veiled threats
Well,
mean?
I asked
Shut
if there
your
were-
I know,
mouth.
and that's fine. The court's entitled to ask whatever the court
Okay,
likes.
I
but-
asked if there were any veiled threats, so that was his invitation to say, yes, they said that they would call my boss, or they said that they would, make sure everyone in my union knew, whatever it is.
Those are all great questions to ask, which I
Okay,
will.
all right.
Okay,
Sure, you can cross-examine or
when
redirect.
you were
them.
interviewed in the third interview that lasted 2 hours and 45 minutes, it's fair to say you discussed far more than in the first and second interview with police.
Correct.
And when you were interviewed the first and second time with police, when it was closer to the shooting, you would agree with me that you were truthful in those interviews.
Yes.
And during those first and second interviews, you also, in between those two, wrote a statement that you typed out.
Yes.
Okay, so some of the information that you're saying now is only from, and I'll go through specifically what I mean. So when you were interviewed in those first and second interviews, you never said that you thought there was something wrong with Ethan or that he was disturbed, correct?
Correct.
And today when you're on the stand, you're saying you believe he was disturbed or there was something wrong. Fair to say?
Yes.
And in part, the reason you have changed your opinion is from information the police told you when they did those interviews with you, correct?
That and through the media and everything else, additional information I've gained around the situation of people.
So you got additional information from the police, which you don't know whether it's true or not, correct?
Correct.
And you would imagine, you would think the police are being truthful with you when they're telling you information.
Yes.
Okay, and if they're not being truthful with you, you're believing what they're saying anyway.
Yes.
And you would agree with me, because you just said you also saw a lot of media reports about various things in the case.
Correct.
Now, the media reports in the case have different information than things you initially thought or saw, correct?
Correct.
So when you've seen the media reports and you have a police officer telling you that the evidence you didn't know, it has made you second guess what you knew back right after the shooting, correct?
I did make my second guess.
McKinley, I sent you a message.
Oh, where? Oh.
Some of it, because of timestamps, allows me to recall stuff
Okay.
better.
Well, would you agree with me, and I know you said, you testified you have some memory issues.
Judge, I'd like the
that-
witness to answer the question. He wasn't done answering the question.
I thought he was, I'm sorry. I interrupted you, I'm sorry.
Shannon, get your shit together.
I don't.
You said there were timestamps.
Yeah, when it helps if someone enlightens me, like if we go through messages, then I can actually I remember things. I can remember if you request specific information, I can give it. If someone just asks for something, I'll put out information, not knowing what they're looking for. The more specific something gets, the more accurately I can answer the question, or the more appropriately. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry if I'm not wording that correctly.
No, you're totally fine. I'm gonna put your messages up on the screen. Can you please turn this on?
It's all right.
It's on. Can you please switch it over?
I might have to turn it on.
I have to get this, is the screen on up there?
What are we looking at now?
Okay, you and I would agree that when you sent these messages back in November and December of 2021, when these messages were sent, at that point, you thought differently about the case than you do now.
Correct.
But the information you had at the time was information that you had personal knowledge about because you had just talked to Jennifer Crumbley and had just exchanged all these messages, correct?
Correct.
You would also agree with me that when somebody in the courtroom shows you one message without the context around it, sometimes it's difficult to remember all of what you were talking about, correct?
It can be.
So for example, the prosecution asked you,
McKinley,
The
if you're going to get your
prosecution
stream up
asked
and
you
running,
about
I
this
am
message,
7
okay, on
minutes,
page
35
53.
seconds behind.
and
Okay.
So
I'm
if you
gonna
were-
go
and
up
I was, you know,
a little
let me
bit, and then
send
we're
you
gonna
this
go
link.
through it to see if the answer might be
You have the
different.
same one.
When you testified to the prosecutor, you recall
It's for
testifying
private chat.
that Jennifer Crumbley, you believe, told you to delete all your messages, correct? And I'm gonna go down, I'm
I
so
was just
sorry.
referring to what I read.
Okay, so 53, they just put up this text that says, clear your cache, I don't know, how do you say that? Okay, they didn't show you the messages before it or after it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let's go up a little bit before it, okay? Prior to that conversation, so if we just go a little bit
This is all about the
up in
police threatening
messages,
this witness to testify.
okay? Jennifer Crumbley says, and this is specifically on page 53, and I'll leave it still, I apologize. Jennifer Crumbley said, can you see if James's account is deactivated? Correct?
Correct.
Now, by
I'm not
that,
sure in
you knew
hindsight
she was
this witness
meaning
was really
his
worth all this
Facebook
effort.
account.
Correct.
So you said, and it's up on the screen, I'll check. Your next message to her about a minute later was, nope, still up, correct?
Right.
Now, you would agree with me that you were responding to the message about, is James's account still up? His Facebook account.
But yes.
So
I think it is,
while
David.
we were having this text conversation, you went in and checked to see if you could see
What did he say that was on
James's
that text?
Facebook page.
Correct.
Now, Jennifer says to you, and I'm gonna just keep going further down, we just bought new phones with old numbers to take care of this shit, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, it's when she's trying to delete all social media accounts. You are aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, there's
And
redirect.
Jennifer types to you, and this is the message the prosecution brought in, clear your cache, clear your cache, correct?
Correct.
Cache.
And you said, good move, correct?
Correct.
She says after clear your, I'm gonna say cache, because I don't really know how you say it. She says, clear your cache, then check, okay? And you wrote cache cleared, it's still up, correct?
Correct.
By clear your cache, she was saying,
Oh my God.
close Facebook and restart it.
Judge, again, speculation.
Well, it does call for speculation.
I can ask him what he thought it meant, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, when she's
If you
trying
don't know how to
to
pronounce
find
the
out
word,
if his
and I don't know how to pronounce a lot of words. You go with the pronunciation from the witness that you're questioning. You don't just like, well, I'm just going to call it this.
account has been effectively deactivated, what did you do to see if the account had been deactivated?
What it says,
Unless your name is Gina.
Clear the cache. Which, I don't know.
It's Gina, Dave. Jeez, oh Pete.
Track stuff or whatever. So I
Giant
kind of
app.
would make it refresh, like get a fresh view.
So you wanted to refresh it to get a fresh view to see if the open account was then closed.
Correct.
So this is not about deleting messages. This is about checking the status of a Facebook account.
Objection, speculation.
I'm
When you're
asking
in
him
court,
if he
Phil, when you're
perceived
in
it.
court, not when you're
Did
streaming
you
on the
believe this message exchange was to find out if James's Facebook was closed?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
Okay, and then the conversation keeps going. Jennifer Crumbley says he can't get into it and we not deactive or hot deactive. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Jennifer writes WTF. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then you wrote, whatever you did, the second attempt to deactivate your account worked. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so looking at this now, then Jennifer says, so it's gone. And she says his, to specifically ask you, his Facebook account now is gone, correct?
Correct.
And you say, no, it's still up. Then you say his page is gone, right?
Correct.
Okay, so when we look at more context around that message, clear your cache, do you believe that the intent was to have you refresh to figure out if the Facebook account was active and had become deactivated?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. I am going to go through with you messages that were exchanged between yourself and Jennifer Crumbley back in November
End
and
of
December of
cross-examination,
last
I
year.
think I'm going to
okay?
send you guys over to
They've
McKinley.
been
He's going to
admitted
get
and
her
the
stream up and
prosecutor
running,
asked you about a few of the messages.
so everyone
okay?
knows.
I will put the messages up on the screen.
You guys
And
won't
if
lose
you
out on
need
the rest
more
of this.
context around what I'm showing you, I need you to tell me, okay? And I'm going to apologize in advance. Some of these are going to go out of order. I'm going to go in order of the messages, okay?
Okay.
So if my questions bounce around, it's because I just prepared them in a few minutes, okay? All right. So let's go to
I like her.
number.
I like that.
Page
That was
7,
endearing.
okay?
I do like that. So I'm just going to go in order because I just prepared them now. I just that was cute. I like that.
Okay. So on page number 7.
Sending you guys to T-Bone.
After talking about, Jennifer's asking you, and I'm going to have it right on the screen, is my Facebook page still showing?
T-Bone!
I deactivated it.
That was a
and
good
you
one.
said you'll check, right?
Yes.
Okay, you told Jennifer you'll have plenty of threats, correct?
Correct.
And you told her at that point, I can still see your page, James's also, right?
Correct.
Okay, going down further, okay, so I'm gonna go to page 8 of this text thread, and you can tell me if I'm going too fast. Jennifer sent you screenshots, okay, and I see 1, 2, 3 screenshots. Those were threatening messages that she had received, correct?
It appears that way. I can't see it all.
And you told her right after that, that won't stop, and suggested to her, do not respond, correct? Is that right? Okay, now, there is pages 8 through, after page 8, okay, there's a number of screenshots, okay, that you begin sending on page 11, okay? And so on page 11, you send 1, 2, 3 shots. Those are threats you found on her Facebook to make her aware of those, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then we go on to page 12. There's 3 more screenshots you sent to Jennifer showing her 3 more threats.
Correct.
Then going down, okay, and I think the jury is getting this, page 13, 14, 15, and 16 all contain more individual threats against Jennifer, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say at that point, you knew people
Yeah, we'll post the link. And if you guys have automatic redirect set up, you'll automatically go over there when McKinley, when I end this.
were threatening her and her husband.
Yes.
On page 16, you say, I can't.
Hold on, objection. If you can't even see them on the screen, how is this witness able to say correct to her affirmative question? This is a threat. The witness needs to say, well, one, he can read it. If he can't read it, does he remember it independently? Because that's important to know.
Your Honor, if I knew this was going
And
to
even
be.
can counsel read
I
it?
pinned at the top of the
Okay,
chat.
Yeah, ask the question and.
Legally
yeah,
lives.
Ask him the question.
Okay, my
Legally
question
live
is,
stream for a
those
few minutes.
messages that you provided to Jennifer were to show Jennifer specific threats that you could see on her Facebook page, correct?
I would say that what was going on.
I know, and I'm missing it.
Bad things being said,
Napoleon.
anything like that along those lines. There were a lot of people saying horrible things.
So some of them may not be a specific threat, but it's horrible things, correct? And overall, the things you are sending to Jennifer Crumbley, you, in your mind, want her to stay safe, correct?
Correct.
In the moment when you're sending her these texts, you are worried about her safety.
Making her aware of what's going on
Okay.
in the community.
And
On
there was so much bad stuff, so many bad messages and threats and whatever else that you said to her,
Objection
I
in the form of
can't.
the question, so much bad stuff, threats, whatever else.
Yeah,
Unless he has personal knowledge, that's the problem.
Yeah,
Well,
ask
we
him the
just had him
question.
testify about the personal knowledge, so
Okay, so you saw there's negative things in the press, there's negative text, there's negative Facebook posts, and you're sending some of them to her.
Yes.
okay. And it got to the point where you told Jennifer you couldn't keep up.
Yes.
There were that many.
Yes.
And again, on page 17, and I'm not going to go through each one, but on 17 through 27, okay? So over the next 10 pages of screenshots, you're still sending, I called them bad messages, which is vague.
Objection, she can't refer to them as anything.
If you know, what are they? if
What
you
are
know?
these?
What are they, if you know?
If there's screenshots that took off Facebook, it was things people were saying regarding them.
But unless he has specific recollection, Judge, he can't testify.
What
about
are
Are you
you-
set up and ready to go, McKinley?
During that time, were you sending her screenshots of anything else?
Thank you.
Jesus.
Now, when you and Jennifer were talking, and if you need more context, let me know. I'm going to ask you about some specific things, but I've got the whole thread up, okay?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I thought. I was on-
Jennifer says to you, and I'm on page 30 of the text, her reaction was, Ethan ruined his life, our lives, and multiple others. I don't even know how to absorb this, correct?
Correct.
That was a response she gave to you about her, feelings, as far as you could tell.
Yes.
Now, going further down on page 31, she said to you, I'm in panic business mode and I need legal help stat, correct?
Correct.
What was your impression? What is your belief panic business mode means?
I don't know. Looking at what I'm just trying to pick out, I don't understand what.
She goes on in her next text to talk about selling the horse. And in these texts, she ends up talking to you about what she's doing with her pets. Correct?
I don't see it. I see.
Yeah,
I
he's
can
married.
just see what the.
Or he
talking
was.
to Kara about for the horse.
It's,
I'm sorry, I don't.
no, that's okay. I don't want to cut you off, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. My question is, as Jennifer's texting you, it's obvious, and tell me if it's not, that she's trying to take care of various business
Objection.
related to their house and work.
Speculation again.
If you know, what was she doing and telling you about this?
What I see right here is dealing with the horses. That's what I can see with this page up.
Okay, we'll get to some of the other things later then. Now, when she mentioned getting an attorney, on
Later?
page 32, you specifically asked her
I was going to say, I was
to
going to wait till the
defend
cost
you
was done,
two
but
or Ethan too, correct?
Correct.
It's not ending anytime
And
soon.
her response to you on page 32 was Ethan.
Correct.
I am 7 minutes, 39 out. So if you're ready to go, I will shut down my stream if you want to go live now. I'll send everyone over.
Okay.
Okay. Have fun. Jamie,
Alright.
you going over there?
I'm gonna go watch.
Okie doke.
Okay.
Alrighty. So everyone in the chat, as soon as I see
I'm gonna exit.
yeah, get out of here.
'Kay,
Go. You got a
bye.
stream to set up. As soon as Legally Live gets hers up and running, I'm gonna send you guys over there. Says live in 3 minutes. I'm gonna have you guys go. This is getting spicy. This is
I
very
think this
interesting.
is really good, actually. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, no, I feel like for the first time I've actually seen her like start to really lawyer, and
Mhm.
maybe she was just I don't know, maybe she was just nervous about everything else, but this one she had down. But this is really good. I like it a lot.
Well, this really points a light on the state and stuff. That, for me at least, is
Yeah.
like, man, they were really trying. Like, people, he was scared. Like, I feel like he truly was a little worried. And then the cops were coming after him, and I know they were saying stuff.
Yeah, and if you guys are just joining and you don't know what's going on, I have to leave. I'm going to shut down the stream, but I'm redirecting you all over to Legally Live, who's going to be picking up right where we left off, and you guys can stick with her for the rest of the day. I probably will still broadcast this to some extent tomorrow morning, but I'm going to go see Wicked with my wife, so I'm excited for that, and she's never seen it. Why is she not going? Go live, McKinley. Go live.
I agree, Farrell. I'm glad they brought it up.
Defense?
Yeah. Versus the state.
No. That was very smart of them. It was very smart of them. Her angry
The
voice
first
is way better than her frustrated voice. Yes, it is. I will agree.
Mhm.
And she had that cutesy little, I'm just doing it now, kind of thing. I thought that was cute.
Well, the way he's objecting and jumping up every 5 seconds, it makes me feel like, ooh, she's really hitting a nerve.
Yeah, no, definitely. I should have just given McKinley controls and just let her carry on. But that's okay. She'll stream. Oh, now we go. Okay. All right. I'm sending you guys over there. I'm not going to do my normal end credits. I'm just going to say bye. Jamie, thank you very much for joining me.
No problem.
Nicholas for joining me earlier. McKinley for joining and taking over. And we'll see you guys all tomorrow morning, probably around 7:30. But keep subscribe and hit the notification button, and you will see it go live. All right. Take care, guys.